Volume 4. Chapter 300 Refusal. Refusal. Finally, we're at the 300 chapter mark. It truly has been a rather hectic and rewarding journey for us. Here's to the next smooth sailing release of the next 100 chapters. Hope you all enjoy the read. P.S. It's the fourth release of the week. Please note that this chapter is still unedited. Looking at the sails in the distance, Lorist furrowed his brows in worry. First young Master Sarahanum of the Chicters was aboard that very ship. As the 6,000-odd sailors of the Northern Fleet would not fit in one ship alone, Sarahanum had casually hired the Norton House's men to transport their ransomed crew back to Moranti. Lorist was not concerned for the safety of those transport ships, as there would be no chance the Chicter Merchant Guild would be willing to get into conflict with the Norton House just for the sake of those 10-odd measly ships. However, before Sarahanum left, he had revealed where the troops of the Union that occupied Badalger province had come from. Even Lorist could have never imagined something like that being pulled. A few days back, following his conversation with Sarahanum, Lorist came to understand some more details about the internal affairs of the Union. Ever since the Union obtained victory in the War of Glass, the nations neighboring them had sealed their borders and erased the trade routes as a knee-jerk response to the sudden expansionist policy of the Union. But given that the Union had occupied 7 other nations following the war, their territory had expanded by at least 4 to 5 times. As long as they allocated and managed their resources well, there would be no cause for concern for their sustenance. However, after the big 7 guilds of the trade union obtained their own dominions, they refocused their efforts and resources to their own territory. In that situation, their grasp on the control of the union itself had waned. At the same time, the sub-council that was usually relegated to the sidelines had increased their influence. It was then when the aftereffects of the War of Glass began to show. The Union sub-council comprised mostly the representatives of the citizens, the second-rate merchant guilds and representatives of guilds of various crafts. The sub-council's main purpose was to take care of the miscellaneous stuff like enforcing security and bringing in more civilians. Following the war, the Big 7 had managed to successfully realize their goals to expand the Union. But even though the territory had expanded greatly, most of it was swept up by the Big 7 guilds and some other outstanding second-rate guilds. As a result, there were those who still had yet to have enough of their fill. For instance, during wartime, the short-sighted merchant guilds and mercenaries who only focused on plundering the wealth of the nobles of the nations they invaded disobeyed orders from the military to do their own thing, much to the dismay of President Koblight, then commander of the Union Army. That was why the president decided to get back at those disobedient folk when the time came to split the rewards up, greatly decreasing the benefits they ought to have received as a punishment for disobedience and also kicking out a few that were promised noble titles out of the list. It was already too late for the second-rate guilds and mercenary groups that had lost the lands that were once promised to them to regret. But that did not stop enmity from building up in the subsequent discussion of the sub-council of the Union, much to the trouble of the Big 7 guilds. But given that the war had ended, there was no longer any place they could take for more territory to appease those parties. As a result, the Wessia Merchant Guild, one of the Big 7, came up with an idea. Back then, the Union had good reason to be wary towards the Second Highness and his army of 300,000. But given that he had been entangled with the nobles of the Redlease Kingdom all this time since the War of Glass, those at the Union had begun to see through the Second Highness's facade of might. Additionally, if the Second Highness eventually manages to occupy the whole of the Redlease Kingdom, he would proceed to the Lormo Duchy and force Duke Lormo to return under the banner of the Empire. That was something which the Union would never allow to happen. Since Second Highness Auguslo was eventually bound to be their enemy given their conflicting interests, the Union definitely did not mind driving the proverbial knife up the Second Highness's back to destroy his dreams of reuniting the Empire. Other than that, while the Big 7 guilds have obtained their own dominions, the nobles who originally controlled those lands were not easy to deal with. This would be a good opportunity to send those nobles to the front lines to earn achievements to qualify for new noble titles and land. That was the reason for the military intervention conducted by the Union at Badalger province. Only the Wessia Merchant Guild participated in the attack. The rest of the Big 7 were busy settling down into their new dominions. It did not help that the Second Highness had made an error himself, choosing to gather his troops at the Magic Province, leaving only a small number of old garrison troops at the citadels around Canbona Province. Perhaps, he had thought that there would be no point in stationing so many soldiers at places so far behind where his army was currently located at. But never did Second Highness Auguslo expect that the Union would launch a surprise attack and actually manage to conquer Canbona Province. Given that the citadels over there was his only connection to the Andinak Kingdom, the strategy of the Union could be said to almost been executed with surgical precision. With but one strike, they had cut off the lifeline of the Second Highness. Not only that, the four central duchies have once more refused the Second Highness's beckoning to return to the Empire and even formed an allied army of 100,000 men to face off against the troops of the Second Highness and reinforce the troops at Magic Province, causing the Second Highness to be surrounded by enemies front and back. Lorist breathed a long sigh at hearing all that. "Milord, what are you worried about?" asked Potterfong from the side. "The Second Highness's situation at the Redleys Kingdom," said Lorist. He did not feel the need to hide anything from his treasured subordinate. "Milord, there's no need for you to concern yourself over this," Potterfong said frankly. Ever since the experience of being manipulated and used by the Second Highness, he had held the grudge close to his heart, especially with regards to some of his friends which the Second Highness had poached. Since the Second Highness didn't ask us to deploy our troops, there's no need for us to go out of our way to clean up his mess. Even if he's considered to be a senior noble of our house, we've always fulfilled our due obligation to him. I believe that Milord shouldn't have sent Supervisor Hansk to the Imperial capital. You also shouldn't poke your hands into the affairs of this conflict. It's best for our house to rest up in the coming 2 years to reorganize our military and wait for better opportunities." Lorist shook his head and said, "No matter what, the Second Highness is still a senior noble of mine. I should at least worry about him a little. If the Imperial capital requests for us to deploy our troops to rescue the Second Highness, all we'll do is to send our forces and breach the enemy front at Canbona Province. As for the nobles of the Redleys Kingdom at Magic Province, I couldn't be bothered to care about them, unless I stand to see the first prince gone for good." Weird, as the king of the Redleys Kingdom, why is the location of the first prince still unknown? It's already been a year and a half since his disappearance. At the end of the 6th month, Supervisor Hansk, who was sent as an ambassador to the Imperial capital, had returned. Lorist was sparring with Blademaster Shuss at Seaview Manor at that time. After resisting over more than 100 strikes from Lorist, Shuss eventually discarded his weapon and surrendered. As Lorist wiped some sweat off his face, he received the letter that Hansk handed over. Upon opening it, he could see that the letter asked for the Norton House to stay put and not involve themselves into the military affairs of the Andanak Kingdom. The letter was even sealed with the insignia of the kingdom's regent. Lorist read the letter over and over before turning to Hansk and asking, "Who's in charge at the Imperial capital currently?" "Milord, the one who received me at the Imperial capital was Marquis Reed. When he read the letter you penned, he respectfully refused help from our house and said that he has already ordered the 2nd Royal Local Defense Legion station near the borders of the Madras Duchy to barge its way through Canbona Province to arrive at the front lines to re-establish contact with His Majesty the King. He then wrote this letter and had me deliver it back to you," replied Hansk. "Marquis Reed?" Lorist murmured, as he recalled the old man he saw at one banquet of the Imperial capital. While he could not quite remember how the man looked like, he did remember that the young son of the old man had brought a bunch of other noble youths to occupy Seaview Manor on Silowas for up to 5 years. It was not until Lorist's arrival on the island that they were apprehended and punished. Ha ha ha. This old guy is definitely doing this out of spite. So, for him to let his private feelings affect his decision on the military matters of a nation and deal with this in such a childish manner. You think I wanted to send my soldiers out? You just saved me a bunch of trouble, old fool." With this letter in hand, Lorist had all the reason in the world to completely ignore the Second Highness no matter how dire in need he was in. "Well, Howard, make sure to keep this letter well no matter what. This is extremely important," said Lorist as he handed Howard the letter. "Milord, just before I started heading back here, Marquis Reed assigned an escort for me. When I arrived at Gillen Harbor, I heard the garrison squad leader make an order to not let the soldiers of our house step on the shores even one bit," added Hansk. Confused, Lorist asked, "What is the meaning of that? Are they treating us like enemies?" Hansk made a bitter laugh and said, "Well, I don't know why myself. But that was the order I heard. They were also told to monitor our troops on high alert." "But, Sir Hansk, even if they give that order, they shouldn't say it in front of you." "Did you offend anyone of the escort?" interjected Howard. Hansk mumbled as he scratched his head and thought, "I don't think I had. All I did was stop them from attacking those helpless refugees on the way back. Did they have to offend us just because of that?" "What's that about the refugees?" Lorist asked, "Tell me about that in detail." "Well, it all started like this. We encountered lots of refugees during our stay at the Imperial capital who were originally from the 2 southwestern provinces. We even managed to recruit up to 60,000 of them to go to the island to help out with the development. However, after the Second Highness's assault on the capital of the Redleys Kingdom, Frederica, he conquered Canbona Province without even a single fight. It was then when the Second Highness settled the refugees down at Canbona Province temporarily. But now that the forces of the Union have occupied Canbona Province, those refugees have nowhere else to go and travel to the Imperial capital," explained Hansk. "Why would they go to the Imperial capital?" They could always head to the territory of the Union, or even Moranti, said Howard. That's because the Union doesn't welcome them. They are, after all, civilians of the former Christian Empire, a scapegoat for the hate of those of the Union. The former empire had been at war with the Union for almost a century, and who knows how much blood has been spilled over those conflicts. Both sides hate each other profusely. This is a grudge born for life that is ingrained deep in their bones. Don't be mistaken about our amicable relationship with the Peterson and Schichter merchant guilds. They are merchants, and they don't believe in justice or injustice, only profits. However, the civilians under their rule are different. Only after another century or so would the grudge between those two parties begin to fade, said Lorist as he stroked Howard's head. Having lived at Moranti for almost a decade, he understood the mindset of the citizens well. Hansk said, "My lord, that's exactly the case. Those refugees told me the same thing. According to them, the soldiers from the Union occupying Cambona province would attack them for no good reason. There has already been plenty refugees murdered for no just cause. The refugees were forced to leave that place. Fortunately, they set out on their journey early. Given how the Union's forces have already arrived at the two southwestern provinces, it won't take long until they reach the capital." Hansk clutched his chest in worry and continued, "During our journey back, we would frequently encounter refugees in the way of our path. The ones escorting me would not hesitate to cut them down with no discourse whatsoever and even curse the refugees for being cowardly leeches that allowed Cambona province to slip from their hands. They even blamed them for not being willing to fight to their deaths with the enemy and wanted to punish the refugees with death as they would deserters. Good soul." Lorist cursed uncontrollably. How did knights like them even think that the refugees are responsible for this war? It's not their fault that Cambona province was lost. Their brains must be rotting from the insides. That's all too right, me lord. The behavior of those knights got on the nerves of Sir Reedy, who promptly walloped them and gave their faces a few harsh slaps. Oh, now I know. Those knights must have been pissed that they've lost face to the enraged Reedy. That was why they bothered to announce their disrespectful orders right in front of us in an attempt to shame our house, said Hansk as he began to flush with embarrassment. Both Els and Jim, who led the guard brigade, had gone on vacation to break through to the gold rank, so Lorist had Reedy take over as the leader of the guard brigade temporarily and accompany Hansk on his trip to the imperial capital. Ha, they wish to shame the House of Norton? I'd like to know where they got the guts to do that, Lorist said while snickering. Howard, pass down my orders. Have Senbot prepare his Oceanic Legion and get Potterfang's 1st Division on board the ships. I want to head to Jilin Harbor to see for myself the one who gave the order to not allow Norton troops to step on the shores of the kingdom. Me lord, if you do that, they'll think that we're trying to revolt right away, said Hansk in a hurry to dissuade Lorist. Worry not, my governor. I won't be stupid enough to actually order our troops to attack Jilin Harbor. All I want is to bring my guards there for a shopping trip. I'd like to see whether the garrison of Jilin Harbor will dare to attack a count of the kingdom like me. It's well within my rights to bring a guard escort with me around the kingdom. The moment they attack us, I'll charge them for treason for attempting to harm me, a count of the kingdom. After that, we'll be fully within our rights to act out of self-defense. I want to see evidence for the order to not let us get on shore with my own 2 eyes no matter what, said Lorist. However, he did not act rashly with anger like Hansk had predicted and was rather clear-headed instead, causing the old supervisor to heave a sigh of relief. Lord Locke, let me come along with you for a stroll, said Blademaster Shuss proactively. All right, we'll leave right away. Let's see which fool dares come causing trouble for the House of Norton. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 301 Jilin Harbor. Jilin Harbor. Here's the 5th release of the week. There will be one more out tomorrow to make up for last week's missed 5th release, so stay tuned. Please note that this chapter is still unedited. Even though Jilin Harbor used to be the only port city of the former empire at the Cursed Coasts, it was not that huge, with only a population of around 20,000 people and incomplete harbor facilities. Ever since the formation of the Andanak Kingdom, the new kingdom inherited the policies of the old empire that tended to neglect sea transportation. While Jilin Harbor did rise in popularity due to the increased risks of land travel during the Civil War of the Empire, due to the heavy taxes the Second Highness levied on goods transported by the ocean, the harbor gradually returned to its former tranquility. When the smugglers no longer came to Jilin Harbor, all that remained there was the trading plaza for seafood. That was the largest seafood bazaar in the whole of the Andanak Kingdom. The fishing folk of Jilin Harbor toiled during the day only to sell their catch in the evening to the fishmongers, following which the fishmongers would deliver the food straight to the dinner table of the nobles of the Andanak Kingdom that very night itself. In the past, fishermen of Silowas would sell their catch at that bazaar, but they have since stopped due to the oppressive business practices of the fishmongers. That was further reinforced by the fact that the consumption of seafood by the 60,000 troops of Fernrock Legion that far exceeded their usual catch. Should they end up with extra seafood, they would dry them in the sun to preserve them instead of bringing them to Gillen Harbor to be traded. All contact that remained between Silowas and Gillen Harbor was the single ferry that traveled once every 3 days to and fro the places. Lorist has always had plans for Gillen Harbor. Even though Silowas was a great place, it was an isolated island in the ocean. While it would be ideal as a consolidation point for goods, it was inferior to Gillen Harbor when it came to ease of distribution of goods to the main continent, which is what most merchants wanted. Currently, the Salt Merchant Committee that Count Kenmays managed was fighting for market share at the northeastern area of the former empire. The influence of the Salt Merchant Committee had already encompassed the Iblia Kingdom and half of the Madras Duchy. In recent times, the Count's ambitions was to establish a new trade route to the 4 central duchies. Given that Silowas was a little bit to the south, Lorist wanted to use the Peterson Merchant Guild to help distribute the products of his dominion to the areas which the Union had influence in. However, he did not think that the Union's sphere of influence had greatly decreased following the War of Glass as a result of many neighboring nations turning hostile against them and cutting off old trade routes. The Peterson Merchant Guild themselves suffered quite a bit of losses and could not afford to help Lorist out with his ambitions either, given that they had to spend at least 2 to 3 years to recover from the blow. The coast from the Northlands all the way to Silowas was referred to as the Cursed Coasts because of the reefs that plagued the area, causing there to be no suitable place for ships to dock. That was the reason for Lorist's appreciation of Gillen Harbor. If he could get the harbor under the control of his house, Lorist believed that he would definitely be able to develop the place into a thriving port city in a few short years and expand the trade routes to the Redlease Kingdom at the south. The preface for Lorist's sending of Supervisor Hansk to the imperial capital was to show concern for the Second Highness's recent predicament, but in actuality, he wanted to use that opportunity to put in some effort to rescue his king. Naturally, there was a catch if the Nortons were actually asked to deploy their troops. After all, there are no free favors in this world. With the war between the Andinak Kingdom and the Redlease Kingdom lasting for more than 1 year, even the rats within the treasuries of the Andinak Kingdom had starved to death. Lorist had hoped that his favor would be repaid in the form of jurisdiction over Gillen Harbor. While it would be ideal if he could make the area around the harbor part of his dominion, he found that the Second Highness would hardly agree to such terms and thought better of it. Instead, he would only ask to be given administrative rights to that area. If the imperial capital agrees to those conditions, the Nortons would send their troops to Canbona province to help the Second Highness re-establish contact with the kingdom. However, Lorist did not think that Marquis Reed would refuse Lorist's offer for help like that and even had the garrison of the harbor be extra wary of Norton troops. If the order to not allow the Norton soldiers to get on shore at Gillen Harbor had been made in secret, there was nothing Lorist could do about it. But never did he imagine that the knights escorting Hansk back to Gillen Harbor would reveal it due to a petty disagreement they had. They actually dared to reveal a sensitive order like that just to humiliate the forces of the Nortons. That allowed Lorist an opening to put his plans into action. The former defense force at Gillen Harbor was the 3rd Division of the 1st Royal Local Defense Legion, with gold-ranked Knight Furemand as the commander. Once, he had brought his troops to Silowas in the name of assisting Viscount Aslan, but in fact, he was there to threaten the islanders into paying up. In the end, he encountered Lorist and was given a harsh wallop. Even though the Second Highness later saved him, he was worried that Lorist would not let the matter go and transferred the 3rd Division away from Gillen Harbor, resulting in the formation of a new 2,000-strong garrison there. As a localized defense unit, the garrison of Gillen Harbor was treated like the illegitimate child given birth to by one's mistress. The unit was severely under-equipped, with a simple spear and wooden shield, with only the regiment leader and vice leader being given old and torn leather armor. The salary of each soldier was not stable either, with them going unpaid on some months, causing them to have to work at the bazaar from time to time for extra cash. Lorist wanted to know where Marquis Reed's confidence that the garrison of Gillen Harbor posed a threat against the Norton troops came from, that he dared to order his troops to stop the Norton soldiers from getting on shore. At that moment, Lorist was standing at the port of Gillen Harbor with a regiment of 1,000 guards getting off the ship behind him and getting into formation. The hundreds of garrison soldiers of Gillen Harbor gathered around and witnessed the sight with amused chatters. All they could do was be envious of the awesome and complete gear the guards of the Nortons were assigned, with not a single one of them stepping forward to stop them from getting on shore. However, it did not take long before someone attempted to smash a rock using an egg. 2 half-armored knights rushed out of a tavern near the port and began roaring out loud. With their alcohol-tainted breath, they called for the guards on shore to leave the port immediately. Lorist tilted his head and a few of the guards gave the drunk knights a harsh beating right away. It did not take long before the knights began crying for dad and mom in pain. Let it be known that any who dares bar the way of I, Count Norton, will be deemed to be committing assault against my person. Have them write their testimonies complete with their thumbprint before throwing them into the prison of Gillen Harbor. For now, follow me to the administrative center. I'd like to see who at the imperial capital gave that order, instructed Lorist. As a noble, it was well within Lorist's rights for him to travel with a guard escort. Even though Lorist brought with him a regiment of 1,000 guards and a division of 5,000 soldiers, he could easily explain it away as him being extra fearful for his life and bringing more soldiers with him as a precaution. As long as Lorist's troops did not harass the locals and was fed from Lorist's own pockets, there was nothing wrong with them following Lorist around. As for the order from the imperial capital to not let a single Norton soldier set foot on the shores, that was nothing more than a big joke. It was not like the Norton troops were rebelling, so there was no legitimate reason for Lorist to be forbidden to bring an escort with him. The order could be argued to be putting Lorist himself in unnecessary danger. Even if the matter was brought to the Second Highness, Lorist would definitely still be in the right. As the one in charge of the security of Gillen Harbor, Baron Fenston was rather satisfied with his position. He bribed to the men serving the Second Highness had paid off. As a noble, Baron Fenston felt that only idiots would be satisfied with the income of their own dominion. He was well aware how poor the folk at his dominion were. Instead of investing money to develop it, it would be far better for him to bribe his way into a good-paying position. That method was far better in terms of return on investment. Having been the security chief of the harbor for over 5 years, Baron Fenston had long earned the cost of bribery back. And now, his salary was easily several times more than the income his dominion provided. He was currently trying to form a small fleet with 7 medium-sized armed ships so that he can purchase some luxury goods and fashionable clothes from Moranti, all the while getting acquainted with some powerful men. On the other hand, he could also use the fleet to conduct business with the merchants or nobles at Gillen Harbor. Through that, he would be able to profit alongside those who chose to invest in him without spending all his capital. However, he was rather troubled by the order he received from the imperial capital 2 days ago that required him to increase the defense of the garrison at the harbor to prevent the forces of the Nortons from getting on shore. Baron Fenston was of the opinion that the one who gave the order probably got rabies, for him to dare to lash out at just anyone without giving any thought. Given that the king was trapped within the Redleys kingdom, the situation of the Andenac kingdom was far from stable to say the least. And the people in charge of the Imperials still dared to challenge the Nortons at a time like that. He recalled that the Nortons recently sent an ambassador to the imperial capital and the Baron was sure that the ambassador had somehow offended the people in power at the capital. Either that, or they did not bring with them a fitting gift for the visit. Baron Fenston really wanted to throw the decree into the wastepaper bin. But he thought better of it and kept it instead. After all, the imperial capital sent over 6 other knights along with the decree. Not only were they supposed to take over control of the garrison at Gillen Harbor, they would also be reorganizing it into 3 regiments with 3,000 men in total. Thus, Baron Fenston decided to go along with the 6 knights. After all, he did not have money nor equipment and could only barely pay for the salary of the troops in his garrison. He would want to see what the knights could do with his force. Do those guys think the Nortons are to be lightly messed with? He recalled that one of his family members made a trip to Moranti recently and brought back one of the newspapers there. On it, the extermination of the Hanna-Yabarta kingdom of the Nortons was reported. Not only did the Nortons exterminate the slave kingdom, they also slaughtered 170,000 civilians of the kingdom and used their heads to build a human head pyramid. The Baron believed the report without question the moment he first read it. As the security chief of Gillen Harbor, he had received an order that was secretly sent to him by his king: monitor the actions of the Norton house in secret and report any anomalies to him, which he did so dutifully until the loss of contact with the Second Highness following his campaign. However, the Baron did not forsake his duties and continued to receive reports from the sailors that traveled to Silowas once every 3 days. Baron Fenston would collect and compile the reports and submit them to the king when he returns. Silowas had recently suffered a pirate attack and the island itself became living hell. Back then, even the ships at Silowas were caught up in the attack. Fortunately, the ferry captain managed to miraculously escape when he felt something was off. Gillen Harbor was also thrown into disarray during the attack as they feared that the pirates would come for them too. After being on full alert for 1 whole month, they only got to know that the pirates had departed when the Norton ships traveled to Gillen Harbor to resupply. The pirates that remained were all annihilated by the Nortons, with Silowas reclaimed. Later, the House of Norton gathered large numbers of troops and ships at Silowas, and that was when Baron Fenston came to understand the true extent of their military might. The soldiers soon disappeared and returned 2 months later with an abundance of resource. Even though the captains and sailors were prevented from getting off the island, they could easily estimate roughly how much resource and people those ships carried. After reading the newspaper report, Baron Fenston came to know that the resources had definitely come from the extermination of the Hanna-Yabarta kingdom. It was no wonder his king was so wary of the Norton house and instructed him to keep an eye on them. Baron Fenston recalled one of the rumors he heard some time back that stated that Count Norton had some enmity with Count Aslan, causing the latter to bring up to 10,000 men to encircle Count Norton's group of 500 without notifying the king. In the end, not only were Count Aslan's forces defeated, the Count himself also lost his life. The king had eliminated the whole Aslan house in a fit of rage and was unable to do anything to Count Norton either. That was why when he heard that Count Norton had came over to his place, the administrative center, he instinctively understood the reason for the visit. Not only did he receive Lorist warmly, he also brought out the decree he received and showed it to Lorist. He also made sure to insult and berate those nobles at the imperial capital for giving such an asinine order. Lorist waved the decree in his hands and said with a smile, since the imperial capital has already ordered for the expansion of the garrison, but Gillen Harbor isn't able to afford such an expense, the House of Norton is willing to make some contributions for the sake of the kingdom. We will help out with the expansion of the garrison. What do you think about this, Lord Baron? That would be wonderful. Baron Fenston exclaimed, Lord Count, your patriotism and loyalty to the kingdom is beyond description. It truly is worthy of my deepest respects. I'll be counting on you for the expansion of the garrison then. Will it be okay with you if I bring the garrison soldiers to Siloas for 3 months of training and reshaping? Asked Lorist. There definitely won't be a problem. I will leave it entirely up to your discretion, Lord Count. I've long heard about the unrivaled might of the troops of the Norton House, so there can't be a better candidate than you to restructure the garrison. To be frank with you, the garrison of Gillen Harbor is stepping out of their bounds quite often. While they try to bolster their esteem by bullying the common folk, they are completely useless when sent to the front lines. Lord Count, please feel free to discipline them as you please. Heck, you can even kill them as you like as punishment. You must know how troubled I am for receiving more than 20 complaints daily about the garrison soldiers. I even have to clean up their mess. Seeing Baron Fenston's thankful behavior, Lorist laughed and said, well, there's no secret in raising disciplined and strong soldiers. All you need is to pay them and feed them well as provide them with appropriate equipment. When training them, make sure to not let them feel like they're expendable fodder that are inconsequential and disposable. Also, make sure to be strict on military regulation and teach them to be prideful to be one of the military. Doing all that will naturally raise their combat ability. How about this, during the time when the garrison here is trained, let our house take care of the security over here. It's fortunate that I brought a division of soldiers with me on this trip of mine. Let them stand guard here for 3 months for now. Will that be all right, Lord Baron? Baron Fenston thought, I don't think there has been a noble that brings a whole division of troops along on a casual trip. Sheesh, he really has too much money to spare. I wonder how much it costs to maintain a division of soldiers for a day. Smiling, he said, that's great. I was just getting worried about the security here during the absence of our garrison. With your division stationed here, I'm relieved. But Lord Count, the financial situation here at Gillen Harbor is a little tight nowadays, so I'm not sure if it can sustain a whole division of soldiers. Is it possible for you to decrease the number of soldiers you station here? Lorist shook his head and smiled before saying, Lord Baron, there's no worry. All you have to provide is the food that you usually give to the 3,000 garrison soldiers. The Norton House will take care of the additional expenses. Actually, I have another reason for bringing a division of soldiers with me. I've heard that there are a lot of refugees in the borders of the kingdom, so we are trying to recruit some of them to help develop the wastelands of the Northlands. That will also lessen the kingdom's burden to feed them. Baron Fenston said with a respectful expression, Lord Count, you are far too magnanimous and benevolent. To think that you are willing to provide a means of living for the poor refugees. You are truly the prime example of what a noble of the kingdom should be. All right. I will now draft the necessary paperwork to let your house take charge of the security here at Gillen Harbor. Since Baron Fenston was being so cooperative, Lorist nodded and said, Lord Baron, if you have anything you might need us to help you with in future, please don't hesitate to look out for us. We will definitely aid you in any way we can. This is the pledge of I, Norton Lorist. Thank you, said Baron Fenston with a genuine look of gratitude. And so, on the 3rd day of the 7th month, Gillen Harbor fell under the jurisdiction of Fernrock Legion of the Norton House. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 302 The Child's Play Siege. The Child's Play Siege. This release is to make up for the missed release of last week. Enjoy the read and see you next week. Milord, this trip will take another 30 minutes. There is a small stream up ahead, and after crossing it, we'll arrive at the valley of Wolf Mountain. That is where the barony of the Dina House is located. There is a small hill within the valley on which the castle of the Dina House is built that is right next to a village, reported Cumid. He was the one who had come to the Dina Barony the last time along with Els. Lorist nodded and said, "Let's go. We'll get some nice food and rest by the time we reach there." Curse this weather. To think it'll rain out of nowhere like that. Be careful, the road will be slippery. The weather of the 7th month was usually rainy and stormy. Lorist had just experienced one of the quickest weather shifts that caused half of his guard to be dripping wet before they even got the chance to put on their raincoats. By the time they put them on, the rain stopped again, causing their efforts to be in vain. Even though the mountain path was wide, it was incredibly muddy as a result of the rain. The hooves of horses were stained yellow with mud, causing them to be unable to sprint like usual. The wheels of the 2 carriages had also got clogged up with mud as it was bogged down by the weight of the carriage. The reason for Lorist's trip was that he wanted to bring the 2 girls and their young aunt away from the barony. During the previous year when he attended the Paradise Gathering, he got to know a girl called Dina Ariadne and her aunt who bore the alias of Chessie. They spent a fulfilling night together, and the girl said that she fancied Lorist quite a lot and promised that she would no longer attend the gathering to wait for Lorist for 3 years. If Lorist was willing to take her hand in marriage, she would be wedded to him along with her younger sister. In the previous year, Lorist had Els pay them a visit on his behalf and sent over 1,000 gold forts with a bunch of other gifts. When Els returned, he reported that the girl was incredibly down after learning of Lorist's identity as a count. Given that she and her sister were of low status, they would not be fit to be Lorist's wives. She originally thought that Lorist was just a knight which she and her sister could marry without problems. If Knight Lorist tried hard enough, he might even get a title of a baron. Lorist did not wish to force them to come with him, but given the stark situation of the Andenac kingdom, and how the dominion of the girl's house was near the northwestern area of the Redleys kingdom, the moment the Second Highness's forces are defeated, the northwestern area of the Redleys kingdom would fall under the control of the Union. By then, if the Union sends their forces down, the girl's house and the Dina Barony would be one of the first to suffer. Lorist did not wish for the girls and her family to fall to the hands of the mercenaries of the Union. That was not something he was willing to ignore. Upon exiting the forest, his vision was greeted with the terrain of the gentle and large valley before him. At the foot of the mountains were some farmland. There was a small hill in the distance where a small castle stood beside a village surrounded by a tall wooden fence. That was the Dina Barony. "Milord, it seems that the Dina Barony is under attack," said Reedy while holding up a telescope. "Oh," mused Lorist as he took the telescope for himself and looked. That was indeed the case, with a few knights visible on the empty lot in front of the castle. A petite girl wearing yellowish copper armor could be seen from the telescope, wielding a long sword and standing on the castle walls heroically, cursing at the few knights beneath. "Put!" Lorist tried to stifle his laughter when he recognized the girl on the walls. That was Ariadne, and he did not think that she was the kind to go on the battlefield herself. The main issue was with her physique, though, that caused her to look a little awkward wielding a longsword that stretched 1.4 meters. "Milord, it seems that it is a skirmish among the local nobles. The troops at the camp over there number less than 500, with some even using wooden sticks as weapons. They look like children playing a wargame," commented Reedy as he continued to observe with the telescope. Lorist turned back to look and saw the 200 or so guards he had brought with him. All of them were mounted and lightly armed, escorting 2 four-wheeled carriages. "Reedy, bring the guards with you to give them a hand. Crush their campsite over there and capture a few of their horsemen. Also, tell the troops to not kill them outright. Those poor farmer soldiers were only forced to fight by their lords, so try to catch them alive if you can," instructed Lorist. He did not have the slightest interest in meddling in the issue personally. "Understood, milord," acknowledged Reedy before he barked a few simple orders. The guards began to clean up the mud around the hooves of their horses, adjusted their armor, and awaited the order to charge after remounting themselves. Reedy waved his hand forward, causing the guards to launch into a forward trot. As the distance was still rather far, there was no need for them to charge yet. Should they charge right away, by the time they arrive at the camp, their mounts would have run out of energy. As the group advanced, a few orders from some company leaders saw the 200-odd guards split into 4 50-men units. When there was only 300 meters between the guards and the camp, Reedy appeared at the front, gave a loud cry, before charging. The people within the camp had already noticed the incoming horsemen. The girl on the castle walls also revealed a look of shock. The knights who were beneath the castle walls hurriedly turned back to the camp, all the while raising their arms and shouting out loud. However, the construction of the camp was far too flimsy. Not even a moat could be spotted around it. Reedy clenched his legs against his mount, causing it to leap upwards over a meter-long wooden fence, before he gave his greatsword a swing. He used the flat of his blade to stun a huge soldier who merely stood there in befuddlement, causing the man to collapse unconscious. That man should be thanking Reedy for lightly batting him away. Otherwise, he would have been crushed by the charge of Reedy's steed. After the mounted guards stormed the camp, the small-scale skirmish concluded. The few knights did not even make Reedy break a sweat, all of them collapsed with one strike from Reedy, who used a heavy greatsword. Even though he wielded it with only one arm, his sword easily weighed 2 times a normal two-handed greatsword. Thanks to Reedy's unnaturally great strength, he was able to use a heavy sword like that as deftly as he would a delicate needle. Following the fall of the few enemy horsemen, the farmers in the camp promptly surrendered. There were 10 odd other fellows equipped with leather armor and armed with shield and sword who cast their weapons away the moment they saw what happened before raising both their hands in submission, obediently following the instructions of the guards. The girl on the walls began cheering out loud. She probably recognized the guards as on her side as the armor they wore were different from her enemies. Perhaps she knew that those were the exclusive armor of the Norton house, given that Els had went there once last year. The girl soon vanished from the walls and was probably preparing to lower the drawbridge of the castle. When Lorist arrived at the camp with 10 odd guards in 2 four-wheeled carriages, the drawbridge had already been lowered, with the girl having walked out from the castle with 6 other armed guards. She was currently talking to Reedy, who was keeping watch on his mounted captives. One of the kneeling captives cursed them for being cowardly for using a sneak attack without a formal war declaration and berated Reedy for not having any chivalric spirit. Before Reedy retorted, the girl had begun pointing fingers and cursing out loud, causing the guards behind her to start teaching the chivalric way to the old knight with punches and kicks. The girl herself did not fail to sneak in a few kicks at her pleasure. Lorist overlooked all that with a face full of cold sweat. He did not dare imagine that the soft and gentle girl he had once caressed and embraced would be so brash. Lorist rode forward and leaped off his horse before smiling at the girl and said, "Hey, should I call you Daisy or Ariatali?" The girl wore a stupefied expression before her eyes reddened as she tossed her two-handed greatsword away and began pummeling away at Lorist's chest with her fists. "So, after all this time, you finally thought of coming to see us? You big meanie, dot." Lorist chuckled as he caught her fist and said, "Apologies, I have been far too busy lately and haven't got the time. That's why I sent my subordinates here to see you last year. Didn't I come to see you now, the moment I finally got some time for myself?" The girl looked like she was about to say something and pouted. "You liar, you told me you were a knight. Your subordinate has already told me that you're actually a count. Why did you even bother to come?" "Well, I couldn't help myself, since a certain foolish lass said that she would wait for me for 3 whole years. I just couldn't stop myself from worrying, so I'm here to take you away," said Lorist as he stroked the girl's long, brown hair. "Humph," the girl mumbled as she shook her head to avoid Lorist's hand, "you are a great and mighty count, while I'm merely a sibling of a baron. I must be no different from those village girls in your eyes. And there's no way you'll be able to take us sisters as your formal wives, so why bother coming for us? Do you want us to be your concubines? I would never agree to that." Lorist only looked at her with a smile and said, "All right, stop fussing. Let's deal with the mess before us right now first. What's going on here? Who are they and why are they attacking your castle?" The matter was cleared up soon enough. The Dina barony had actually only occupied half of the area within the valley. The other half was controlled by the old man kneeling not far away, Baron Andrew. When the Second Highness launched his campaign against the Redleys Kingdom, the 2 sons of Baron Andrew had joined the Second Highness's army. His older son Pulist was one of the many who was involved in the occupation of Frederica. While he was fortunate enough to survive crossing the Cloud Snap Mountains, but he was only half alive after experiencing the chilling cold. After the successful occupation, the Second Highness made the noblemen that made contributions knights of the royal family. When the soldiers at Canbona province surrendered to the Second Highness, the newly appointed knight of the royal family was brought back home by his brother for him to recover and manage to evade the fate of being trapped with the Second Highness in the Redleys Kingdom. After half a year, his injuries had mostly recovered and the 2 brothers were terrified of the Second Highness's ambitions and no longer felt like returning to his side for servitude. So, they holed up in their homes with the excuse of recovering from their injuries. The Dina barony and the Andrew barony was relatively of the same size, and both houses were fallen nobles whose prime time had long passed. The 2 houses used to have a mutually benefiting relationship. But since the older son of Baron Andrew had become a royal knight, he felt that he had more of a backing and started to get more ambitious, starting to crave the Dina barony for himself. The old man came up with a most splendid plan to form a marriage alliance with the Dina barony. Since he has 2 sons, and the Dinas, 2 daughters, as well as the fact that his wife had passed away earlier, making him a perfect match for the stunningly beautiful widowed aunt of the sister still in her 30s, he felt that he could pull off a triple marriage to seal the alliance. As for the 10-year-old Dina heir, he could take him as his own adopted son. That way, he would have the Dina barony for himself. However, the moment the old man proposed the idea, his dreams were shattered in the most amazing fashion. The current temporary head of the Dina barony, Ariadne, had cursed the old man so harshly that he almost suffered a heart attack. Never had Baron Andrew seen anyone scold someone with such fervor. With the two baronies interacting over the course of the years, and given Ariadne's excellent memory, she managed to recite each and every one of the old baron's past shameful mistakes and use them as ammunition in her rebuking. The old man had never felt so humiliated ever in his life, especially since they were in full view of the peasant farmers when the scolding happened. The grudge he bore that day was not one that would go unpaid. The angered old baron rallied up around 500 farmers the moment he went back and declared war against the Dina house. Baron Andrew himself had 12 garrison soldiers while the Dinas had only 8. Baron Andrew was a 2-star iron rank, his older son was a 1-star silver royal knight, and his younger son was a 3-star iron rank. The Dina house on the other hand had a 2-star silver household knight, who was also the personal bodyguard of the late baron who had stayed loyal all this time, and Ariadne herself who was a 1-star iron rank. Both sides were of roughly equal strength. In terms of numbers, however, Baron Andrew had the advantage. The farmers and refugees he recruited as well as the servants numbered above 400 people, whereas the Dina barony only had around 200 male and female youths, half of the number the enemy was capable of bringing out. But they did have the protection of the castle, so both sides were tied again. That conflict had already been ongoing for a month and 7 days with casualties on both sides, only numbering less than 10 injured. Not even a single one had died. The unluckiest casualty was none other than Knight Pulist, who had suffered 2 broken ribs as a result of being stepped on by his mount. The main method employed in the siege was none other than trash-talking. Baron Andrew and his 2 sons shouted at the top of their lungs at the walls, with Ariadne shouting back. Basically, the insults boiled down to "come down if you dare" for the Andrews and "come up if you dare" for the Dinas. It was no wonder all that seemed like child's play to Reedy. "How do you think we should deal with them, Ari?" "Let's just have them hanged, alright," said Lorist with displeasure, feeling more than willing to kill off the enemy that annoyed him. The 3 captives were horrified at having the fate of their lives so casually decided, even though they were supposed to be exalted nobles of a mighty kingdom. In territorial conflicts between nobles, captive ones were not supposed to be killed, only held prisoner until their ransom was paid. I'm a knight of the royal family. The KN knight of the king himself. You wouldn't dare to kill me," said the puffy-faced Pulist. "Oh, a mere knight of the royal family. I once attended a banquet and killed a viscount in front of the Second Highness himself. After that, the elder brother count of that viscount I killed brought 10,000 men seeking me for revenge, all of whom were killed by me, of course. I supposed there were a number of royal knights among those I killed, but I didn't keep count back then. Even so, the Second Highness didn't do anything to me," said Lorist without batting an eye. "You're Count Norton? The raging bear of the Northlands," mumbled Pulist with a pale look. The incident concerning the Aslan brothers was taboo, which no one dared mention in front of the king. However, the grapevine in the army was rather far-reaching. With Pulist having served under the Second Highness once, he had heard of many retellings of the incident concerning Lorist and the 2 brothers. "Ari, please spare us. Remember when we were young? You are our boss lady," begged Pulist. The moment he recognized Lorist, he changed his attitude right away. "You, don't bring something so far back up again. And weren't the 3 of you boasting that you'll make me your wife?" humphed the girl with dissatisfaction. "But Ari, I really like you for real. It was you who didn't consider us brothers seriously. That's why we agreed to help our father out with his ambitions. After all, if we succeeded, I would satisfy my own desires as well," said Pulist in a frustrated tone. The girl seemed to be in deep thought before she regained her cheerful demeanor. Raising her head, she told Lorist, "Whatever, let them go. It's pointless to go further than this anyway." Lorist waved his hand and a few guards returned the weapons and mounts to the 3 men. Actually, even the guards did not crave the stuff that they just returned, given their impressive loadouts. "Ari, will we never be able to meet again?" Pulist said as he stopped and turned back after walking a few steps with his horse. The girl did not bother with him and headed into the castle, clutching Lorist's arm. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 303 Anna and Ari. Anna and Ari. Here's the first release of the week, enjoy. Support us on Patreon if you're able to, and don't forget to join our Discord. The castle of the Dina barony was not huge. It was at most around 15 meters tall, built of stone boulders secured with clay pasted between the seams. With time, the walls had turned dark-colored. Even thought it was cleaned often with lime water, there were still traces of moss in some corners of the building, with most of the rocks at the base of the structure covered in a mossy green coat. There was a small courtyard past the bridge and entrance. Most noble castles actually used this kind of architectural layout. Howard guided the 2 four-wheeled carriages to the side to park before bringing the 4 horses that pulled the carriages to the servants nearby. After that, he had the coachman and guards bring down 4 huge chests, which contained the gifts Lorist brought for the 2 girls and their aunt. The boxes were brought to the main hall before they were opened. In 3 of them were various kinds of fashionable clothing and jewelry, while the other contained beauty products like makeup, combs, mirrors, perfume, silk handkerchiefs and many more. That was also one of the many benefits of the extermination of the Hanayabarta kingdom. Lorist had picked out 4 chests worth of clothes matching the figures of Ariadne and her aunt that were deeply imprinted in his memory. Not long after, Lorist finally got to meet Ariadne's aunt, whom he called Jessie back then, after 2 long years. The young aunt looked like she lost some weight over the years, but that only helped make her prominent chest seem more apparent. Had it not been for Ariadne, who was still clasping Lorist's hands, the young aunt might just leap into Lorist's embrace right away. However, she managed to control herself and only stared at Lorist with teary eyes. It was not until Ariadne made a few short coughs that she regained her composure. It was, however, Lorist's first time meeting Ariadne's younger brother and sister, as well as the silver-ranked knight of their household. As the heir to the position of the head of the Dina house, the 11-year-old boy looked thinner and paler than other boys of his age. However, he did thank Lorist politely according to noble etiquette for lending them a hand in a time of need, allowing them to obtain victory over the territorial dispute. Perhaps because the boy was told to memorize what to say beforehand, he delivered his words with a little bit of stammer. When he finally finished, Ariadne allowed him to leave, causing the boy to quickly pull the silver-ranked knight Masa away with him. Ariadne's sister, on the other hand, did resemble her quite a lot. The girl did not lie, her sister was indeed quite the beauty. She seemed gentler than most girls of her age, yet carried with her an elegant air. Ariadne herself also gained a more heroic aura since 2 years ago when Lorist last met her. Ariadne's sister was called Fenazali. Both she and her young aunt loved the gifts Lorist prepared for them, as was apparent from how they busily rummaged around the 4 huge chests. Every time they found something that they liked, they would cheer loudly with joy and surprise, matching the clothes against their bodies or asking Lorist and Ariadne whether something looked good on them or not. On another note, Lorist was quite curious at the gaze Fenazali looked at him with. It had a hint of shyness, which was natural for a girl whom he only met for the first time. Their young aunt on the other hand had a gaze filled with burning passion, one that showed how much she was struggling not to jump to Lorist for a hug on the spot. Despite Ariadne's presence, she did not refrain from giving Lorist suggestive looks. Ariadne, however, only looked carefully at the gifts Lorist gave them without nearly as much excitement as her sister and aunt. Lorist asked curiously, "What's wrong?" The girl revealed a bitter smile and said, "I am happy that you gave us so many luxurious items, but seeing as how our dominion is within this rural valley, there aren't many people we can show them off to." "Ah," Lorist mused as he scratched his nose awkwardly, "Ari, you can always come with me. I have even more nice clothing at my place, all of them my spoils of course. You can take any of your choice. You don't have to stay here anymore." Ariadne shook her head and said, "After my father's fall in battle, the childish me only ever wanted to rely on someone with power and backing to help us maintain control of our barony here. In the end, I managed to get to know Princess Carrie and attended her paradise gathering, thinking that I've finally found some good backing. However, the more I interacted with the princess and the rest, I found that I could trust them lesser and lesser. It was pure coincidence that I met you there, so I thought I should just marry you to leave that circle of people. In the 2 years I've been waiting for you here, I started training my bronze-ranked battle force, which I gave up long ago. Initially, I thought that I could rely on others to ensure the survival of my household. However, I came to understand recently that there's nobody more reliable than myself, so I started training hard in battle force and the swordsmanship technique passed on through my family. Just look at both my hands." The girl stretched out both her palms that was full of calluses and blisters. Her skin had dulled quite substantially, and was quite far off from the fair, tender state that Lorist remembered. Lorist grasped her hand and caressed it lightly. The girl laughed bitterly and continued, "When your household knight came last year and told me your actual identity, I knew that the dream I've been clinging to would no longer come true. I've always thought that you were a knight, so I wanted to marry my sister off to you to stimulate your ambition and earn an achievement worthy of land just like my father. That way, both my sister and I can become the wives of a baron. To think that you're actually a count whose might even the king is wary of. You even dared to not give his majesty any face. I've already long heard of the rumors of the Norton house's actions at the imperial capital. It was then when I realized that a count like you had far superior suitors than us. As long as you desired it, the nobles would offer up their daughters and wives to warm your bed without even asking for anything in return. After all, you're the power Count Norton. I doubt that there are any nobles in the kingdom worthy of being your bride, unless you're looking to take Princess Carrie as your wife. As for us sisters, we're not but nobles from a small and rural barony. Our status is too far off compared to yours, so I knew that there's no way that we can get married to you formally. Even if you are willing, the subordinates of your house will definitely be against it, because that would actually be a mark of humiliation of your household. All that's left for us sisters is to be your concubines. Locke, I think I won't be going with you. I've given it much thought in these 2 years, and I think that I'll probably just remain here in the Dominion to wait for my brother to mature and succeed the title and land. After that, I will become the household knight of the Dina house and protect my home for the rest of my life. Don't try to convince me otherwise, I'm really confused right now. Let me have a few more days to think, alright? Lorist did not utter a word and merely nodded. The dinner served that night was the best Ariadne could serve. The toast bread with honey tasted surprisingly well according to Lorist. Even though the bread was not of the soft variety, being made of cruder wheats, it was surprisingly soft and sweet, making it extremely pleasant to eat. There was also roast turkey, goose, lamb ribs, baked fruits, and potato mash. The dinner closed off with a delicious serving of mushroom soup. The dinner table where they dined was long and rectangular, with the future heir of the Dina house, Ariadne's brother, sitting at the main seat with a solemn look on his face. Sitting to his left were Lorist, Reedy, and Howard. On the boy's right were the two sisters and Knight Massa. For some reason, the young aunt of the sisters was not present with them. The young boy's excited gaze belied his solemn look. He did not know how long it has been since he had got such a lavish meal. Lorist took note of that and brought the food the boy laid his eyes onto his plate. Within a short moment, the boy's plate contained 3 lamb ribs, 1 large goose drumstick, 1 baked apple and a roast chicken wing. The boy's mouth got more oily the more he ate, slowly growing more and more fond towards Lorist by the moment. That was especially the case when Lorist stopped his elder sister from harshly disciplining him, saying that he should not worry about his elder sister and eat all he wants in order to grow large and strong. Thus, the boy ate his fill and soon ended up bloated, having to be carried away by Knight Massa. Ariadne was so mad that she stomped harshly on Lorist's feet a few times. "Why isn't your aunt here?" asked Lorist. The girl rolled her eyes and said, "The food you're eating here is all cooked by her. Without her in the kitchen, we'll be gnawing away at raw potatoes instead." After finishing the delicious meal, the girl brought Lorist to his room at the 3rd floor. He got the master bedroom, whereas Howard was assigned a room for guards beside it. Reedy on the other hand had to live at the guards' quarters at the camp outside, as the castle was too small to accommodate Lorist's 200+ guards. Lorist simply had them use the camp set up by Baron Andrew and his 2 sons so as to save Ariadne the trouble. Opening the window of the room, Lorist could see the scenery of the village behind the castle. The village was rather small, with only tens of unlit grass huts within it. In the center of the village was a large bonfire, which was what the patrol soldiers and other villagers used during the night for illumination. Several butt-naked children were playing beside the fire, tossing grass and other stuff into the pile. But the adults soon came and gave them a few smacks on their behinds before bringing the crying children home. A soft knocking on Lorist's bedroom door could be heard. "Come in," said Lorist as he turned around. The one who entered was the aunt of the sisters. In her hand was a tray and candle. "I've come to make your bed," the young woman said with a flushed face. "I'll also. Here's some bread and fruit wine for your enjoyment. "Thanks, just put it on the table there," said Lorist as he acknowledged it with a nod. The woman closed the door before putting the tray and candle on the side table and proceeding to make the bed. Seeing the 2 round, rear protrusions when she bent over to adjust the sheets, Lorist approached her and placed his hands on them. The young aunt suddenly froze, before half kneeling on the bed without making a single move. Lorist flipped her skirt up without the slightest sign of hurry before removing his own belt and pants. He later propped his hot and hard member between the 2 soft lumps. The woman let out a long and pleasurable moan from the depths of her throat as she matched her hip movements with Lorist's thrusts. Burying her head deeply into the pillow, her soft rear shook and shuddered as a slight pinkish tint slowly surfaced. "Should I call you Chessie like before, or something else?" asked Lorist as he removed yet another one piece of the woman's clothes. 2 years back, she had attended the Paradise gathering with Ariadne as Chessie and Daisy. It was only during the end of the gathering that the girl told Lorist her real name. However, her aunt had long passed out from the sheer exhaustion of pleasure-making with Lorist and did not get to tell him her real name. Just call me Anna. And my real name is Diliana." Lorist's hands caressed the 2 glorious lumps hanging from her chest non-stop, causing her form to soften like water yet again. He then shed all his garments before giving it another push, engaging in an active union with the young widow. As the 2 continued, Lorist increased his pace. But right before the climax, he heard a knocking at the bedroom door. He suddenly burst into a series of quick piston thrusts, the sudden rise in pace causing the ant to roll her eyes in climax before she slumped onto the bed powerlessly, still moaning and panting lightly. Come on, thought Lorist in annoyance, to think that someone would come bother me just when I was about to climax. Tying a makeshift skirt around his lower body with a sheet, he rushed angrily to his door. He was surprised to find that the one beyond it was Ariadne. Eh? What's with the smell? Asked the girl the moment her sensitive nose picked up on the distinct smell produced by male and female interaction. But given that she had not engaged in any such activity, she could not quite recall what kind of smell that was. It was not until she entered the room and saw her aunt lying flat on the bed that she understood what had happened. Humph, Auntie, how dare you take your niece's man from her? That's going too far, said the girl in anger, as if her favorite toy had been taken away from her. Nonsense, he's my man as well. Now that nobody other than Lorist and Ariadne was there, Anna did not hold back from standing up for herself. Ugh! Ariadne was speechless. After all, it was none other than she who invited her aunt over during the gathering to spend a night with Lorist, so she could hardly blame her aunt for it. But we're not at the Paradise Gathering anymore, retorted the girl weakly. I don't care, Anna said, I also stayed chaste for him for 2 whole years. I'm going to leave with him this time, even if it means becoming his concubine. I'm satisfied as long as I can be together with him. Locke, do you want me to follow you? Lorist nodded without hesitation. As Anna was only 30, only 1 or 2 years younger than Lorist, she was in her prime of beauty. Only idiots would not desire her. Ari, stop being so stubborn. The fact that Locke came over to see us means that he cares about us. Think about the rest of our lives. I believe that Locke is the best one we can possibly spend it with. He won't disappoint us, advised Anna. I don't want to be his concubine, said the girl, shaking her head. Ari, please come with me. Even though you won't have official status, you will still enjoy all the benefits a wife of mine would. If any of you bear children, I can list them under the family registry and they will also qualify as formal heir candidates. Also, I don't think I might ever take a formal wife. Like you said, there aren't many who are qualified for that position. Holding onto the girl's shoulder, Loris said sincerely, I've come here this time, determined to take you and your family back with me. The situation of the kingdom looks to be in bad shape, and the nobles at the imperial capital are panicking without taking any effective measures and can only watch as the Second Highness's military campaign fail. I've obtained reliable information that the Union will probably head in this direction after defeating the Second Highness. Nobles like your Dina house who are situated near the borders will be the first to feel the brunt of their might. The girl shook Lorist's hand off and said, I still need time to consider. His Majesty the King wouldn't lose that easily. Lorist kicked the door close and hugged the girl, bringing her towards the bed, before he said, you can take all the time you want to think about it later. But right now, you have to make it up to me for disturbing me just before I climax. Initially, Ariadne was being slightly resistant. But under the mutual assault of Lorist and Anna, she eventually succumbed to pleasure. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 304 The God of War's End. The God of War's End. Here's this week's second release. Lorist, Anna and Ari made love all the way through the night before finally ending up in each other's embrace and falling into deep slumber. Lorist only awoke the next day from the noise outside the castle. He realized that he was alone in the bed, with Anna and Ari no longer there with him. The previous night had done wonders to refresh him. Lorist got off the bed and felt completely relaxed. All the fatigue that had built up vanished completely, allowing him to be at his best state. Everything almost seemed to sparkle in Lorist's eyes. Simply slapping on some clothes, Lorist went to the room next to his and had Howard wake up to gather some water from the well downstairs to prepare for a bath. Howard walked out with dark circles under his eyes and complained, "Milord, you were making too much noise yesterday and I was unable to sleep at all. I only managed to fall asleep when the sky started to brighten, but then you came to wake me up almost right away. Well, since I'm in a good mood, I'll refrain from bickering with this little bastard." Knocking on Howard's head, he said, "All right, go get some sleep. I'll take a bath myself." Howard groaned sleepily before closing his door and going back to sleep. Lorist brought the bronze basin in his room and a towel to the well behind the castle before he started using the water to wash himself. Given the hot weather of the 7th month, goosebumps manifested on Lorist's skin the moment the chilling water splashed onto him. Beside the well was a drinking fountain. The 4 horses pulling the carriages were being fed water and brushed by some servants. Just as Lorist was about to go close to see, he heard someone call out to him from behind. One of the female servants came over and said, "Milord, the mistress has invited you over for breakfast." When Lorist made his way to the dining hall, he was surprised to see Howard there. Curious, he asked, weren't you going to get some more sleep? Howard gave a bitter laugh and said, if only it were that easy to fall asleep again. This castle only has single-layered walls and the echo is especially strong. I'm able to hear the slightest movements of others super clearly. The noise of people and horses is too much for me to bear. I think I'll go take another nap at the camp outside later. Howard was not wrong, as the castle of the Dina barony was built like a clock's circular structure. The advantage to that was that it was hard to attack, but the echo of sounds was a side effect. Just like a bronze clock cover that would hum when the bell beneath it rang, the upper floors of the castle would be affected by the sounds beneath. Anna enthusiastically instructed a few servants to serve Lorist and Howard a lavish breakfast. There were bread coated with goat horn bee honey, cheese, turkey bacon, fresh milk, some honeyed milk as well as some self-brewed fruit wine. Ariadne later arrived at the dining hall clad in leather armor, armed with her two-handed greatsword. Behind her was her younger brother and silver-ranked knight Masa. Seeing their sweaty looks, they must have finished morning training not too long ago. Ariadne placed her greatsword on a rack nearby before removing her leather gloves and placing them in a bronze basin to be washed. Using a rag given to her by a servant to wipe off some sweat, she came over and sat opposite Lorist. Lorist gave her a blinding smile, only to receive an eye roll in return. It was at that moment when Fenazali sneezed as she walked into the hall and took her place beside Ariadne. Sis, where did you go yesterday night? I think there was a cat in heat somewhere in our castle. It was calling out so loudly that I wasn't able to sleep properly. I wanted to find you to chase that cat away together, but you weren't in your room. The sound only quieted down when daybreak came. Put. Howard tried to stifle his laughter and said, I'm sorry, I'm already full. I'll be taking my leave here. Enjoy your meal. He then left. Ariadne said with a flushed face, Zayli, I didn't hear any screeching cat. Well, there's no way a cat can hear itself screech, can it? Lorist interjected. Having spent quite the time with both Anna and Ari the night before, he found that Anna was the quiet type who would only lightly pant even after achieving climax. Ariadne was different in that she would moan like a soprano singing in an opera. Her moans built up in tension and went completely out of control when she climaxed. It was no wonder her sister thought that there was a cat in heat somewhere in the castle. Ariadne's face was red with embarrassment. Gritting her teeth, she tried to stomp on Lorist's feet beneath the dining table, only for her leg to be clipped between Lorist's own legs. Ari, have you made your decision? Will you come with me? Asked Lorist as he picked up a honeyed bread for himself. Ariadne looked at Lorist with a hateful glare until her leg was released. Then, she revealed a smile as she shook her head and said, I don't want to leave this place. This is the Dina barony, the dominion of my household. I will not abandon it. Lorist began to worry and said, Idiot, did all the sword training turn your brain into solid muscle? Leaving now doesn't mean that you're abandoning your dominion. Instead, you need to do this to ensure the survival of your house and bloodline. Are you prepared to bury your own family here in this valley? If all of you perish, there would be no more Dina barony. Your brother is still young. Let him return here once he has matured to inherit the land. I can promise that your dominion will be returned to your house when the time comes. Ariadne started to get angry as she tossed the bread in her hand to Lorist and yelled, While it's easy for us to leave right now, coming back in the future will be incredibly hard. Just like you said, it'll take another 8 years before my brother comes of age. If I don't stay here in our dominion, who will acknowledge that is the case in the future? Who would remember us? That's easy. We only need to use our swords to stimulate their memory, Lorist said with a chuckle, with the House of Norton behind your back, there's no need to worry about the matter of your dominion. Ari, perhaps when your brother grows up, the House of Dina won't just have a small barony. You can even have a whole viscounty. Ariadne rolled her eyes and said, Humph, you say that like it's true. Fenazali asked curiously, Lord Count, is the House of Norton really powerful? Lorist nodded and said, I'm sure your sister knows better that our house is the strongest within the whole of the Andanak kingdom. Since the kingdom is in trouble, why does the House of Norton not help his majesty out of his dangerous predicament? Asked Fenazali naively. Well, Lorist began, second mistress, it's not that the Norton house doesn't want to contribute to the kingdom. The people in power at the imperial capital themselves have refused our offer to help out. Not only did they forbid our house from sending aid to the front lines, they also instructed us to stay within our own dominion without taking any rash action. If that wasn't the case, I'm afraid I wouldn't have the time to come visit all of you. Did you hear about the War of Glass that concluded just last year? The Union and the Taribo Kingdom got into war over the secret of glass production, ending with the extermination of the Taribo Kingdom. The Union now controls the territory of the kingdom, and an estimated number of 70% of Taribo nobles have gone missing. It was later revealed that those nobles had encountered raiding mercenaries and private military outfits when they attempted to defend their own dominions. Those private armies and mercenary bands either killed or hanged the nobles. To the mercenary bands of the nobles, the more land the nobles they kill control, the more impressive the title they will be awarded for the deed. That's the reason I want you all to leave with me. Let's not hand ourselves to those enemies on a silver platter. Bring your house's land deed and title certification documents with you. When your younger brother matures and you wish to take your dominion back, the Norton House will definitely offer aid. We will definitely not disappoint you. Ariadne stood up in troubled fashion and said, "That's enough, Lord Count. Let me have some time to think about what I should do." The girl has always thought that Lorist was exaggerating the facts and believed that the king would not lose that easily. Even though Auguslo had been trapped within the 3 provinces of the Redlease kingdom, he still had 170,000 men under his control. Ariadne felt that the Union would not be able to do much as long as the army was still with the king. Lorist spent half a month of worryless days at the Dina barony, enjoying the company and hospitality of Anna. However, Ariadne herself still had not made up her mind yet. On some nights, she would sneak into Lorist's bed and squeal like a cat in heat. But no matter what, she still did not want to leave her dominion and depart with Lorist. By the end of the 7th month, word from Moronti and Gillen Harbour finally let Ariadne understand the direness of the situation. A report by the Moronti Daily, titled The God of War's End, recounted the events during the 2nd month of the previous year when the Second Highness crossed Cloudsnap Mountains with his army and stormed Frederica despite the odds, making him gain the reputation of a god of war of the new generation overnight. It was a shame that the Second Highness got gravely sick following his conquest of more than half of the territory of the Redlease kingdom. Having missed the opportunity to unite the land of the 2 kingdoms, the Second Highness allowed the enemy to regroup and reform and even suffered quite a number of losses from the reckless arrogance of his subordinates, much to the detriment of his army's morale. By the time the Second Highness realized that something was wrong and took command despite still being sick, it was already too late. At the front lines within the Redlease kingdom, the Second Highness faced more than one enemy. For instance, the Wessia merchant guild from the Union had conquered part of the Redlease kingdom's territory, and the 4 central duchies had refused to abide by the Second Highness's demand to relinquish their independent status and return under his reign, launching into revolt. As for the nobles of the Redlease kingdom, they pressed their attacks on the Andanak kingdom's Royal Local Defense Legion thanks to the Second Highness's refusal to give them the due preferential treatment nobles like them deserved. On the 13th day of the 7th month, the 4 central duchies formed an allied army numbering 140,000 men and sent it to attack the army of the Second Highness, which was stationed at the borders of the Handra Duchy. They also slaughtered all the livestock in the vicinity and celebrated with a huge banquet, causing the 100,000-strong army of the Second Highness to crumble from the lack of food, giving the 4 central duchies a major and easy victory, allowing them to move their forces into Magic Province. On the 21st day of the 7th month, the Second Highness retreated from Anderwaf province and gathered around 20,000 soldiers that were still willing to obey him to defend Frederica. The ones that encircled the city that time was the Wessia Merchant Guild's private army of 20,000 men and 30,000 more soldiers of the Union and other private parties, as well as the 80,000 soldiers of the 4 central duchies and another 20,000 soldiers of the nobles of the Redlease kingdom. The Second Highness had to deal with almost 150,000 men, trapped within Frederica without food or reinforcements. The writer of the article opined that the time was nigh for the God of War's end. That report was published on the 21st day of the 7th month in the Moronti Daily, and the current date was the 34th day of the 7th month. 13 days had passed during the delivery of the paper to Lorist, and it was unknown whether siege on Frederica had begun, or whether the Second Highness still survived. Lorist was enraged after reading the emergency report from Gillen Harbour. To think that the 2nd Royal Local Defense Legion near the borders of the Madras Duchy is still groveling slowly towards the front lines at a time like this. They also sent 45,000 men from their ranks over to Gillen Harbour to take over the security and instructed for the forces of the Norton House to return to Silawas, and demanded that we don't take any refugees? Demands. Gosh, they have so many demands. Lorist stroked his chin and thought, I see that I don't have a choice but to teach these fellows a lesson. They actually spread themselves thinner by sending 45,000 men as a precaution against our house, leaving only 30,000 men to save the Second Highness. Those people there at the imperial capital are completely treating us like enemies. I wonder if their stance represents the Second Highness's. Ariadne was completely dumbfounded by the article and the report from Gillen Harbour. How could this be, stammered she. Lorist laughed in a cold tone and said, Do you know that those fellows at the imperial capital don't even know what to do about the predicament their king is in? They're still struggling for power over one another at a time like this. I think I understand now. They believe that allowing the Norton House to rescue the Second Highness is an opportunity for us to gain his favor, so they want to stop us from getting on the Second Highness's good side, lest they lose the favor themselves. That's why they sent the Royal Local Defense Legion to Gillen Harbor to chase our troops back into the ocean without even caring about how their king is being encircled this very moment. We don't have much time, Ari. Let's leave now. There's no point in thinking about this anymore. Don't make me force you to come along, said Lorist solemnly as he looked at Ariadne. I'll come, the girl said, but I won't be your concubine. If Aunt Anna wants to, she's free to do so. I can, however, be your lover. But you must make me a female knight and raise my younger brother into a fine knight and Dominion lord. Deal, Lorist said, make your preparations quick. Only take what you need. We'll be leaving first thing tomorrow. You can bring the folk in your Dominion along if you want. I won't split you up from your subjects. You can definitely nurture and train your subjects into a force that will defend the Dina House in the future. Thank you, Locke, said Ariadne. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 305 The Odd Situation. The Odd Situation. This is the third release of the week. Enjoy. By the time Lorist arrived at Gillen Harbor with the Dinas, Fimrock Legion's 1st Division had just got into a small conflict with the 2nd Legion of the Royal Defense Legion. It all started because a group of 1,000 riders wanted to storm the refugee camps the Nortons were in charge of to chase those refugees away so that the Nortons would not be able to recruit them. When their warnings went unheard, the riders launched their attack. The soldiers of the Norton House did not hesitate to retaliate with their steel ballistae against the charging riders. Under the rapid fire of bolts from all 500 steel ballistae, the whole group of 1,000 riders perished after only 5 volleys. This time around, the 2nd Royal Defense Legion was in a verbal argument with those of Fimrock Legion. Potterfong announced that anyone that dared approach the refugee camp within a radius of 200 meters would be killed without question. On the other hand, the messenger sent over by the 2nd Royal Defense Legion roared with a face flush with anger, "We have orders from the authorities at the Imperial capital to take over Gillen Harbor. If the Norton House doesn't comply and insists on occupying the harbor and attacking our forces, you can be charged for treason." Potterfong laughed and said, "Open your eyes wide and look. This is the official permission drafted by the security chief of Gillen Harbor, Baron Fenston, that allows our forces to stay here for 3 whole months. Where is your evidence that we occupied this place by force? The number of refugees is only growing because of the volatile situation at the front lines. Baron Fenston had asked us to help only because he was worried for the safety of Gillen Harbor. To think that those at the Imperial capital would not only refuse our offer to go to the front lines to help out His Majesty. I really don't understand what you fellows are up to. It's like you guys don't even care that His Majesty is trapped. Your 2nd Royal Local Defense Legion took 1 whole month to crawl slowly like snails from Youngchandler Province to the Imperial capital, and the first action you take is not bust through Canbona Province to restore contact with His Majesty, but send half of your forces here to take Gillen Harbor back. Am I going crazy, or are you the crazy ones? What's so important about Gillen Harbor? Will occupying this place help you save His Majesty? I'm really curious about what your intentions are. Even with the forces of the Union occupying Canbona Province and sending small units to pillage the 2 southwestern provinces, the Imperial capital didn't do anything to retaliate. Instead, you guys ordered the defending soldiers to abandon most of the citadels and hole up to protect yourselves, allowing those of the Union to do as they please without obstacle, killing and plundering our people and forcing them to have no choice to become refugees to escape. Yet, you want to forbid the Norton House from helping them out? What the heck are you thinking? Is that how you repay the trust the king has shown you by allowing to take charge? The messenger was not able to retort with Potterfang's arguments, only bringing out a handkerchief to wipe some sweat off before he said, "Sir, those at the Imperial capital have their own thoughts on the matter as well. Even though His Majesty is currently trapped, he does have 100,000 elite soldiers with him, so he won't be defeated that soon. Also, Gillen Harbor is a port of the kingdom, so it would be incredibly inappropriate for it to be occupied by a private military outfit. It was because of this that those at the Imperial capital sent me here. Now, you may hand Gillen Harbor back to us. With us here, you don't have to worry for the safety of this place any longer. Then tell me, what's the deal with you sending your 1,000 riders to attack the refugee camp?" questioned Potterfong unforgivingly. He did not have the slightest intention of letting the harbor go either. It was then when Lorist stepped into the main tent, causing Potterfong to stand up in a hurry for a salute. "We can give Gillen Harbor back to you, but we demand that we be allowed to gather refugees outside a 2-kilometer radius of Gillen Harbor. If we don't butt into each other's businesses, then we won't bother each other. Tell those backing you to not infringe upon the interests of the Norton House, lest you want to make enemies of us." Naturally, you may not enter the range of our troops either. Those who do will be killed without question. Upon getting Lorist's promise to give the harbor back, the messenger hurriedly returned to make his report. As for the 1,000 riders who were completely wiped out, nobody remained hung up on that matter, since getting Gillen Harbor back was worth far more casualties than that. The important thing was that their goal had been achieved. "Milord, why are you giving Gillen Harbor back?" asked Potterfong, dissatisfied. Lorist brought out a newspaper and tossed it in front of Potterfong. The commander flipped open the paper and saw that it was the Marathi Daily published on the 27th day of the 7th month, which detailed the successful occupation of Frederica by the Allied army and the king of the Andenac kingdom being missing in action. "The Second Highness is," mused Potterfong with great shock. "Read the headline down there," said Lorist. Potterfong took a look only to read an article about how the Union was going to form a negotiation council in preparation for a visit to the Andenac kingdom, with eventual peace on the horizon. The report below that was an opinion piece by a journalist that stated that even though the Second Highness was nowhere to be found, some reliable sources claimed that he had actually fallen sick and was unable to show up on the battlefield. Now that Frederica has fallen, it was believed that the god of war of the new generation would soon be found and captured. The journalist believed that the reason for the Union's occupation of Kanbona province of the Andenac kingdom was due to the looming threat of the young god of war's possession of a force of 300,000 soldiers to the Union, and the fact that he did not acknowledge the unification of the Lormo Duchy and the Union. The attack on Kanbona province was meant to be a wake-up call for the god of war to remind him of the Union's might. Now that the army sent to the Redleys kingdom by the Andenac kingdom had mostly been decimated, with the Second Highness missing, and the remaining forces within the borders of the Andenac kingdom numbering less than 100,000 men, the kingdom did not have enough forces to launch an attack, but was more than capable of defending itself. That was why the folks of the Union who felt that the conflict had been dragging on for a little too long formed a negotiation council that would travel to the imperial capital at the Andenac kingdom to begin peace talks. "Do you understand now? The authorities at the imperial capital isn't quarreling with us over this matter because they want to control more territory. They're worried that their talks with the Union would be leaked, causing them to be blamed as traitors to the kingdom." "I would like to see what the Second Highness's reaction will be when he hears of the plans of his subordinates," explained Lorist to Potterfong in an insulting tone. "Milord, do you think that those at the imperial capital don't know about the news that the Second Highness's army has been defeated and about his disappearance?" asked Potterfong. "I'm not too sure about that, but I can be rather certain that someone at the capital has some kind of thing going on with those of the Union. Perhaps they are merely pretending to be ignorant of that so that they can put pressure on the Second Highness together. Right now, we should compromise with them and see what their true plans are. From the newspaper, we can see that the Union is planning to visit the kingdom for the talks, and the fastest way to travel from there to here is through sailing to Gillen Harbor. That was why the folks at the imperial capital want it back so badly. They would even be willing to lose more than half of the 2nd Royal Local Defense Legion to kick us out from here. Given this state of affairs, I don't wish to clash with those idiots. Let's just hold ourselves back for the moment." The forces of the Norton smoothly ceded control of Gillen Harbor back to the 2nd Royal Defense Legion and set up another main camp at the shores roughly 2 kilometers away from Gillen Harbor. There, they would recruit fleeing refugees and send them to Silowas through a temporary port they had built at the shore. 10 days later, the recently strengthened Oceanic Legion encountered 2 long-distance merchant vessels in the oceans roughly 10 kilometers away from Gillen Harbor. On the ship were the negotiation council and guards from the Union. An interesting thing was how the arrogant negotiation council members instantly turned obedient the moment they heard that they were dealing with the Oceanic Legion of the Norton House, answering every question with a smile, stating that they had been invited to the imperial capital by the authorities there to seek a peaceful resolution for the situation at the Redleys kingdom while requesting to be allowed passage. Senbad reported the information he got from questioning those of the Union to Lorist. After some consideration, Lorist instructed for the negotiation council to be allowed to pass and ordered Potterfong to hurry up with sending the refugees to Silowas before retreating with all their troops there, leaving not a single soul behind at Gillen Harbor. At the same time, he would send back the reorganized Gillen Harbor garrison back to Baron Fenston. "Milord, are we going to stop meddling with the matter here at Gillen Harbor?" asked Supervisor Hansk, the governor of Silowas. Lorist nodded and said, "The current situation smells extremely fishy to me. If our forces stay at Gillen Harbor, we might be perceived as an obstacle by some. It's better if we step back carefully to see what they intend to do. Stopping the negotiation council in their travels can be passed off as giving them a friendly greeting. With them knowing that we are not far away, those from the council should know that any decision they make concerning the kingdom must take us into account." On the 20th day of the 8th month, a messenger from the imperial capital arrived at Silowas with a document that required Lorist's signature. Lorist scanned the document and realized that it was a proposal. Given that King Auguslo, the Second Highness, was missing, and the fact that a kingdom cannot be without a leader, the nobles of the Andenac kingdom were requested to pass a motion to allow Princess Carrie to temporarily take the throne and position as queen so that the peace treaty between the kingdom and the Union can be signed to put an end to the war. Lorist merely laughed and refused to give his signature, causing the messenger to threaten that the Nortons would be forced out of the noble circle of the Andenac kingdom and not be recognized as nobility by those from the imperial capital. Lorist simply said that the senior noble of the Norton house is the Andenac royal family, which was led by the king himself. With the king being missing, the Norton house would not submit to any other. Even though Princess Carrie carries the blood of the royal family of the Andenac kingdom, she was far from qualified to be a senior noble of the Norton house. Thus, the messenger left. But Lorist did not expect that what transpired after would be even weirder. After another half-month, Lorist received a report that left him speechless. The Redleys kingdom had officially been eradicated, with Magic Province being absorbed into the Handra Duchy. On the other hand, Anderwath Province and Badalger Province, where Frederica was situated, became the territory of the Union, with Anderwath Province becoming the official dominion of the Wessia Merchant Guild. Handstmost Province of the Andenac Kingdom, where the Dina barony was located, and the northwestern area of the Redleys Kingdom had united and formed a new duchy, called the Zeitram Duchy, with the new duke being rumored to be one noble of the Redleys Kingdom that had used the flooding tactic to defeat the Second Highness's army of 70,000 and crowned a new genius military strategist. The two southwestern provinces that used to belong to the Andenac Kingdom had also fused to become the allied duchies of Brit, with three dukes having joint control of the Union. One of them was President Brit from a smaller, second-rate merchant guild. Another was the leader of a famous mercenary band, called Dragon's Talon, with the last being the head of a military-based noble house from the Tyria Duchy that had defected to the side of the Union, who had sent his troops in the first wave of attacks on Frederica and succeeded greatly, ending with him being made a duke. Currently, Andenac Kingdom was ruled by the Queen. Princess Carrie had been coronated only recently and had also signed a peace treaty with the Union. Not only did she cede away the conquered northwestern area of the Redleys Kingdom, and the two southwestern provinces of the kingdom, as well as Handstmost Province. All the Andenac Kingdom had left was Central Province, where the imperial capital was, while Bassia Province, and Jungstadler Province, which used to belong to the Madras Duchy. Nowadays, the imperial capital had already become a border city, with Flowwater Creek at its northern border and Gillen Harbor at its west. The funniest part was in drawing of the new territory of the Andenac Kingdom on the map, Silowas had actually not been included within. In other words, Princess Carrie and the other nobles of the Andenac Kingdom no longer acknowledged the House of Norton as being one of the kingdom. In other words, the Norton house was a rogue noble house with no senior noble. What the hell is going on here? Lorist scratched his head in a troubled manner, no longer understanding the implications of the current situation. Potterfong and Supervisor Hansk on the other hand looked elated. "Milord, our current situation is just like the one of the founding emperor of the Christian Empire. With nobody commanding us around as a result of the Andenac royal family's willing abandonment of the Norton house by not acknowledging us as their junior noble house, we are just like the house of Count Christian a few centuries ago. However, back then, Count Christian was first exiled before being cut off. It was from then on when he gathered his troops at the Northlands and the northeastern area and ended up founding the old empire. However, our current situation is far better than his," said Supervisor Hansk with joy. "You're saying that the lands our forces conquer will belong to us solely and that nobody would question the legitimacy of our ownership over those lands and revolt?" asked Lorist. "That's right, milord. With the Andenac Kingdom's territory not including Silowas, that is a sign that they no longer care about us. With only a word from you, milord, we can take Gillen Harbor right away and let our troops storm straight to the imperial capital," said Potterfong. "No, something that convenient won't just fall out of the sky like that," Lorist said as he scratched his chin. "Let's wait a bit more for now. We'll train our forces prim and proper before we look for our next target. Either way, this situation still seems too odd to me." "Tarkle." "Milord, I'm right here," said Tarkle as he stepped in from the door. "With the war at the Redleys Kingdom ended, I want the agents of Furybear to infiltrate Frederica and see if you can find the whereabouts of the Second Highness. I have a feeling that he would not be defeated that easily. Go take a look so that he doesn't pop out of nowhere and cause trouble for us at the most crucial moment," instructed Lorist. "Yes, milord," replied Tarkle, before he made a cutthroat gesture and said, "Milord, do we give him a send-off if we find him?" Shaking his head, Lorist said, "Just report to me if you locate him. Don't act without instruction. This is not something you can decide, understood? Understood, milord. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 306 Return to Moranti. Return to Moranti. Here you go, the fourth chapter of the week. Please note that this chapter is still unedited. Lorist left Silowas for the Northlands along with the Dinas. The young aunt of the Dina sisters, Diliana, had already become Lorist's concubine. As for Ariadne, the elder Dina sister, she was prideful, maintaining her relationship with Lorist as lovers while also training hard to become the first female knight of the Dina house. As for her sister, the second mistress of the Dina house, she had expanded her horizons after meeting Lorist. As she enjoyed Lorist's treatment and hospitality, she grew intimate with him and even flirted with him often, sometimes seeming envious of what her aunt was doing as well. She did express that she did not mind being Lorist's concubine, much to her elder sister's displeasure. It seemed like it would not take long before she fell to Lorist's demonic grasps. Lorist had the Dinas move into Fernrock Castle, solving the problem of him having to spend his nights alone. Since Ariadne wanted to become a knight, Lorist helped her reorganize her training routine and content. Within a year and a half or so, she would definitely achieve her ambitions. As for her brother, the heir of the Dina house, he already had a training plan prepared for him at the young age of 11. Given the early death of the late Baron Dina when the boy was only 2, and the subsequent passing of her mother from grief, the child grew to have a rather weak constitution as an indirect consequence of his parents' absence. Lorist decided that he would first work on mending the boy's physique before sending him off a year later to the Nico Academy, which would be launched by Telesti soon. He would continue his studies there for the next 3 years as he matures before having his battle force awakened and beginning his knight training course. Lorist felt substantially more relaxed upon returning to the Northlands. Even though the weird situation at the Andinak kingdom did worry him, being isolated from the kingdom made him feel a kind of relief. He could finally decide the fate of his house on his own terms. The next course of action for him was to consider carefully the next action he would take. Lorist did not wish to launch another military campaign right away. After all, the forces of the house had just been expanded and would still require a little more time to be up to proper shape for combat. Additionally, many household knights had taken a vacation to break through to the gold rank, not to mention the refugees recruited from the Andinak kingdom would require time to be settled down. That was the reason for Lorist's decision to stay put for the next 2 years within the Dominion. On one hand, he could observe the changing situation outside, on the other, he could use the opportunity to sneak in some of Furybear's agents into the 4 central duchies, given that the Norton house had almost no way of gaining information from there. The 100,000 plus refugees brought over from the Andinak kingdom had departed for the western part of the Northlands where a new settlement was being prepared. It was called the Great River Settlement. Like Salis and Redriver Valley, Great River would also have 8 knight manors built there. At the end of the 11th month, Count Kenmaze, Baron Phelim and Baron Shazine once again came to Fernrock Castle. While the main reason was the distribution of dividends from the Salt Merchant Committee, the other was for them to spend winter at the castle together to improve the relationship of the 4 houses. Count Kenmaze looked at the 3 beauties from the Dina house with drool dripping down the side of his mouth, thinking that while his number of maidservants far surpassed that of Lorist, their quality was vastly inferior. He also managed to get Lorist to abide by his word to bring him to Moranti. Baron Phelim and Baron Shazine were both interested in making the trip as well, so Lorist decided that he would bring them there during the 5th month next year to expand their horizons. During that time, Howard came crying to Lorist. The reason was that his fiancée Katrina, the 17-year-old daughter of Baron Phelim, had failed her battle force awakening, causing her to be in a rather sour mood during her visit to Fernrock Castle with her father. In the end, Howard had no choice but to seek Lorist for help on the matter. Lorist laughed out loud and invited Baron Phelim and his daughter to his study. After giving Katrina a pulse reading, Lorist told them that the reason for her failed attempt was from a cold she had suffered when she was young, the effects of which still remained, with traces of cold energy still within her blood. As long as she goes through some simple reconditioning, she would be fine. He also mentioned that if the Baron did not mind, he should leave Katrina at Fernrock Castle and said that he was confident that she would be able to successfully awaken her battle force in another half-year. Filled with joy, Baron Phelim placed his daughter in Lorist's care. Lorist drafted an eating routine and some herbal medicine prescriptions and left the rest of the matter to Howard. The nobles lived lavish lives even at a time like winter, unlike the commoners who mostly stayed in their houses, doing nothing but eating and sleeping. Thanks to a variety of magic beast furs, the forces of the Norton house were properly prepared to venture around in the cold weather. Lorist brought his 3 allies on a sled and traveled to the wastelands for a hunting trip. They ended up returning with a whole bunch of magic beasts, mostly carnivores that had took the initiative to attack their party, relinquishing the need to search for hunting targets on the snowfield. By the time they returned to the Dominion from the wastelands, it was already the 2nd month of the new year, and the rainy season was upon them. Following the rainy season was the winter harvests, so the 3 allies of the Nortons returned to their own dominions and would only return after overseeing their winter harvests. They would then head to Northsea and sail towards Moranti to experience it for themselves. During the third month, Lorist received two pieces of good news. Irina, who was living at Maplewood's Bastide, gave birth to a son, whereas Telesti, who was staying at Nico Academy that was situated at the borders of Wild North Town and Bladedge Mountains, had given birth to another daughter. The latter had named the child Nico Fratia, bearing the family name of her mother, much to Lorist's displeasure. In the fourth month, Howard sent over good news from Fernrock Castle, mentioning that his fiancée Katrina had successfully awakened her battle force. Howard was completely overjoyed and brought Katrina to Maplewood's Bastide with him to see the newborn child of Irina. On the 24th day of the fifth month, the three allied families and the three Dina women all went to North Sea. It was on that day when Lorist started his journey there to meet up with them. After that, all of them boarded a brand new merchant vessel bearing the same name as the port city and sailed towards Moronti. North Sea was a brand new large-class, long-distance merchant vessel. The only difference between it and other common ships of that class was that it was designed to transport people, with emphasis on providing a speedy and comfortable journey instead of transporting more cargo. She had received the best features possessed by traditional merchant ships while also having a luxuriously decorated inner cabin. Lorist was prepared to have a few more similar ships built so that he could use them as ferries from Silowas to North Sea. After boarding the North Sea, Lorist was successively bedded by the three Dinas. Diliana wanted to give birth to Lorist's child as soon as possible so that she can have a decent standing in the house. Ariadne, on the other hand, was rather irritated at the fact that Lorist's only concubine, Irina, had given birth to two of his sons that were both drafted into the family registry of the Nortons. There was no doubt that the mother and sons had rather high statuses in the house. Even if Lorist were to take an official wife, that concubine could rely on her two sons to maintain her status. Even though Ariadne's wish was to become the first female knight of the Dina house, that did not stop her from venting her frustrations on Lorist in bed. As for Fenazali, the second Dina mistress, all she wished for was for her to be able to keep living her current life. She did not have any lofty ambitions, wanting only to live a good and comfortable life, and becoming Lorist's woman was one of the easiest methods to achieve that. Thus, she laid with Lorist, albeit shyly, during her first time. As her aunt Diliana was there to help her, she did not suffer much during her first experience and smoothly became Lorist's lover as she had wished. Ariadne did not have much thoughts about her younger sister's decisions. After one of their tiring rounds of bed sport, she warned Lorist not to treat her sister ill in any way. Lorist merely snickered and said, "Rather than looking out for your sister, you should worry about yourself." "I haven't had enough yet." The Dina mistress retorted stubbornly, "Humph, bring it on," before she took on Demon Lord Lorist alone and ended up turning into putty after the whole affair, causing her to have to rest for 2 whole days in bed. When the ship passed Sigillar province of the Madras Duchy, Count Kenmays eyed the Platinum Beach enviously. That was the only famous tourist spot along the cursed coast of the former Christian Empire. Nowadays, travel there had been forbidden by the decree of Duke Madras, which was a huge waste of potential in the Count's eyes. Count Kenmays scrutinized the beach like he would a family heirloom. Platinum Beach was the whitest beach at the Empire with its sands fine as grain and white as jade. When sunlight covers the beach, it would give off a sparkling sheen, which was probably the origin of the place's name. The seas over there were the deepest blue, with lots of priceless and rare fish and corals at shallow waters. It was the #1 spot for a retreat for centuries when the Empire still existed. However, Duke Madras betrayed the Empire and occupied that place for himself. For decades, Platinum Beach had been sealed off apart from the few occasions when the Duke came over for a trip. Count Kenmays said with regret that it was a shame that Duke Madras did not have any business sense. If Platinum Beach was in the control of the Kenmays house, he would definitely develop it into a tourist spot that would easily earn its weight in gold back. 12 days later, North Sea arrived at Silowas. Lorist brought his 3 friends to survey the Fernrock Legion that was stationed at the island and also organized a grand banquet. Count Kenmays, being an adept businessman from a family with a long-running background in the field, quickly grasped the importance of Silowas. He told Lorist that with both the Northlands and Silowas, the Norton house was definitely on its path to prosperity. However, the Kenmayses were located at the eastern part of the Northlands, so they would not be able to take part in trade through the ocean, which would no doubt be one of the post-profitable activities to engage in during a time of peace. Lorist brought Count Kenmays to Gillen Harbor for a survey trip and expressed his intention to develop it into a trading hub that could allow for the expansion of trade routes to the Redleys Kingdom and the center of the Andinak Kingdom. Baron Fenston was a little at loss at how to deal with Lorist, as he was a noble that had been excommunicated by the kingdom. While he did not know exactly how he should receive Lorist, he would definitely not dare to chase him away. In the end, the Baron struck a compromise and received Lorist as he would a noble from the Union, complete with throwing a customary welcoming banquet and praising Lorist's notion of developing the harbor into a trading hub, expressing his complete support. However, the Baron did not call the shots when it came to Gillen Harbor. The Second Royal Defense Legion still remained there, led by a noble of the kingdom, who was also a gold-ranked knight that had witnessed Lorist kill Viscount Aslan right in front of the Second Highness and defeat the arrogant Blademaster in the process. He had also heard about Count Aslan's defeat and death, so he chose to feign ignorance about Lorist's presence at the harbor. As long as the Norton house did not occupy the place, he would be willing to shut an eye or two. After staying at Gillen Harbor for 2 days, Lorist returned to Silowas. Just before he was going to leave for Moranti, a messenger from the Andenac kingdom hurried to Silowas. That messenger was sent by Marquis Reed, carrying a letter that stated that if Lorist was willing, he could take Queen Carrie as his wife and be made prince consort, which would also come with the enfeoffment of Gillen Harbor. Through that method, Lorist would be able to once again be included in the ranks of the nobles of the Andenac kingdom. While Lorist was tempted by the offer of Gillen Harbor, he was not the least bit interested in Queen Carrie. The queen was beautiful, no doubt, but Lorist's memories of her whorish behavior was not the least bit fond. Perhaps, most nobles would be more than proud to be married to a queen, and perhaps even tolerant or ignorant or who the queen sleeps with, but there was no way in hell Lorist would be willing to take a wife like her. Being partly influenced by the ideals of his past life, he would not be willing to be on the side of the cuckolded. Even though Ariadne and her aunt Diliana had participated in the Paradise Gathering a number of times and had no doubt had sexual relations with several men before, they were rather frank about it and stopped going to those gatherings after getting to know Lorist. Not only that, they returned to their home and waited patiently for him for 2 whole years. Based only on that, Lorist felt that they were much cleaner than Queen Carrie. There was also the fact that they were only his concubines, not his actual wife. Lorist still recalled hearing a rumor about the queen during his attendance of the banquet organized by Baron Fenston. It was said that she frequently laid with her ministers and based her decisions on the policies of the kingdom on those interactions. Rumor has it that she listened to the minister that pleased her the best in bed. That was probably the main reason male aphrodisiacs were rising in price at the imperial capital. Lorist felt that Queen Carrie was definitely comparable to the queen of the Iblia kingdom in their frivolous demeanors. Shaking his head, Lorist did not even bother to pen a letter of refusal to the offer and instructed the messenger to be sent back to the ferry. After that, he left for Moranti on Northsea with his 3 allies and the 3 Dinas. Lorist felt quite safe traveling to the Union right now as he did not feel any threat from the kingdom. The main reason for that was the current queen's signing of the peace treaty with the kingdom. Other than that, he was no longer considered an Andenac noble, but a rogue one. Additionally, his house had already achieved peace with the Chictors, so there was no need for any unnecessary conflict to arise. Had it not been for those facts, Lorist would not have risked bringing those 3 country bumpkins with him to the big city. On the 11th day of the 7th month of year 1775, Lorist once again set foot on Moranti. It has already been 10 years since his departure from the great city after receiving the summons from his household. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 307: The Plight of Dawn Academy. The Plight of Dawn Academy. And here's the 5th chapter of the week. I'll be doing one more release tomorrow because there is one chapter that's still left in the queue before the days I started the Patreon. Since I finally got some more time recently, it's about time I released it. The span of 10 years passed swiftly as the wind. Lorist slowly stepped into Dawn Academy, looking at the various familiar sights while soaking in nostalgia. For the rest of the day, Count Kenmays, Baron Phelim and Baron Shazine would be bringing their female family members to shop around at Rotary Street, the most prominent shopping street in the city. The 3 Dinas had also tagged along, whereas Howard had been allowed leave to spend some time with his fiancée. Lorist refused the offer to join in and said that he had other affairs to deal with, leaving the guards with the 3 Dinas while he left alone to visit Academy head Levens and Blademaster Claude. What made Lorist wonder was how the Academy did not change one bit from how it looked 10 years ago. He recalled that the glass production method that he gave to the Academy head to auction off proceeded successfully according to a newspaper he had read. The Academy should have received lots of money as a result. But why did the Academy not expand one bit? It had remained the same all this time. It was then when Lorist realized that the Academy that used to be crowded and busy was currently empty like a ghost town. Seeing people dressed in student attire and wearing a badge was uncommon at best. Even if there were people, they would merely pass through in a hurry, making the Academy seem all the more empty than usual. The grayish-green tower looked more worn down as time passed. Even though it was still technically complete, Lorist felt that it was barely holding on, ready to collapse at any moment. Academy head Levens was incredibly surprised at Lorist's visit. The 70-year-old man already had liver spots manifesting on his face, with the condition of his body gradually deteriorating. Lorist was dressed in a long-sleeved shirt in the mildly warm weather of the 7th month, but Academy head Levens merely sat atop a chair wrapped in a fine wool blanket. "Little Locke, I didn't think you would come all the way here to visit me, Levin said with obvious effort as he pulled on the rope beside him, causing a chubby maidservant to show up, whom he instructed to boil some water and call for Blademaster Claude to come over. There's no need for such pleasantries, Academy head. Why has your health degraded so quickly? I remember seeing you just 2 years back and you looked rather vigorous back then, said Lorist. Well, this is what happens when one ages. It's about time I return to the heavenly kingdom of Singwa, Academy head Levins joked. Little Locke, I bet you didn't expect Dawn Academy to be closing down soon. What did you say? Lorist exclaimed with shock. Academy head, what's going on? Is the Academy lacking funds? If that's the case, I can sponsor the Academy and help it persevere through this trial. Money? Dawn Academy has more money than anything else. The Academy has never amassed such a large fortune before in its history. The treasuries underground are filled with gold, Levin said with a chuckle that carried with it a tinge of frustration and regret. Little Locke, the glass production method and recipe you have given us netted us almost 2 million gold efforts, enough for the development of the Academy for the next decade to come. I had wanted to make Dawn Academy one of the top 3 academies in the whole of Moranti, but the coming of the War of Glass and the implementation of the nobility system brought with them unpredictable consequences. The Ford Trade Union used to be deeply entwined with the tens of nations that neighbored it. We touted freedom, openness, and peace that caused guests from all over to flock here and enrich us. The Academy sector at Moranti was the haven for scholars. But the implementation of the nobility system and the War of Glass destroyed everything. This is an unprecedented and historical setback. Not only did the Union betray the ideals of its founder, Duke Ford Moranti, by splitting its subjects into multiple classes of citizens, it also implemented the nobility system, which was nothing but divisive. Even though the Union has become the nation with the largest territory on the continent, even larger than what the Christian Empire had been at its peak, the Moronites who were cheering gleefully didn't realize the significance of that which they have lost. Formerly, the Union was allies with its neighbors, allowing its trade routes to span nation after nation. All the other nations were welcoming to us merchants and admired our proud history of resisting the Christian Empire for more than a century. But now, we have taken the place of the Christian Empire and stretched our filthy hands towards the allies that had helped us out in the past. Broken relationships and trade routes soon followed, with the inevitable treatment of the Union as a common enemy by the neighboring nations. During the last month, there was a fool at the Council of the Union that pushed for even more expansion of our military power so that we can use the might of the Union forces to crush the nations that cut off our trade routes. He said that since money isn't working, we should just use our fists. To think that there would be people who actually supported his motion. This is the result of letting merchants run a nation. They lack foresight, their tunnel vision only see the short-term profits in front of them. Even if they don the luxurious mantle of nobility, their bones still reek of the stench of vultures seeped in rot and decay. All that is reflected in their eyes are gold coins. They actually think that the Union has finally achieved superpower status without thinking about how long they can keep this situation up. Cough, cough. Perhaps because of the intensity of his emotions, the old man broke into a coughing fit. Lorist hurriedly gave his back some patting to ease the old man's coughing. Academy head Levins had Lorist push his wheelchair towards the window before he spent some effort to open it and said, Little Locke, back during the year when you were an instructor here, our academy was so merry. Swarms of people went from one place to another, filled with the vigor of life. Do you recall how many students we had back then? Lorist gave it some thought and replied, I think Charade told me before that more than 9,000 students were registered here at the academy. That's right, the students were that numerous back then. It was so noisy that my head would hurt. Funny how that memory is actually pleasant to me now, said Levins as he closed his eyes to reminisce on days long gone. After a few moments, Lorist heard the old man whisper, Little Locke, did you come? Last year, there were only 1,400 or so registered students, with only 74 of them being new entrants. What? There's no way that's possible, said Lorist. After all, Dawn Academy was ranked number 8 among the other academies. There was no way there would be so few people enrolling. I forgot to tell you one main thing. All 74 students are citizens of the Union, with more than half of them being Moronites. Also, the total enrollment count of all academies ranked first to third is 325. Our Dawn Academy has fared quite well relative to them. Do you remember St. Marceau Academy? They only got 8 new students last year. What you're saying is, mused Lorist as he began to grasp the situation. Last year, of the 27 academies in the academy sector of Moranti, 4 shut their doors for good. 11 others followed suit during the 5th month of this year. I believe that our Dawn Academy will be joining them during the next year. Sigh, said the academy head exasperatedly as he sat back down. There are no more students, mumbled Lorist. That's right. There are no more students, meaning that academies are no longer necessary. During the Joint Academy Council this year, it was suggested that only the 3 top-ranked academies be allowed to operate, with the other academies absorbed into them. That's why, whether Dawn Academy has money or not, we won't be able to continue operating. Us shutting down next year is already certain. Without new students, there is no point for the academy to exist, said Levins with a bitter laugh. The academy sector of Moranti has always been accepting of people from all over the continent. No matter the nation, as long as one fulfilled the admission criteria, one would be allowed to enroll to further their studies. In all 27 academies of Moranti, the students from the union itself amounted to less than 10% of the student population, most of the student body comprised of people from all over the continent. Naturally, most of them were descendants of nobles or rich families, but there were quite a number of studious commoners that worked and studied at the same time. It was because of them that the academy sector of Moranti gained so much prestige as the Holy Land for learning. Would the Union actually become a new superpower with just a single war of glass and the implementation of the nobility system? What a load of bull. All I know is that it's ruined the academy sector, all 24 academies within it. Nobody ever comes here to study again. The trade routes are no more and the various faiths are deteriorating. No one wants to come to Moranti ever again. The various students we have raised are now enemies with the Union. Did you know, little Locke? Back when the Union's army forcefully annexed the lands of the 7 other nations, the Moronites actually cheered to no end while the citizens of the occupied nations cried and despaired. At that time, even more students within the academies from many other nations packed up and left the Union. With the war over, all participants received benefits. The Union organized a marvelous entitlement ceremony and handed out titles and dominions. But nobody was aware of the fact that the Union had already stood on the opposing side of the nations surrounding us. Nobody would ever consider the Union as an ally ever again. Instead, they would ally up among themselves and resist the Union like we did against the Christian Empire so many years ago. I had refused the title of the Baron the Union entitled to me, as well as the dominion at Callisto Hills. My greatest wish is to make this academy flourish and become one of the best the continent has to offer. However, it is all no more. What use would a title or dominion be, complained the academy head. Academy head, this is all my fault. I shouldn't have gave you the 2 letters to auction off. If that didn't happen, the War of Glass would never have occurred. I was the one who was doomed Dawn Academy, said Lorist with deep regret. There was no worse thing he could do than to ruin the lifelong dream of a dying old man. Back then, he had given the letters to be auctioned off to cause friction between the Union and the Taribo Kingdom and turn the Union's sights away from the territory that used to belong to the Christian Empire. That would also allow his household to develop silos with lesser pressure. After all, facing only the Chichter Merchant Guild was far easier than facing the whole Union. Never would he have expected that the 2 letters would cause such a huge chain reaction, resulting in an all-out war between the Union and the Taribo Kingdom. Even though most of it was due to the simple-mindedness of Taribo 7, who involved 7 other nations in a war of eradication that could have been settled diplomatically, that result was far beyond what Lorist had predicted. Currently, Dawn Academy was not but an unfortunate casualty of all that had transpired. This has nothing to do with you, Levin said while shaking his head. You acted with good intentions to give the academy funds it needs to develop. It's a shame that things happened beyond our imaginations. All of us didn't think that the Taribo Kingdom would actually use such extreme measures, causing the whole situation to dissolve into mindless chaos beyond our control. Add to the fact that the Union wanted to start having a nobility system, which riled up the ambitions of many lying in wait. It was no surprise that things cascaded far more than we thought it would. The responsibility of the state of affairs is not yours, so don't feel burdened by it. Lorist lightly pushed the academy head back to his office desk and made some max with the water that had just boiled for him. He still remembered that the academy head liked it straight without milk or sugar. A knocking could be heard before Blade Master Claude entered the room. Locke, when did you arrive? Only just now. I had a talk with the academy head about the current state of the academy. You already know all about it? Lorist nodded and said, Instructor Claude, how many people are left in Dawn Academy? Also, what plans do you have with Instructor Anthea? Claude took a deep breath before he said, well, what plans could we have? Both Anthea and I don't wish to leave Dawn Academy. As the academy head doesn't have any children, it is up to us to take care of him. Even if the academy closes down the next year, we will continue to remain here. Perhaps, in the future, we will have another opportunity to rebuild the academy. Most of the instructors have already left the academy, with only less than 10 remaining teaching 2 classes that are about to graduate this year. When that happens, Dawn Academy would no longer have any students, but Lorist fell into deep thought for a good moment before he looked at Levins and said, "Academy head, did you hear this saying before? Rooted trees die in a fire, humans simply walk away. Since Moranti is no longer able to support Dawn Academy, why don't you just move it away to another nation?" Blade Master Claude laughed out and said, "Locke, things are not that simple. It's not like we haven't considered our options. Not one of the neighboring nations are willing to allow an academy from Moranti to move over to their lands. Saint Marceau Academy had already tried asking around and received only refusals. Starting an academy is not something that can be decided by the words of only one. We still require land, buildings, and lots of funding on an annual basis. Small nations won't be able to sustain that kind of cost, and neither are they willing to bear a burden like that. Then, will you be willing to head to the Northlands? Start an academy in my dominion. We can move the whole of Dawn Academy there. Leave the land, buildings, and funds all to the Norton House. Not only that, we will also give research grants so that you only have to focus on conducting lessons and research. All the Academy has to provide is capable and talented researchers. Those who wish to head to the Northlands will receive beneficial treatment. I will provide those instructors with comfortable residences and not inconvenience them one bit," offered Lorist sincerely. "Hee, little Locke, this has nothing to do with you. Don't put the matter of Dawn Academy on your mind and try to make it up to us," Levins said as he shook his head. "The Northlands is rural and only has a small population. How many people there would actually come enroll in our academy? We would only just be a burden on your house. I think it's best we forget it." It was now Lorist's turn to laugh. "Academy head, you look down on the Northlands and the House of Norton far too much. Nearly the population within our own dominion number around 1.2 million, all of whom live decent, prosperous, and stable lives. We already have Nico Academy within our dominion, which was launched by the daughter of the famed scholar of the former empire, Lady Nico Albus. They don't take in many students given their stringent admission requirements, so the dominion still requires a more general-purpose academy. If Dawn Academy is willing to move over, I believe there will be lots of room for development. As for funding, that is not something you have to worry about either. You should know that my house has mobilized our troops against the Hanna-Barta kingdom and successfully eradicated it. The wealth we obtained there is enough for the house to sustain development for more than 2 decades. Taking a small chunk out of that annually is definitely no burden to the house. Perhaps, for the first few years, the students will only number around the hundreds, but I believe that the academy will definitely grow far more as time passes. Of course, you don't have to take my word for it. How about this, when I head back to the Dominion, you can send someone to come with us to check the situation there out for yourself. The trip back will take 2 months at most. Will that be alright?" Academy head Levins and Blade Master Claude gave each other looks before nodding. "Little Locke, since you already made your offer, do inform us when you want to head back. I will send someone to go with you." "Thank you for this." "It's my pleasure, Academy head. I have always been a member of Dawn Academy after all. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 308 Nostalgia. Nostalgia. This release is a bonus chapter that was in the queue for far too long since before the Patreon page was launched. I only found the time recently to make this release. This last donation chapter was brought to you by Emmanuel E. from the USA. Enjoy. After finishing their discussion to send people to check out the Northlands with Academy head Levins and Blademaster Claude, Lorist talked to them more about the condition of the Union before taking his leave. He did take a stroll around the Academy sector and found that the Academy head's words rang true. More than half of the academies there had already closed down, with only a few people left behind to guard the premises. Even the food street at the sector that used to be full of students was incredibly quiet. Many shops were closed down with signs hung outside indicating that they were up for rent. So, is this what the butterfly effect is about? Thought Lorist as he stroked his chin. The 2 letters containing the secrets of glass production were like the wings of a butterfly that ushered in one of the largest changes on the whole of Grindia, the rise of the Union into the largest nation on the continent ever to exist. Despite that, all that was only on the surface. From within, it did not look so good. To Lorist, that result should have been ideal. It had given him the opportunity to take in the 8th-ranked academy on the whole of the continent into his dominion. Not only did the academy hold a special place in his youth, its establishment in the Northlands would raise the educational standards of the citizens there. Lorist was considered to be rather emphatic about the importance of basic education, given the number of basic learning centers he had opened within the Dominion. If Dawn Academy does move to the Northlands, it would fill out yet another educational void. The more Lorist thought about it, the more excited he got. He decided that he would support them in terms of both land and funding to ensure that their venture to the Northlands was a success. Even though the Dominion looked rather prosperous, it was still in its initial development stage and still lacks any notable talent. Thinking back at the small number of literate officials he hired over the years, Lorist could not help but feel troubled. By the time Lorist realized that he had walked aimlessly while immersed in deep thought, he found himself in a rather familiar place. Oh, I know, this place is 2 streets away from the Mercenary Guild. Back then, I would go there often to take up missions. Perhaps, I should go there for old time's sake. The Mercenary Guild was quiet as expected. Lorist took a look around and did not find a single person he recognized. One round-faced female clerk came over to ask Lorist what he needed, making him reflect back at the indifferent attitudes of female clerks at the guild so many years ago. Back then, the guild was filled with people to the point that one could not quite hear each other. Nowadays, all that occupied the hall were 3 cats. It was no wonder the clerk was so eager and sincere. Lorist waved his hand and entered the hall, ordered a cup of ale at the bar and began sipping. Back then, every time after he completed a mission, he would get some drinks with friends and listen to the other mercenaries spout their tall tales and experiences. The bar was filled with mercenaries back then and the price of ale was rather high due to the demand. Even so, the mercenaries did not hesitate to get a good drink after a mission. Now, however, only Lorist sat among the dozen tables in the hall, enjoying his drink alone. The round-faced clerk looked intently at Lorist, perhaps because of how relaxed Lorist looked and the rarity of his long-sleeved robe. Maybe she thought that Lorist was there to submit a mission request to the guild. After all, one wearing clothing embroidered with platinum patterns around the sleeves cuffs would definitely not be a rough mercenary. The price of the robe Lorist donned would be worth a month of busy work for the clerk. Lorist raised his cup towards her and said, "Lass, you're making me embarrassed with your intense stare. Should I treat you to a drink?" The young clerk blushed before she turned around and pretended not to hear Lorist's flirtatious comments. Ah, at least it's better than before in this regard. Back then, anyone who flirted with the clerks would be rushed out by the guards of the guild. Lorist had seen his fair share of people getting into fights over the most trivial of things like that. A mercenary in his 50s rushed into the guild hall noisily, submitted a mission report, before clutching a few silvers and heading towards the exit. "Hey, Brother Gud, where are you rushing to? Come here, let me treat you to a drink," greeted Lorist with a smile. That middle-aged man was one of his acquaintance who was at 2-star silver rank. During one of the man's missions, he had fallen rather gravely injured. While he recovered in time, the time it took to do so harmed his body and caused his battle force to no longer be able to progress. So, he could only work as a low-ranked mercenary. Lorist recalled when he made and sold rucksacks that Gud was one of the people who supported his business quite well, being a trustworthy and decent man. He even joined in on several missions with Lorist and Charade and taught Lorist many of the tricks of living the mercenary lifestyle. The middle-aged man stopped in his tracks, looked at Lorist and said gingerly, "You are? He, Brother Gud, have you forgotten me? I'm Lorist. Locke, remember? Aha! So it's you, Brother Locke," the middle-aged mercenary mused with joy, "long time no see. It must have been 10 years already. I really didn't think that I would see you over here. Back then, you became a legendary figure in Moranti and the last I heard about you was how you were returning to your dominion to inherit the title and the land. I never thought that we would have a chance to meet again." Lorist stood up and hugged the man warmly before ordering him a cup of ale. The middle-aged man gulped his drink down, wiped the froth off his mouth and said, "It's still the same familiar taste. It's just a shame that I haven't been able to drink like that for more than half a year." Lorist laughed and said, "Don't hurry. You can drink all you want. Boss. Can we have 2 more cups please? It's my treat, Brother Gud, so make sure to drink to your heart's content." "Thanks, Brother Locke. You're generous as usual," said the mercenary. He was not about to hold back either, finishing what remained of his cup of drinks. Lorist pushed the drinks that just arrived before the huge man. "Well, why did you show up here today? Are you here because you have a mission request for the mercenaries?" asked the man. Shaking his head, Lorist said, "Well, it's nothing important. I came to Moranti for a trip a few days ago and thought back to the past. I still remember that I have a mercenary badge here, so I came over to hang out for a bit and have some of that good old ale. But I didn't think that this place would become so desolate. It's completely different from the crowded hall I remember. Fortunately, I was able to meet you here, so my visit wasn't in vain." Sigh, Gud muttered before taking a few more gulps, "Brother, we're still rather lucky. Good thing you came over here right now, because it will be closing down in the next year. There is no more mercenary guild. I, on the other hand, lucked out from being able to meet you and getting treated to some delicious drinks. Gud burped and said, "The mercenary guild no longer has any future in the Union." Brother, I bet you didn't expect that mercenaries will be gone completely from the Union. Well, even if some remain, they definitely won't be around Moranti. There are no missions for us to do here, and even if there were, it's not something we can handle. At the subterranean caverns within the Yorubaha Duchy that's now the dominion of the Chictor Merchant Guild, a new mercenary will be formed to facilitate expeditions into those caverns. I heard that the pay there is rather good. Most of the independent mercenaries have moved over there. Oh? The closing of the guild? What's with that? Wasn't the Union known as the Nation of Mercenaries? What happened to all those mercenary bands and the tens of thousands of mercenaries? Asked Lorist curiously. Nation of Mercenaries? Every mercenary has already gone their own way. Most of them have pledged their service to nobles. Did you know, Locke, the leaders of the top 10 mercenary bands have all received a noble title, with the weakest of them being a viscount. The others are mostly counts. The leader of the 4th-ranked mercenary band called the Dragon's Talon, Lexinba, was even made a duke. He really lucked out over there. All mercenary bands have already dissolved, with most of the lackeys of the band leaders becoming knights. The lowest of them even have jobs as garrison soldiers. Did you know that the Union gave out 451 titles all in one go? Those who were capable were also in theft land, and the mercenaries that remained were recruited by nobles to become knights. Only less than 100 of us mercenaries are left who all don't feel like lowering our voices and bowing our heads to others and only want to rely on ourselves to make a good living. Even so, I only got a large silver and 3 small silvers after working for half a month. I won't be able to feed my family with that, given the ridiculous prices of things lately, complained Gud. No way, that's too many titles, Lorist mused with shock, but at least that means that there is no more competition for missions, is there? Isn't that a good thing? A good thing my ass. Gud yelled. Back then, the merchant guilds and the Union from the neighboring actions would come over frequently to lodge requests with us. Everyone got their share of work. But now that the trade routes are no more, mercenary requests have gone with it. We have no choice but to secretly cross the borders for missions, and those who are captured would be either whipped or be accused of being a spy and hanged without trial. And that's not even the worst of it. We could just not take missions from other nations. However, there are only few missions left that originate from within the Union. Apart from the Phallic Plains, every other piece of land of the Union has become the dominion of someone. If anything happens over there, they would just send people from their household to deal with it instead of lodging a request over here. The worst of it is how mercenaries like us have to pay a toll to cross into their dominions for a mission. Gud downed a few more gulps, wiped his mouth, before pointing his finger at the guild and saying, "Brother, do you remember the boss of this guild, that old bastard Schlock? Even that stingy freak got made a viscount, with his dominion located within the territory formerly belonging to the Tyria Duchy. The mission I just finished was from within that bastard's territory. I hunted for a rabbit in the wilds for sustenance like the old times, only to be caught by one of that man's subordinates who claimed that the firewood and prey I got was the property of their dominion and asked for reparations, forcefully taking 2 large silvers from me. Had I not said that I was on a mission from the guild, they would have paraded me around in public as a criminal too. It appeared that some merchants had far fewer standards than most nobles. No matter how frugal a noble was, they would at least care about their reputation. But all merchants worried about was how much coin they had. Lorist wondered how much the citizens would be left with should a merchant noble apply their business practices on them. But there was nothing he could do about it apart from sympathizing with them. "What are you going to do in the future, then?" asked Lorist. He knew that Gud already settled down and had 2 sons and a daughter. When he left Moranti, Gud's children were only 4 to 5 years old, with the daughter being a newborn. His eldest son was only aged around 15 right now, living in a most troubled time. Gud said with eyes full of grief, "I don't really know. There's no more point in being a mercenary. Perhaps I will work as the guards of those merchant guilds. All I need is a salary that I can raise my family with." Lorist got up and stuffed a gold Ford note into the despairing man's pouch. Gud was already half asleep, given that the ale he just finished was his 7th cup. "My gift to your son is inside your pouch. Take a look at it when you get back. If Moranti is no longer the place for you, you can come to the Northlands to look for me. Just go to the Peterson Merchant Guild and say that you're a friend of mine and they'll send you and your family to my dominion promptly." Following that, Lorist got Gud a carriage and told the coachman his address. He also paid for the fare and was confident that the family of the mercenary would take care of the rest after that. When he went back inside the guild, Lorist told the round-faced clerk, "Get the person in charge over here. I want to purchase the Burning Blood Battle Force. At least, that will be a good souvenir for my visit to Moranti." Lorist still remembered that he once thought the hereditary battle force of his house to be a fire attribute one. after he lost contact with his house and was unable to obtain a copy of the silver rank section of his technique, he spent lots of money purchasing many other fire attribute high-ranked battle force manuals, only to realize that they were completely different from the technique of his house. After that, he bought many other manuals of different attributes but was still unable to continue his training. In the end, he started to work on the aqua metal technique of his past life in desperation and ended up becoming Iron Lock, the silver undefeated. The Burning Blood Battle Force was one of the most precious treasures of the guild, being priced at 15,000 gold fords. It was one of the most expensive manuals in the whole of Moranti. While Lorist did have an interest in the manual, the price was a little too high for him back then. Other than that, he did not even consider that his technique would be a blood attribute one. In retrospect, if he had purchased that Battle Force manual, he could probably have broken through to the silver rank and would not ending training in the aqua metal technique. If Lorist had went down that path, he would not be able to fight enemies beyond his abilities and had to train slowly from the silver rank to the gold. Maybe he still would not become a blade master even at his current age. The Norton house would not be as prominent as a result, unlike how mighty and prosperous it was in reality. Lorist decided to buy that book because of what it could have meant to him. With 30,000 gold fords on his person, that manual did not strike him as being too expensive. The person in charge had wanted to recommend a few more high-ranked battle force manuals to Lorist, only to be rejected. Currently, the House of Norton had hundreds of different kinds of high-ranked battle force manuals, and that was more than enough to be awarded to the household knights. The extermination of the Hanayabarta kingdom alone netted them more than 50 manuals, so there was no point in buying extra copies of them. The Burning Blood Battle Force was different in that it was the second blood attribute the household had, apart from the Crimson Blood Battle Force, which was passed down in the house for generations. The extra manual would serve as a good reference for his descendants for their training. After leaving the guild, Lorist called for a carriage and headed to Selagia district to see the Crimson 4-story building. Lorist still remembered the girl that danced naked in the moonlight. It was her who had let him experience the wonders of first love and made him a man. Similarly, it was also her who had caused him heart-searing pain. Seeing her leave with another man was ever so disheartening an experience to recall. Faced with the old building that was filled with rooms for rent, Lorist realized that he was much calmer than expected and was not shaken as he was before. There was only a fleeting feeling in his mind as he wondered how the girl that used to be the most important person in his life was doing. Time flowed on, indifferent to the woes of man. At that moment, the memories that surfaced within Lorist's man was his finest and worst. The fairy-like girl and her two energetic maidservants were no longer there. Giving the Crimson building one last look, Lorist sighed before he turned and walked into the alley. The fruit stall at the opening of the alley was no more, replaced by a grocery shop. But the owner was still the sharp-tongued Uncle Gerald, whose hair had whitened over the course of 10 years. It seemed that his days were troubled ones as well. Uncle Gerald was surprised when he realized who Lorist was. He went on a long lecture about the changes to the area and people here, like the girl Lorist frequently bought fruit candies for, little Loni, and how her grandmother passed away when she was 10. She had left the place with her father, who seemed to have become a knight of some duke. Lorist chatted for almost an hour with Gerald before he left, giving him a gold Ford note as a gift. "Coachman, get me to Red Grace Inn," instructed Lorist. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 309 DOS-like Hotel. DOS-like Hotel. Enjoy the first release of the week. Lorist and his allies stayed at the most famous hotel in Rotary Street, DOS-like, during their trip. It was one of the most luxurious establishments in Moranti and was naturally the most expensive as well. Lorist did not want for funds, however, so he reserved the whole 4th floor to accommodate all of them. Count Kenmays had brought 2 maidservants, for attendants, 2 household knights and 10 guards with him. Baron Shazin brought all 5 of his concubines. He did not exactly have a choice. None of them were willing to give up the chance to go shopping in the Union's most prosperous city and begged to be brought along. Baron Shazin ended up being the one who had brought the most people along, a total of 24 people including the maidservants for his concubines, guards, and servants. Baron Phelan brought only 1 concubine and 2 maidservants, as well as his daughter Katrina and her 4 bodyguards. Lorist brought his 2 disciples, Reedy and Howard, Blademaster Shuss, Divine Marksman Josk, who had once again left his unit, as well as the 3 Dinas who were served by 3 maidservants and 20 guards. The whole group was 89 people. Prior to the War of Glass, DOS-like was the place where the foreign nobles who visited Moranti would stay. There were always parties or balls being held, which provided an opportunity for the elites of the Union to mingle with the nobles and discuss business. DOS-like was no longer as merry as it used to be. Lorist's group was one of the largest there. When Lorist arrived at Red Grace, he was surprised to see Reedy sitting there with the owner, Charlando, drinking and chatting. Seeing Lorist approach, Reedy hurriedly stood up to greet him. Eh? Why are you here? What about the others? Asked Lorist. They have all returned to Doslike, me lord. I came over to see Pops since I had some free time, answered Reedy. As Lorist sat down, Charlando gave him a wide-eyed look. Locke, now I really regret letting Els and Reedy follow you to the Northlands. Stunned, Lorist asked, why's that, old Char? There were so many chances this time around. If Els were here, I would definitely get him to form a mercenary band and head to Taribo for a run. I bet he'd have returned with at least a viscounty to his name and could have become a noble right away. That would have been far better than going with you to the desolate Northlands fighting high and low, said Charlando before he sighed. Hee, Reedy, do you regret following me? Asked Lorist without bothering with the old man. Does that fellow really think that being a Union noble is that easy? Even though they gave out many titles, many of those are just for show. Apart from some who have always been regarded highly by the Union, such as Academy Headlevens, there is no doubt that the other entitled nobles made a bunch of other under-table dealings. Me lord, I have never had an ounce of regret. Being able to follow you is my honor, replied Reedy steadfastly. Charlando pointed at Reedy and yelled, you. To think that you've learned how to kiss ass. Look at yourself. You've followed him for 10 years already. You were a 2-star bronze rank back then, and now you're only a 1-star silver rank. It's obvious that he neglected training you. Els only attempting to break through to the gold rank now is only usual, since the dark attribute battle force passed down in his family is harder than most. But for you, if you had stayed here at Moranti, you would have already reached the peak silver rank and perhaps even broken through to the gold rank. After all, your constitution is far better than most normal people's. I don't want to run the inn with you, retorted Reedy. You stupid brat, pissing me off so much. Even though you've already botched your future, you still don't repent. I'm only worrying for your sake. Hey, old Char, how could you say that? What's that about me botching his future? Oh, I forgot to tell you that Reedy will stay at the 1-star silver rank for good and won't be able to break through anymore. That's because he's training in my special technique, not battle force. Even if you're a 1-star gold rank, you are no longer Reedy's match, interjected Lorist. There's no way that's true. I'm a gold rank and he's a 1-star silver rank. I can easily suppress him based on only the difference in rank. Come on, Reedy, have a match with me right this instant. If you lose, I won't let you follow him no more, yelled Charlando, angered. Reedy looked at Lorist helplessly. Go ahead, Reedy. Be sure to hold back. Charlando's mood worsened even further when he heard Lorist's comment. Aren't you going to watch our match? Asked he. What's the point? The result was clear the moment you challenged him. My being here won't change anything, answered Lorist. The old man turned and left, followed by Reedy. The match ended rather quickly. When Lorist just finished ordering some dishes from the maidservant of the inn, Reedy came back. How many strikes did it take? Reedy stretched out 5 fingers. 5 strikes? You need to work harder. I thought you would only need 3, said Lorist, dissatisfied. That's not it, Reedy explained, we had 2 matches. I defeated Pops with 2 strikes in the first. He wasn't convinced and challenged me another time, which he lost after 3 strikes. Ugh, Lorist groaned before he turned to look at the rear of the inn. Not seeing Charlando, he asked, what about old Char? He's sulking, said Reedy. I didn't mean that. What is going on with him tonight? He seems like he swallowed a whole barrel of gunpowder, said Lorist. He's embarrassed himself badly, Reedy laughed, he had been gambling with May's cards at the Old Street. Just when he was in the heat of it, Madame Louise asked him to watch the 2 children when she went shopping. He agreed but didn't take it to heart. The kids drank alcohol secretly and ended up getting drunk. Madame Louise used an iron walk to pummel him quite a few times whilst he was still in the middle of the game and chased the other players away. She even had him kneel in the corner of the room and forbade him to leave while she brought her drunk children home. Lorist could not help but laugh uncontrollably. Charlando had married Louise 10 years earlier. Back then, he was still in rather good shape and managed to get Louise pregnant twice. He now had one 10-year-old and another 7-year-old. Perhaps because they were raised in an inn, the 2 children loved to drink and would do so the moment they were not supervised. Louise blamed it all on Charlando, who had let them taste alcohol back when they were still feeding on nothing but milk. But even Lorist did not expect Charlando to grow so fearful of his wife. The moment Louise's anger flared, Charlando would shrink up like a turkey about to be slaughtered. He completely lost the proud air of a gold-ranked swordsman. No wonder I felt the inn weird when I entered. Louise wasn't at the counter and I didn't hear the noise of the children, said Lorist. When I came in here, Pops was kneeling in the corner over there. When I asked the maidservant what happened, he heard my voice and came over to vent on me. Fortunately, you came here in time. Otherwise, I would have been nagged to death," sighed Reedy. At that moment, the maidservant served the food Lorist had ordered. "I guess we came at a wrong time. Let's leave after we finish the food. Help me eat some of this," said he. "All right, milord," Reedy agreed as he poured Lorist a cup of blackcurrant wine. "Milord, we ran into some arrogant nobles when we were shopping at Rotary Street just now. Some of them came over to flirt with the younger Dina's sister and Baron Shazin's 5 mistresses. It ended with one of the nobles having a broken leg. The guy left barking some threats." "Oh?" Lorist was surprised that something like that could happen at Moranti. Only an idiot would provoke or flirt with female nobles at Rotary Street. He had never heard of something like that happening during his 10-year stay at Moranti. However, given the number of new nobles that had just been entitled by the Union, Lorist supposed it was nothing surprising. Perhaps, they were the relatives of such nobles. Even after bearing a title, a merchant would always be a merchant. They lacked a sense of the proper etiquette and behavior expected of a noble. "All right, I doubt it'll be an issue. Next time, make sure to break all 4 of his limbs. If he doesn't learn, cut off his troublemaking member. House Norton doesn't have to tolerate such crap from anyone," said he, nodding. Lorist and Reedy walked back leisurely after finishing their meal. About half an hour's walk later, they could see Doslake's facade behind a few buildings. The moonlight was rather bright and the majestic buildings along Rotary Street looked all the more magnificent for it. Something's wrong. Why are there so many people gathered in front of the hotel? Something is definitely going on." Lorist and Reedy gave each other a look before they hastened on. They quickly arrived at the entrance and saw just over 10 guards standing at the entrance. On the plaza opposite the hotel were hundreds of badly dressed mercenaries waving their weapons around, demanding the hotel hand over a murderer. Reedy pulled Lorist along. "I think those people are here for us, milord." "Oh? Then are they the men of that noble you guys broke the leg of earlier today? Did anyone die from the conflict?" asked Lorist. While we did break the noble's leg, he brought quite a number of guards with him. Even though a few guards were lightly injured, almost 2/3 of the rest had to be carried back. Even I don't know if there are any who were injured too badly and died before they could be helped," answered Reedy. "Oh, so that's the case. Let's circle around and go in through the wall behind," suggested Lorist as he pointed at the walls surrounding the hotel. Upon entering the hotel, Lorist met with the manager, a polite man who had graying hair. When he saw Lorist, the manager let out a breath. "Sir, are you the one who got into a conflict with Marquis Bejasanro's son?" asked he politely. "Marquis Bejasanro? What's the deal with that? That's not a noble surname at all," chortled Lorist. The name was far too weird to be the name of a noble house. It was common knowledge that there were 2 sources of family names on Grindia. One of them was hereditary, a name passed down from a heroic ancestor. For example, the Norton family name was translated to Raging Bear in the language of fairies. Another source was a given surname, a surname granted to a person from another of status, like Baron Shazin's. A name like Bejasanro meant lowest of the alley. It was a typical commoner surname. The manager was also embarrassed by a name like that. Being someone who attended to many nobles from various nations, he was also well informed about the names of noble houses. He had no choice in the matter, unfortunately. It was no surprise given the sudden entitlement of more than 400 nobles in the Union, many of whom did not really understand what it meant to be nobility and only thought they would be able to act as they pleased. While a name like Bejasanro sounded rather unique, those who understood the history of nobles knew that names like that were used before the magi of the magical civilization invented Grindia's current lingua franca. Following the introduction of the new language, many surnames were made using the language of fairies for those of magical heritage. Names like Bejasanro denoted that their ancestors were of the lowest social class that were not given names in the new language. However, it was a miracle in itself that a surname like Bejasanro managed to be passed down for so many generations. Currently, the chief speaker of the Union subcouncil was none other than Marquis Bejasanro. It was rumored that the man was one of the ones who advocated for brute force expansionism. He had pushed for the Union to use their invincible force to destroy the nations that cut off their trade routes. He even proposed for a 100,000-strong army to be formed to teach the nations that were unwilling to submit to the Union a harsh lesson. That kind of brainless rhetoric was surprisingly welcome to Moranti's commoners, however. After the manager introduced the background of the Marquis, Lorist snorted. "This afternoon, our ladies were harassed by the son of that asshat of a Marquis during their shopping trip. He dared to have his guards forcefully take our ladies away. This is ridiculous. Since when did Moranti become such a lawless place? That was the reason we gave him a little lesson. I was just about to make a complaint to the union. Are all the nobles of that bearing? What an embarrassment to the other noble houses on Grindia they are. The manager laughed awkwardly. Lord Count, the nobility system was implemented only recently. Some rough spots here and there are to be expected. I should let you know that even if you make a complaint now, it would be pointless. Marquis Bejasanro is the current chief speaker of the union subcouncil and he wouldn't bother with the complaint at all. Doesn't the union have another high council? Asked Lorist. Lord Count, the high council members are the presidents of the big 7 guilds. They aren't in Morant any longer. They are in their own dominions, so Moranti is controlled completely by the subcouncil. That's why Marquis Bejasanro's son is so arrogant and even dares to harass noble ladies at Rotary Street. It doesn't help that he is not fearful of causing trouble or conflict, given how his father is in the expansionist faction. Good soul, to think that the union has their own version of fascist skinheads, thought Lorist, stroking his chin. He looked at the raging crowd outside on the plaza. So those people want you to hand us over? The manager nodded awkwardly. That's right. But don't worry, Lord Count, since you have chosen to stay at Doslike, we will guarantee your safety. We only hope that no other incidents occur during your stay here in the next few days, so I hope you will watch over your guards and make sure they don't provoke more conflict. Alright then, we'll just rest here for 3 days. If the Marquis still doesn't let up by then, don't blame me for not giving them any more chances, said Lorist, revealing the slightest hint of killing intent. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 310 President Bejasanro. President Bejasanro. Here's this week's second release. Are the people from House Miridas still not willing to let us into Doslike? Asked a fat man from the side to a tall and slim middle-aged man beside him as he used an intricate silver knife to cut into a juicy, fatty piece of beef. It is so, Lord Speaker, the middle-aged man replied with a bow. Marquis Miridas said that anyone who lives in their hotel is their guest, so those who cause trouble for guests are causing trouble for him. They are even willing to a conflict. They also sent for Blademaster Mike and 300 guards. The fat man enjoying his meal was the chief speaker of the union subcouncil, Marquis Bejasanro. He was currently the president of a rank 8 merchant guild in the union, the Rozanji Merchant Guild. The Rozanji Merchant Guild controlled all the businesses relating to ale production. Following the War of Glass, the rising food prices had caused the price of ale to increase several times over. The guild had not just made a great profit from the situation but had captured a sizable share of the market for wheat-related products. As the personal attendant of President Bejasanro, the tall, thin middle-aged man knew his master's intentions, to control the union's food market. This put them in direct competition with the Ford Merchant Guild, whose strength was in the food business. President Bejasanro wanted to occupy at least half of the union's market. Wandering bards had sung about the prosperity of the Folic Plains around Moranti, but they had forgotten that the farmlands could not sustain a population of 2 million people. The union had 1 million people living in Moranti alone. The 7 other cities across the plains each had roughly 500,000 citizens. Around 100 towns, villages and hovels dotted the plains as well. The most crucial factor was that many of the crops weren't edible. The Ford Merchant Guild controlled Folic Plains and offered guarantees to their farmers that they would purchase their crop in exchange for being their exclusive dealers. Without the guild's permission, the farmers would not be able to sell their produce to other merchants. Within the monopoly, the farmers had to plant according to the requirements and choices of the guild, so their crops were usually those that had a higher price in the market, for instance, Folikian long rice. Other than that, the guild had to import large amounts of food to sustain the population. However, apart from Folic Plains, the union also controlled Callisto Hills. Compared to the plains, Callisto Hills was far more desolate and rural. The farmers planted mostly wheat, potatoes, and other foodstuffs. The guild did not care for crops that were not worth much, so the Rozanji Merchant Guild controlled all of Callisto Hills' produce and used them to make ale. Many of the union's alcoholics thought that the ale they drank was brewed solely from the crops of Callisto Hills, but that was not the case. The guild imported food from different neighboring nations, most of it expired. Such wheat was not worth much and cost only around 30 gold fords per 5,000 kilograms. Such wheat was occasionally used to brew ale instead of proper, more expensive, crops. The War of Glass caught the Ford Merchant Guild completely off guard. They did not have much food stocked up, which led to the sudden inflation of food prices in the union. With the neighboring nations closing up their trade routes and putting embargoes on food products and many other goods that were of strategic significance, the guild could no longer purchase food even if they had the money for it. Even if they did manage to purchase some, there was no way they could ship it to the union. The Rozanji Merchant Guild fared a little better. The mossy wheat they dealt with was worth rather little, and they had also managed to close a rather large deal before the war ended. Of their purchase, they were able to transport 3 million pors, 1 por equals 50 kilograms, to Moronti. As they were worried that the fact that half their shipment was old mossy wheat, the guild used a smuggling troop to transport their goods and evade the invincible fleet's checks at High Gold Bay. With the food in hand, along with their already existing stockpiles, the guild's president, Bejisanro, decided that the volatile nature of the market was the heaven-given grace that would give him a chance at controlling the low-tier food market. As for the high-tier foods, he would leave it to the union. While President Bejisanro was rather ambitious, he was no idiot and had never yearned for the seat of one of the Big Seven. All these years, he had managed his guild with care to never step out of hand. His years of experience left him clearer the most on what befell guilds that encroached on the Big Seven's interests. As the union's chief speaker, he had never spoken against the Big Seven's wishes. Even if he did not follow their instructions down to the letter, he never directly disobeyed them. He made sure the guilds never had a legitimate reason to kick him from his post. However, in the nobility system, the president saw an opportunity to become a member of the High Council. Since he could not replace any of the Big Seven guilds, he could ask for a promotion instead and have his seat on the High Council. Even Duke Lormo managed to join the High Council after he joined the Union. There was no reason President Bejisanro could not. It was especially the case given the good opportunity that had landed in front of his guild. President Bejisanro opined that the Ford Merchant Guild, being the largest distributor of agricultural products in the Union, had made a crucial mistake. They had overlooked the food demand of Moronti's population. Without enough food, its price would rise without fail. The Ford Merchant Guild had already become the target of criticism for many citizens, and this was a good opportunity for the Rosanji Merchant Guild to take control of Moronti with the food stock they had in hand. Add to the fact that the Big Seven guilds were busy dealing with matters in their own dominions, the subcouncil managed to become the highest power within Moronti. Bejisanro drafted a simple plan to make use of his position as the head speaker for the subcouncil. First, he would use the food his guild possessed to win the hearts of the Moronites and raise his reputation. He would simultaneously use the Moronites' adamant xenophobia and hatred for the closed-off trade routes to push a forceful foreign policy. As long as he could pull off these two components of his plan, he could suggest the formation of a union army in the next council meeting with the support of most of the other representatives from the second- and third-rate merchant guilds. The other smaller guilds had also been driven to the brink by the closed trade routes and were desperate to do something, anything, about it. As for the citizens' representatives, they would not dare to object to his motion given the fiery rage of their constituents. In truth, Bejisanro's goal was not to launch a military campaign against the other nations but to obtain a standing army that answered only to the subcouncil and was under his direct control as the council's head speaker. With such an army in hand and his newfound reputation among the citizens, the Big Seven would not be able to do much to the guild even if they turned their attention back to the city. By then, all he had to do was push for a seat on the High Council and he would be formally inducted. However, the incident he was currently trying to address posed quite the problem for him. His good-for-nothing animal of a son actually dared to flirt with noble ladies in broad daylight on Rotary Street and even had his leg broken, not to mention the many injured guards. The president knew that his son had gotten what he deserved. Does he really think that, just because I'm the chief speaker, he can do whatever he wants? If word of this spreads, it'll reflect horribly on me. The name of nobles within Moronti would also be tainted all over the continent. The Big Seven will definitely not let my son off lightly. Fortunately for him, none of the Big Seven were present at the moment, and, given the Union's isolated state, few nobles actually remained within the city. There was no need to worry that this matter would spread. The offended party this time looks to be bumpkins from the Northlands, purchasing luxury goods here like they've never seen any in their life. They must be some low-class house that happened to earn a bit of money lately. Bejisanro had already been informed in detail of the proceedings and knew well that it was his son's lust that had gotten him in trouble in front of so many people. Many shop owners had already expressed their displeasure, their sales to nobles had dropped as a result of the incident already. Well, they're just a few nobles from the backwater red lease anyway. No matter how rich they are, they can't afford to mess with the Rosanji Merchant Guild, can they? And with Iblia in its current condition, its king captured and killed by Andinak's king, they are in an even worse spot. The matter had been reported in the Moronti Daily and many thought the capture of Second Prince Iblia was the result of Second Highness Augustlo's actions so that his father's burial would be followed by that of his traitorous brother. I doubt anything will happen if I deal with these nobles. Bejisanro already had a method in mind. First, he would compensate the shop owners at Rotary Street for their lost business, in essence, buying their silence. He would then spread rumors about how Iblian nobles had been causing trouble for the merchants and shops in the area and claim that his son had actually been trying to stop their disrespect, only to have one of his legs broken and have many of his guards killed or severely injured. Since the matter could no longer be kept quiet, all he had to do was use the rich common folk's xenophobia and envy. All these years, Moronites had a sense of pride, of being above others, especially after the War of Glass had ended with more than half of Redless territory swallowed up and allowing the Union to become one of the largest nations on the continent. It had only served to reinforce their pride. The entitlement of hundreds of nobles after the two conflicts further whetted the Moronites' appetite for a noble title. Thus the incredible outrage when the trade routes were cut off. This mentality and these attitudes were what allowed Bejisanro to garner the support he now had. He had decided to deal with the ignorant Northlander nobles since no matter how useless his son was, he was still his flesh and blood. If he did not pursue the matter, surely he would become a laughingstock. Only by harshly teaching them a lesson would everyone shut up. There was a saying, a lie uttered 1,000 times becomes a truth. Similarly, if he did not punish the Northlanders for what they had done, there would be a logical dissonance with the narrative of his son's heroic actions he was about to spin. After finishing off the last piece of his beef, the fat man wore a calm expression on his face. He put down his utensils and used a white cloth to wipe his mouth. House Muritas dominates the Union's hotel business. Even though their guild is rather small, they are not to be overlooked easily, they are backed by too many powerful factions for that. We should give them face and only encircle their hotel to prevent those impudent nobles from leaving. Don't enter the hotel itself or step onto their grounds. Yes, milord, the middle-aged man replied respectfully, but whether they understand that we're showing them goodwill is still not certain. Others might also misunderstand that we are not acting because we fear their house. We cannot allow that to happen. Bejisanro tossed the cloth away and snickered. Just because we're giving them face by not barging into the hotel doesn't mean they can act as they please. Didn't House Muritas have Blade Master Mike move to the hotel? He's only a rank 1 Blade Master. We can simply send Blade Master Danhima to deal with him. I believe a rank 2 Blade Master like him will be able to give Blade Master Mike some pressure. Additionally, send 500 guards over to intimidate them. Let's see who has more men under their belt. The Rozanji Merchant Guild easily had far more military power than the other small guilds. They had hired 3 Blade Masters, 1 rank 2 and 2 rank 1s. As none of their Blade Masters were allowed to participate in the War of Glass, not a single one was injured or dead. The Rozanji Merchant Guild's force was almost comparable to the Big Seven after the war. This gave the president more leverage to demand a position in the High Council. Also, send some people to rile the commoners up to cause trouble for DOS-like. Everyone who does so will get 2.5 kilograms of food every day. I'd like to see how long DOS-like can continue shielding their guests. If a carriage leaves the premises, have the commoners check it. If the carriage won't allow us to check them, don't let it leave. I want to see whether House Muritas has it in them to act against the commoners. A wonderful plan, President, the middle-aged man praised. I bet House Muritas won't dare to touch the commoners. I think so too. If they do act against them. Bejisanro said with a smile, well, it won't be pretty. All we have to do now is see whether House Muritas will succumb to pressure or the Northlanders will finish spending their money during their stay at the hotel and be chased out. There's no rush. We can play with them for as long as we want. I believe after this matter your reputation in Moranti, the man said as he brought his hand up in a thumbs-up gesture, will be grand. I will have your instructions carried out right away. Please await the good news, milord. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 311 Preparations. Preparations. The third release of the week is served. Sol, I brought my friends to Moranti for fun, not to be trapped inside a hotel. This is ridiculous. Lorist was currently on the hotel's 4th floor balcony, watching the angry crowd that circled it. That guy is far too sinister. He not only spread lies, he also paid the various publications in Moranti to spread word that this matter was because of us acting shamefully and harassing the merchants. He's spinning the story that his son was being heroic. Darn, to think the commoners would be completely fooled by a story with that many holes. I bet most of them were intentionally riled up by others to surround the hotel and call out for our deaths. And the numbers just keep growing. After the Rozanji Merchant Guild said they would give 2.5 kilograms of food to any who attend, so even those who see the flaws in the story are willfully ignoring it. Guess I can't blame them for doing so since the Moronites don't have much to do nowadays anyway. There won't be a better deal than getting a few potatoes for a day of standing around. At the very least, they're being very ordered about this and haven't come into the hotel at all. They're nothing more than a nuisance, honestly. Lorist looked at the supply carriages stopped by the citizens. The coachman and some workers were suffering a harsh beating after saying something Lorist couldn't hear. Sheesh, do they want us to die here? It's already been 3 days, and the situation grows direr by the day. Even with so many citizens surrounding the place, the hotel's carriages are still allowed to travel around, but not without being checked by the citizens. Perhaps, the other merchants will stop supplying the hotel with food and other resources in a few more days to force the hotel management's hand. Highgold Bay Chronicles was a business-oriented publication that focused on trade and market prices, but the headlines of the day read, "Northland Barbarians Must Pay with Lives Restore Morantion Pride." The article that followed was filled with the seething arrogance the Moronites were so well known for, and a hint of hatred and killing intent, as if the arrival of the foreign nobles to their city was a sin in and of itself. "Very well, I'll remember you, Highgold Bay Chronicles." Lorist rolled the paper in his hands into a ball and tossed it into a trash can nearby. "What's wrong?" asked Count Kenmaze, coming onto the balcony. "I think there's more today," said he with a pale face. "What's going on with the Moronites? This is completely unlike what I expected them to be." "Nothing," Lorist said, clicking his tongue. "Those that come all have something wrong with their heads." After the Second Highness defeat and the occupation of much of Redleys following the War of Glass, the Moronites believe that the Union is the strongest nation on the continent and look down on everyone, even nobles. It must be due, in part, to their inferiority complex, given their mercantile background. Now that the Union has implemented the nobility system, many of them are nobles as well. It's like they've transformed. They've been given instant status above others. Their arrogance stems from thinking that a small title makes them nobles without question. Given how a matter like noble ladies being harassed in broad daylight can happen, it goes to show how low the character of the Union nobles is. Count Kenmaze nodded. "'Tis true. You have no idea how shocked I was about the incident in Rotary Street. House Begisanro's young master actually dared to do what he did there. My first impression of their house is that they are noble impostors. No noble should ever behave that shamelessly, especially with how the young master ordered his guards to take the women away forcefully after his advances were refused. Heavens, is that something nobles are allowed to do? Even in Messiiblia, women of two noble houses with a death grudge would greet each other politely if they meet. That is the culture of nobility. I didn't think I'd actually run into something like this. How embarrassing this is for other nobles. I will definitely publicly refuse to acknowledge these fake nobles when I return home. Being associated with them as nobility feels so disgusting that I feel like puking." Lorist chuckled. "Count Kenmaze, aren't you from a mercantile family yourself? Then again, your father was given a title, if only honorary, in the last days of the empire. You were no doubt educated in the ways of nobility. It would explain your effortless integration into the society of proper nobility when you were given a fief. Do you think you can even make it back, my old friend?" Lorist said in an effort to give the count a scare. "Look at the crowd. They want to make us stay here and spread word of this matter according to their lies. Didn't you read the report in the newspapers yesterday? The one about how the heroic young master is still recovering from his broken leg." As he expected, Count Kenmaze's face paled even more. Will it really turn out like that? "My friend, you aren't messing with me, are you?" asked he, jittery. "Do you see the new guards that arrived this morning?" Lorist asked, pointing at the hotel's fully armed guards on the ground below. "Doslike is one of the many businesses run by the House Neuritas. They've always controlled the hotel business in the Union. If they did not feel the situation was dangerous, would they have sent for 300 additional guards and another blade master? You should be thankful that you're living in Doslike right now. It's your lifeline. House Neuritas won't allow any of their guests to come to any harm. They will guarantee your safety as long as you are in the hotel. Do you still think we're paying more than we should?" "No, it's definitely worth every coin. I brought more than 100,000 gold Ford's notes with me. If all of us spend around 200 in total, we can stay here for a whole year. Let's see if those outside can afford to wait that long," said he, sighing in relief. Lorist laughed bitterly, thinking, this fellow's going to use his money to slap others for the sake of his safety again. There's no way those outside will let us stay here for a whole year. Besides, even if you can stand being kept here for a year, others can't. How stupid can you be? Lorist said, glaring at him harshly. "There's so much that needs to be done in my dominion. There's no way I'm staying imprisoned here with you. What we need to do now is think of a way to break out and leave Moranti by ship. There are roughly 20,000 people surrounding the hotel, and I doubt it'd take much for them to become violent. Do you think those guards will be able to stop them?" "You do have a point," agreed Baron Phelim as he came to the balcony with Baron Shazine. Looking at the dense crowd, Baron Phelim said with a solemn look, "Brother Kenmaze, you were away from the front lines for the duration of the Empire's civil war. You've never seen how scary a violent crowd can be. I have seen a crowd of tens of thousands of starving refugees barge into military camps that had 3,000 or so soldiers. Even though half the crowd perished as a result, the gold-ranked and silver-ranked knights, and all the troops they led were completely wiped out. Locke, I've been paying attention to the crowd these 2 days. They're acting in an orderly fashion. Someone's organizing them. There are people that come and go almost like they're changing shifts. In the afternoon, they are also people who bring food and drinks for them. The commoners are being rallied to surround the hotel. The moment more of them come together, they might just be instigated to charge into the hotel. The Blade Master and the 300 guards won't be able to protect themselves, much less us. We must leave this place soon, or we won't have a good end. You're right. This is urgent, Lorist agreed. We must notify the manager and have them provide us with a carriage. Apart from the women and maidservants, all male servants and guards should be armed and guard the carriage. I'll find a way to head to the port and check if anything has happened to North Sea. If everything's fine, we can board right away. As long as we set sail, we'll be safe. Count Kenmaze asked hesitantly, can you actually make it out there? There are so many people and they will be checking every carriage that goes through. It's fine. I lived in this city for a decade. I'm familiar with their accent and habits. Also, I wasn't there with you at Rotary Street, my face shouldn't recognizable. There is no more suitable candidate. Don't worry, I'll be back soon, said Lorist, smiling. However, Lorist did not expect the manager to refuse his request. Lord Count, I really don't think you should head out. It's far too dangerous outside. As long as you stay in here, we can guarantee your safety. There's no way the people outside will rush into the hotel with Blademaster Mike here, retorted the manager. I am incredibly thankful for all your house is doing for us. There is truly no one better in terms of hospitality and service. However, I wish to put an end to this farce myself as soon as possible. The Peterson Merchant Guild and Chichter Merchant Guild have some ties with our house. Even though their president is not here, I want to send a letter to them so they can send someone here to mediate, said Lorist. The manager pondered hesitantly for a moment. Lorist's proposal was rather reasonable, and he also wanted the situation to be resolved as soon as possible. If what Lorist said was true, the Peterson and Chichter merchant guilds would definitely be more capable of handling the matter than House Miridas. While Marquis Bejisanro could afford to ignore his house, they definitely had to take a step back in front of the two big seven guilds. Sir, I'm afraid we aren't able to escort you. Given how messy the crowd outside is, it's incredibly difficult for us to bring you out of here, almost impossible, in fact, with the presence of the Rosanji Merchant Guild's Rank 2 Blademaster, Danhema, interjected Blademaster Mike, brows furrowed. I believe both of you misunderstood me. I never intended to have you rush out with me. All I want is to borrow a set of servant garments so I can disguise myself as a coachman and drive a carriage. I can blend in and leave easily in such a manner, smiled Lorist. Oh, the manager mused, do you know how to drive a carriage? Hee, of course. I studied at Dawn Academy for 10 years and am also very familiar with the city. I didn't think that bringing my friends here would land us in such deep trouble, though. Moranti has changed too much over this last decade, said Lorist wistfully. Oh, no wonder I felt you were a little different from your friends. It's no wonder you're like us Moronites. So you grew up here. If you don't mind the trouble, we can lend you the clothes and wish for your successful endeavor, acquiesced the manager. As expected, Lorist faced some trouble leaving. Not only was the top and bottom of his carriage given a thorough check, his whole body was searched to make sure he wasn't carrying any letters. Even the small silvers in his pocket were taken. He was even kicked a few times before he was allowed to leave. Lorist eventually arrived at the headquarters of the Peterson Merchant Guild with his carriage. He gave the door a few knocks before entering. Once inside, he soon understood that the guild's higher-ups were all absent, they had gone to their dominion. They were currently sorting out the noble hierarchy there. President Peterson was at the top, no doubt, and he wouldn't return for some time. Given that the trade routes were cut off, the Big Seven used the opportunity to set their dominion up. Most would probably only return to struggle for power in the city much later. Their dominions were of incredible importance to them, a kind of pack-up plan. Since the Peterson Merchant Guild was not able to offer any help, Lorist left the carriage and used another, one of the guilds, to head to the port. Northsea was still docked, but the captain and sailors were filled with worry. They had heard of the situation. Had it not been for Lunmord's orders, the sailors might have already armed themselves to slaughter their way through the crowd. If you had really done that, not only would you be charging to your deaths, you would also needlessly expose Northsea. How would we leave if we do break out in that case? You guys are trained for naval combat, so don't be reckless on land. All you have to do is make sure we have a means to leave. Your duties will start when we board the ship, rebuked Lorist. Once he felt they'd had enough lecturing, he ordered them to prepare for departure. They were to be on alert at all times and leave the moment Lorist's group finished boarding. "Milord, this is some information about the Rosanji Merchant Guild and Marquis Bejisanro. He is the chief speaker of the subcouncil and is also the Rosanji Merchant Guild's president. This is the declaration of his intent to form an army to deal with the neighboring nations, and here are the twisted reports about the mess his son caused," reported Lunmord. As the chief intelligence gatherer of the house, the information he collected was incredibly detailed. Lorist read the reports and quickly determined the location of the guild's warehouse. "Lunmord, I need you to have something prepared for me. We'll go there for a trip tonight." "Yes, milord." If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 312 Arson. Arson. Sorry for the late release. Here's this week's fourth chapter. Is this the Rosanji Merchant Guild storage area? Yes, milord. This entire circle of buildings is the guild's food storage area. It's said that there are over 500 of them. The one that has a lamp up there is the main entrance to the storage area. The guild's brewing area isn't far from here either. The union's ale is mostly supplied by them. They are the largest brewers around, replied Lunmord. Weird, why is there no security? I only see a few patrolling guards. With food prices as high as they are, isn't the union worried about people stealing from the silos? Asked Lorist curiously. Perhaps these warehouses are empty? Maybe there's no longer anything to guard, suggested Lunmord. Well, that could be. Let's go check. The two scaled the walls, entered the storage area, and hid behind the dome-shaped stone building. It did not have doors or windows and was roughly 5 meters tall, the standard food silo design on Grindia. Besides the part visible above ground, the building stretched a further 3 meters underground. A single silo could store near 500,000 kilograms of food. I think I smell moss, said Lunmord as he pinched his nose. I do too, the stench is quite noticeable. Let me go up and check. Wait, milord, making a hole in the wall is much more convenient, interjected Lunmord, pulling on Lorist. He pierced into the silo's wall with his blade glow. As they were situated behind it, nobody noticed anything. Lunmord traced a huge circle before pulling his sword out, making a hole in the warehouse. Grains started pouring out through the hole and spilling onto the floor. It's wheat, said Lunmord as he picked some up. He quickly tossed it away and he jumped in shock. It's old and grassy. All this wheat is moldy as feck. Fanning the air in front of his nose, Lorist grunted, the smell is too strong. I can't stand it. Ah, I know now. No wonder I've seen the guild bringing in carriage after carriage of lime. I thought they were using it for sterilization and cleaning, but they were using lime water to wash the moldy wheat. Curse their ancestors? I won't drink their ale ever again, cursed Lunmord. So that's there aren't any guards around, Lorist said after some thought. Nobody would steal moldy wheat. The guarded warehouses must be where they store the editable, sellable food. Lunmord, make more holes in the other warehouses so the moldy wheat can leak out. I'll go to the front and set fire to the place. When people come to deal with the fire, they'll surely notice the moldy wheat on the ground and the matter will be exposed for all to see. Understood, milord. Please be careful. Don't worry. You should be wary as well. I remember seeing these silos labeled wheat on the roof, and there are around 100. You better act fast. They too were currently in Moranti's southern suburbs. The Rosanji Merchant Guild had built a large storage area with more than 300 permanent stone silos and 200 temporary mobile wooden warehouses. Together, they could store up to 300 million kilograms of food, which was what fueled the guild's ability to fight for the food market at Moranti. Lorist and Lunmord had gone to set fire to the area to prevent the guild from paying the crowd that was gathered in front of Doslike. While there was the option of escaping by force, Lorist had to consider the safety of his allies and the women that came along with him, so he had no choice but to resist the burning urge to lash out. He would finally be able to teach the guild a lesson by burning the food stores. So you have too much food to spare, huh? Let's see how you pay the crowd when I burn it all. Hey! What are you doing? Someone's setting a fire. It did not take long for the smallest embers to attract the guards' attention. They noticed Lorist pouring fuel on the warehouses in a casual and unhurried manner. A huge wave of shouting guards leaped towards him. But, in a few flashes of the sword, all the guards collapsed on the ground, struggling in their last moments while Lorist continued pouring fuel just as casually as before. After the third wave collapsed on the ground, the remaining 100 or so coachmen, transporters, and guards quickly crumbled into chaos. A few unlucky ones, who were using wooden buckets filled with water to try and douse the fire, were cut in half by Lorist's sword. Those who survived cast away whatever they had and scrambled for the entrance. Lorist, disguised in black pants, shirt, and scarf, looked like a demon of slaughter. He casually dispatched more than 200 guards in the most relaxed manner without showing the slightest bit of mercy. Lorist was not interested in chasing people down. Besides, the guards he killed had allowed him to vent most of his pent-up anger. All that remained was to set the rest of the warehouses on fire before returning to the hotel to bring the rest away. He believed the fire would be visible to almost the entirety of Moranti, and the chaos that would inevitably ensue might help increase the chances of their escape. "Milord, I've only managed to make holes in 60 warehouses." "Why is the fire this big already?" asked Lunmord as he stared wide-eyed at the flames that consumed the silos behind Lorist, causing smoke to billow towards the skies. "Let's go, that's more than enough." "If we stay here, we'll be burned alive," said Lorist before he grabbed Lunmord and ran. The air had already begun to heat up as occasional embers fell on his body. The pair scaled the walls and took to the carriage. It was quickly turned around, and they left. "Lunmord, come steer this thing. Just send me to the area near Doslike. Check if the preparations are finished after you drop me off. We will begin our escape the moment I get back." "All right, milord," said Lunmord before he spurred the horse into a gallop. They quickly arrived near the hotel. The crowd stared at the southern skies, where signs of smoke and fire could be seen. Lorist jumped off before pretending to stumble around as he shouted, "Everyone! Go put out the fire, quick! The food storage area is ablaze. If we don't put it out, we'll run out of food. Quick!" The crowd was originally waiting for their day's pay. They had been promised 2.5 kilograms of potatoes which they had yet to receive. The fire only served to unnerve them, and Lorist's cries confirmed their fears. The commoners panicked and thought their day standing around would be wasted if all the food burned up. The frontmost people began rushing to the storage area immediately, followed closely by those behind them. "Go put out the fire. We can still take some food out of it and help our families last a few more days," continued Lorist. The rest, who originally did not intend to go, snapped out of their trance. They thought it would be a good opportunity for them to get more free food before the inevitable rise in food prices because of the fire. Most of the people surrounding the hotel ran south. Only around 500 Rosanji guards remained. Lorist snuck into the hotel quietly. Once inside, he immediately rushed to the back. "Reedy, go prepare the carriages. As many as you can. Have everyone begin packing. We leave in 30 minutes, instructed he. There were 7 carriages in Doslike's backyard, but only a dozen horses. Lorist had the 3 Dinas assigned to the first carriage. The second carried Count Kenmaze and his 2 maidservants, the third Baron Shazin and his 5 concubines, and the fourth Howard, his fiancée, Baron Phelim, and his concubine. The final 3 carriages were for the other maidservants and the luggage. The coachmen were the attendants that followed them. Since Northsea was docked at the Peterson Merchant Guild's port, they could have the guild send the carriages and horses back to the hotel. Blademaster Schuss was seated atop the first carriage and Josk on the luggage rack of the second. Lorist believed that the marksman would be able to protect the other 4 carriages in front. Should their escape go wrong, the 3 rearmost carriages with the maidservants and luggage could be abandoned. Reedy was in the third carriage. As for Baron Shazin and Baron Phelim, since they were gold-rank knights, they were tasked with protecting the flanks of the third and fourth carriages. The guards that came along followed them from behind. Just as Lorist was preparing to rush out of the hotel, he saw Blademaster Mike standing in front of him with a solemn look, saying, "Were you the one who sparked the fire?" "So what if I am?" "Do you want us to be stuck here forever?" retorted Lorist, furrowing his brows. "I only want to tell you that you'll have nothing to do with House Miridas the moment you step out of here." Mike sighed. "I've already checked outside. Blademaster Danhima is still here. He's a rank 2 Blademaster. Your Blademaster can take care of him, but bear in mind that there are around 500 guards behind him. It's best if you stay here and wait for the Big 7 to return and help you out. Additionally, with the food storage area set ablaze, there's no need to worry about the crowd surrounding the hotel anymore. As long as you stay here, House Miridas will ensure your safety. I hope you don't act recklessly and rush to your deaths with so many of your family with you, but..." Apologies, nobles from the Northlands don't have the habit of leaving their fates in the hands of others. We come from the wilds and it is in our nature to battle. Dying on the battlefield is a source of pride for us. House Norton asks not the numbers of the enemy, only where they are, declared Lorist as he drew his sword. Blademaster Mike looked at Lorist intently before sighing and waving his hand to the side. The guards by the gate opened it in response. Blademaster Danhima had already made his preparations and instructed the 500 guards to get into 5 neat rows, blocking the road in front of the hotel. He realized that something was off when he saw the smoke billowing up from the south, especially when the crowd dispersed to put it out, and figured that the Northland nobles would use the chance to escape. However, being a rank 2 blade master, he swore that he would disappoint those bumpkins. Lorist burst out of the gates on horseback and rushed straight for the enemy formation. The bearded man at the front manifested his gold blade glow and yelled, "Dismount and kneel to surrender." "Who's doing the sparing here?" shouted Lorist in reply, before he kicked both his legs to spur his mount forward. Assailed by the pain, the horse neighed and jumped straight into the enemy formation. The guards at the front did not think that Lorist would pull such a move and hurriedly ducked to both sides. The bearded man positioned his blade glow and attempted to cut Lorist in half from his mount. Lorist revealed a smile and pulled his horse in a circle while holding his sword out with his right hand, causing the blades to clash. A bearded head went flying, still wearing an expression of disbelief, as blood gushed out of the stump of its neck. Lorist continued to cut into the crowd and slaughtered away, causing the guards to cry out for their parents as they scrambled around in chaos and confusion. Not only was their formation heavily disrupted, more than 40 men had already fallen under Lorist's blade. A flash of a blade traveled in an arc towards Lorist's back. "Despicable scum," cursed Lorist as he thought, this shameless rank 2 blade master actually hid behind his iron-ranked guards to launch a sneak attack. However, he had long taken into account the presence of the blade master and wondered where he had gone since the start of the battle and increased his alertness. If the blade master had attempted to escape, he might have survived. But now that he had shown himself, there was no escape. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of clashing blades resounded throughout the area. After 10 or so strikes, Lorist had already dismounted and stood in front of his assailant. With an insidious smile on his face, he said, "Rank 2 Blade Master Danhima, I presume? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 313 Closing Act. Closing Act. In front of Lorist stood a short old man. While he looked rather unassuming, there was a shred of hatred that could barely be seen between his brows. The old man was breathing incredibly heavily with a terrified look. Lorist had been able to receive the tens of lightning-fast strikes he had launched. Not only that, he had not expected Lorist to get off his mount to strike at him first. Who are you?" asked Blade Master Danhima as he struggled to stabilize his breathing. Danhima was quite informed about fighters within his league within the Union, but he had never heard of such a young Blade Master. Most people who managed to make it to his rank were middle-aged men of at least 40 to 50 years. Only a sword saint could possibly revert to a slightly younger look after breaking through, but there were only 3 or 4 sword saints on the entire continent. They either started their own sword schools or were hailed as national treasures. Which one of them would actually bother to visit Moranti? Who am I, you ask? I am the Northlander bumpkin that's been causing you guys so much trouble. You guys really are full of shit, you know that? Is twisting the narrative and pushing all the blame on me really that fun? You even had a crowd surround this place and wait for us to walk to our deaths. Is this what Moranti has become? All the praises I hear belie what this place truly is. When we return, we'll make sure that all the continent's nobles know how low the Union nobility is. 2 guards struck at Lorist during his speech, but their bodies joined their brothers regardless. Danhima leaped forward and roared, "In your dreams." When the Blade Master jumped forward, Lorist was still recovering his posture. The Blade Master was fully intent on taking advantage of the situation and launched into another flurry of attacks. "Old guy, I think practicing how to ambush others should be what you ought to do from now on," said Lorist with a cold smile as he took a few steps back and allowed the sword in his hand to dance and intercept his opponent's attacks. Clang, 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 clang. Yet another chorus of blades resounded in the area. "It's my turn now, old man," taunted Lorist. His words had barely left his mouth when his sword began pelting the man like waves of rain in a thunderstorm. Danhima already felt that he was in a bad spot. He had thought that Lorist was merely a rank 2 blade master like himself, but the fact that Lorist was able to launch a counterattack despite having just parried his own was evidence to the contrary. This is no rank 2 blade master, he's at least rank 3. Each and every of Lorist's strikes struck ethereally. Even though the silver moon was shining brightly in the sky, the blade master saw nothing but sword strike after sword strike, more than he could parry. Wait a second," cried Danhima, struggling to hang on. Lorist did not pay the pleading any heed and pierced his sword into the old man's left shoulder. A kick followed his blade, and his blade his kick. Before the old man could recover, the second strike leveled Lorist's blade on his neck. "What did you want to say?" Danhima pressed against his injured left shoulder. Kid. You've won. I've lost completely, so you may leave now," said he, venom in his eyes. An insidious smile crept over Lorist's face as he giggled. Did I need you to remind me of that? Anyone with eyes that can see already knows the result. SP spare me. I promise that the guild will no longer press this matter, said the old man stubbornly. I'm sorry, but if there's anything that I fear, your guild is definitely not it, said Lorist. He flicked his wrist and Danhima's head tumbled to the ground like so many flakes of ash. Lorist pointed at the nearest guard. Kill! Kill! Roared Blademaster Shus, Baron Phelim, and Baron Shazin in unison as they leaped off their mounts. The 30-plus guards on Lorist's side followed quickly behind and slaughtered away at the guards. The first carriage entered the passageway with the second following behind. Josk was visible on it with his green bow outstretched. Bolt after bolt of green lightning flashed from his direction. It nailed guard corpses to the ground one after another. The road ahead was finally unobstructed. Many Rozanji guards cast away their weapons and ran away like rats. Those that did not escape ended up on the ground, unmoving. Lorist grabbed the side of a carriage and flipped himself onto it. Let's go, instructed he. Sounds of bumbling carriages could be heard throughout the way to High Gold Bay. Blademaster Mike stood in front of the hotel with his legs shivering and his hands cold, watching the carriages disappearing between the buildings. What a close call that was. To think I thought of a ferocious tiger like him as a gentle lamb. I thought the only Blade Master the group had was the rank 1 Blade Master. I even attempted to stop them because I suspected them of burning down the storehouses. Even though House Meritas and the Rozanji Merchant Guild were at odds, the act of burning the stored food caused the citizens of Moranti to lose much of their reserves. The price of food would surely rise yet again, worsening the food crisis for everyone. Even though he sounded like he cared about Lorist and the gang's safety, it was not but an excuse so he could hold them back and let the big 7 guilds deal with them when they return. That way, the issue would be addressed without involving the house. Fortunately, they didn't do as I said. Otherwise, it would only end badly for me. I didn't think the normal-looking Count could actually defeat rank 2 Blademaster Danhima in a few moves. Come to think of it, the others preparing to leave before the Count started fighting seemed to anticipate the result. They seem oddly confident about their chances. If I'm not wrong, the gold-ranked barons were whispering about a bet on how many strikes it would take Blademaster Danhima to be defeated. The group consisting of 1 rank 2 Blademaster, 1 gold-ranked swordsman, tens of silver-ranked swordsmen and more than 400 Rozanji guards could not even hold up against the charge of a small group of 10-odd people and even suffered heavy losses. Blademaster Mike looked at the corpses littered all over. Not all were dead, but none were savable. Thank goodness I let them leave, thought Blademaster Mike in relief. The hotel's manager came over and looked at the bloody pool of corpses before he sighed. Even so many of the guild's guards weren't able to stop them? The Blademaster shook his head. It's not that they didn't try. The Northlanders are far too powerful. Even Blademaster Danhima was killed in a few bouts. Without him, the rest of the guards were no more than a bunch of panicking pigs at a slaughterhouse. Either way, the Rozanji Merchant Guild is done for. Lorist arrived at High Gold Bay and led the carriages to the port. On the way, he had Lunmore arrange a few carriages filled with firewood prepared as a surprise gift for their pursuers. It was a shame that the Moronites' focus of the night was on the food storage areas blaze. No one witnessed Lorist's slaughter. After the first assault, however, not a single person dared to give chase, so Lorist's carriages went to waste. When everyone got on board the ship, Lorist penned a letter each for President Peterson and Academy Head Levens and had the port supervisor send the carriages and horses back to Doslike after tipping him a small sack of gold fords. With the carriages on their way back, Lorist set sail for Silowas. Seeing the skies above Moranti tinted red, Lorist could not help but snicker. Count Kenmaze, Baron Shazin, and Baron Phelim all revealed hints of smiles on their faces as well. While their trip to Moranti was full of dangers, they managed to leave completely unscathed, and that was certainly something worth celebrating. Beside Lorist, Josk mused, "Milord, I really don't know what you're so glad about. Even though you've lived in Moranti for 10 years and are practically half Moronite, you were chased away during your 2 recent visits." Oh. Upon being reminded of that, Lorist was no longer able to smile fondly at his memories of the city. He gave Josk a hateful glare. Before Lorist even got 2 full days' rest after arriving at Silowas, Count Kenmaze suddenly got the impulse to go to the imperial capital for a vacation. Lorist was incredibly troubled as Queen Carrie was the current ruler of the kingdom. If he traveled there just like that, it would be akin to jumping into a trap. In the end, he could only send Blademaster Shus and 500 guards along to protect him, Baron Shazin and Baron Phelim on their trip to the capital with Baron Fenston at Gillen Harbor accompanying them as a guide. This time around, the 3 nobles did not bring their loved ones with them, lest they have to fight their way out of a predicament once again. Lorist's worry was unwarranted, fortunately. He received news soon after their arrival that the three were fitting in live fish in water. He even heard tell that Count Kenmaze had obtained the queen's favor with his adept way with words. Not only did he become one of the queen's honored guests, she even organized a few paradise gatherings for the three. They were indulged in so much pleasure that they almost wished they would not have to return. During that time, Lorist was busier than ever before. The Big Seven guilds had returned to Moranti and sent the Peterson Merchant Guild's vice president to Silas to meet with Lorist. Firstly, the vice president expressed his deepest apologies for Lorist's recent experience and mentioned the way the Big Seven guilds had dealt with Marquis Bejisanro. Given that the Marquis had defended his son's criminal deeds and tainted the reputation of the Union, Marquis Bejisanro was stripped of his title as well as his position as chief speaker of the subcouncil. Not only that, his guild was fined heavily for using old and expired wheat to make ale, putting the citizens' health at risk. The guild was basically no more and Marquis Bejisanro had little choice other than suicide to relieve him of his pain and shame. The Big Seven are merely splitting the spoils among themselves, Lorist winced. I bet they see the Rosanji Merchant Guild as a fat, juicy pig waiting to be slaughtered. I was just the unlucky fellow that happened to be at Moranti to provide a reason for them to carry out their scheme. Even if the Rosanji Merchant Guild didn't dream of a seat on the High Council, they would have been fed on sooner or later. After discussing the guild's fate, the vice president began to voice his objections to Lorist's actions. He was of the opinion that Lorist should be held accountable for setting fire to the food storage area. After all, the 800,000 citizens of Moranti relied on it for sustenance, and torching the whole area was really over the board. I even wanted to set the whole of Moranti on fire. Burning only one storage area is relatively calm even for me. Also, the food over there was used for paying the crowd to stick at the hotel, so if I didn't burn it, I would still be in trouble, he laughed. As expected, the vice president began to lay out his demands after finishing his complaints. He hoped that Lorist could supply the Union with food, as much as possible, to relieve the food crisis, even if it would cost them more. Lorist instantly shook his head. He could not help since his own dominion was rather tight on food. He did give the vice president a suggestion, however. They could target Andinak's food supplies. 2 years back, the Second Highness had prepared a large amount of food to feed his army. But after obtaining large amounts of resources following the occupation of Frederica, there was no need to touch his stockpiles, most of which still lay in their silos, completely untouched. During the past 2 years, the campaign against Redlease also went rather well and further filled their stockpiles. If the Union was willing to spend lots of money to purchase food, the hedonistic princess, Carrie, would be more than happy to oblige and sell off all the extra food, relieving the Union's crisis. As for transport, as long as they could get the food to Gillen Harbor, Lorist would be willing to offer his own transportation fleet to help out with the effort at a discount price. The vice president was so racked with joy that he did not even stay for his welcoming banquet and left for the imperial capital immediately. 12 days later, the vice president returned and reported that he had successfully made a deal with Andinak and had purchased over 5 million pours of food, more or less 250 million kilograms, and would be tasking the Norton House's transportation fleet to send everything to Moranti. The fleet returned in the 9th month from their first trip to Moranti. On board were a handsome couple, Blademaster Claude and instructor Anthea, as well as 3 other instructors from Dawn Academy, 2 of whom were Lorist's former course-mates. Count Kenmaze, Baron Shazine, and Baron Phelim had finished their month-long vacation at the imperial capital and were sailing back to the Northlands aboard Northsea at the same time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 314 Ridden with Matters. Ridden with Matters. Here's the first release of the week. Lorist started working again the moment he returned to the Dominion. Being the Dominion Lord was akin to having work that he could never finish. Despite only taking his 3 friends to Moranti for a short trip, a mountain of paperwork had piled up on his desk. Even though most of the matters had already been dealt with, Lorist still had to sign off on the orders to acknowledge that he had been informed. Blademaster Claude and instructor Anthea refused his offer to accompany them around the Northlands. They requested only that he give them a guide to take them and the other Dawn Academy instructors around so they could search for a place to build the new academy. Lorist had initially wanted it built at Northsea, but when Count Kenmaze, Baron Shazine, and Baron Phelim found out about Claude's intentions, they all fought for the opportunity. Count Kenmaze was especially vigorous in his temptations. He mentioned that if they were unable to find a suitable place at the Norton's Dominion, they could build it anywhere they wanted in the Northlands and everyone would chip in to support the endeavor. The Norton's Dominion alone had over 1.2 million people. Coupled with the dominions of Count Kenmaze, Baron Shazine, and Baron Phelim, the Northlands population was around 2 million. If Dawn Academy were to rebuild there would be no shortage of students. Even if only 1 student in 1,000 qualified, they would still have at least 2,000 new entrants each year. The Dominion's citizens were quite well off. All the houses within the Northlands had followed in Lorist's tracks and focused on developing their dominions instead of reaping their citizens like crops. This allowed most of the families in their dominions to be able to afford sending their children to school. Additionally, the one resource all the houses lacked was talent. The Dawn Academy was one of the few multidisciplinary academies in the world and was ranked in the continent's top 10. Their students were usually skilled in more than just combat. If they were to start a new branch in the Northlands, they would probably be able to supply most of the area's demand for talent. Cultivating in-house talent would greatly benefit everyone in the long run, so Count Kenmaze and the others were incredibly supportive of the idea. At the end of the 10th month, the Academy's expedition returned to Fernrock, followed by Count Kenmaze, Baron Shazin, and Baron Phelim. It had been decided that the Academy's new grounds would be at the foot of Bing Mountain. It was not in any of the house's territories, nor had it seen even the slightest development. The location had likely been picked exactly because it was completely undeveloped. With how focused the four houses had been on developing their lands, a patch of land would only be undeveloped if it wasn't in anyone's territory. Not only was it out of anyone's jurisdiction, it was also right in the middle of the four dominions. Claude's explanation for his choice naturally didn't touch on this factor, however. He explained his choice as resulting from a desire to be able to draw from the populations of all four dominions, which naturally made the spot he chose the best choice. The four Dominion lords had a lengthy discussion and finally agreed to cede portions of their territory around the location Claude had chosen, which added up to roughly a barony's worth of land, to the Academy. A mutual treaty was signed soon after, and the land officially belonged to the Academy. They also gathered 1,000,000 gold fords between them for the Academy's construction. Half of the money came from House Norton, with House Kenmaze paying 3/10, and Barons Phelim and Shazin each contributing 1/10. When that matter was concluded, Blade Master Claude and his group returned hurriedly to Moranti to prepare for the move. House Norton's transportation fleet would be incredibly busy in the following year and they would have to spend one whole year to fully transport everything the Academy had to the Northlands. After all, rebuilding the Academy incompletely was a time-consuming job. Lorist estimated it would take about 2 years before the Academy was ready to start accepting applicants. When Lorist tired of dealing with paperwork, he placed his feet on his desk in frustration. His mind soon wandered to matters of less consequence. Why do the transmigrators in other novels just focus on killing and fighting all day? They usually only need to give out vague instructions and their minions will take care of all the troublesome bits without needing any supervision. The commoners in their dominions also seem to behave like NPCs all the time, they do what they're told without causing any trouble. Lorist read the document on his desk a second time, slightly slower than the first time. His brows furrowed, but he eventually drew a circle on it and wrote 2 lines of words inside, guilty as charged. Sentenced to death. This was the first case of murder within the Dominion. To think that something like this happened after only a few short years of life without worry for food or wear. The case involved 2 neighbors that partnered up to start a snack stall. They very quickly began to make a good profit, and in just 2 years their wealth had become quite impressive. The happiness didn't last, however. One of the 2 started an affair with the other's wife. When the other found out, the cuckolded man strangled his former friend, neighbor, and business partner to death. He tossed the corpse into the nearest well to cover up his misdeed. The case would have gone unnoticed had the man not got together with dead man's wife openly shortly after the incident. Additionally, the neighbors soon discovered the corpse and notified the police, who quickly put the puzzle pieces together and arrested the couple, still insisting that the man had fallen into the well and drowned. In the end, it was the former security chief of Whitebird Town, now the head of law enforcement, Kristen, that found evidence pointing to murder. The case was actually rather simple. Victims of drowning usually had lungs full of water, but this corpse's lungs were empty, which indicated that he was dead before he entered the water. When asked why they strangled the man before tossing him into the well, the couple admitted that if they had not done so, the man would have been able to call for help. Additionally, he was rather good in water and would not drown that easily. Since it was the first murder case in the Dominion, the criminal couple was sentenced to death and Lorist was the one who would have the final say on their fate. Sigh, this is troublesome. To think that a Dominion lord would have to deal with so much stuff. Lorist recalled that when Kristen had come over to report the case, he had mentioned that the house lacked investigators. Even though every town or settlement had their own police units, they could only deal with simple cases like brawls and robberies. They would only make a mess if they tried to deal with more complicated crimes. Additionally, according to Kristen, several underworld organizations had begun to take root in towns around Salis and Felicitas. The house had to take measures to keep them from becoming a threat. Not only that, Kristen even suggested that the house come up with a new set of regulations that could accommodate the Dominion's rapid development. Before this, the traditional laws of administration the house used to govern had been sufficient. But with the population approaching 1.2 million, a new set of laws was required to ensure everything stayed in order. It all caused Lorist to do nothing but sigh all the time. I've never read about transmigrators having to deal with troublesome stuff like this. In the web novels I've read, they would be able to construct a 250-kilometer-long 50 meters high and wide wall with only 30,000 people, and do it all in just 3 months. Some even camped at a small town and ambushed a force of 100,000. One could even pay 3,000 silver taels for a single meal and not have to bother with the change. Compared to them, am I not actually super weak? Those people can have huge harems with hundreds of beauties without any issues, yet a few women are already more than I can handle. During the past 2 months, Lorist had gone to Maplewoods once as well as Nico Academy. When he got back to Fernrock Castle, the 3 Dinas were jealous and pinned Lorist down together to get their share of his attention and energy. Ariadne's young aunt, Diliana, even wanted to bear Lorist a child so she would have something to lean on when she gets older. Ariadne on the other hand had her own goals. She wanted to push her younger sister, Fenazali, to the position of the household matron. She felt that Irina, merely a maidservant, was far beneath her younger sister. The scholar at Nico Academy was completely absorbed in her research and had willingly given away her claim on the position. Her aunt had a rather dark history, so she wasn't fit to compete either. Her younger sister was as pure as jade and had offered her first time to Lorist. Being a mere concubine was out of the question, so, since there was no one to claim the position of household matron, it seemed only natural that she be the one to take it. Lorist was rather troubled by Ariadne. He couldn't be too hard on her, but he also couldn't let her prance around like she owned the place. Despite his displeasure at her behavior, however, he had to admit that he was rather satisfied with Fenazali. The younger Dina did not have any ambition at all, she was perfectly satisfied with having a stable life, her nightly activities with Lorist was a bonus. Unfortunately, she would not stay the same forever. People grow and change over time. Lorist's maidservant, Irina, was the boss of Maplewoods, where she resided. Nobody dared to go against her wishes. Lorist now understood why she was so insistent on staying there. If she had followed Lorist around, she would only be a concubine. But at the Bastide, she called the shots. Lorist really could not imagine that the timid and shy maidservant Irina used to be actually had such ambitions. Irina was now 27 and in the prime of her youth. She was incredibly proactive in bed and did her best to pleasure Lorist as best she could. Perhaps because she had birthed 2 of Lorist's children, she was no longer as timid as she used to be. She had even displayed coquettish behavior and thrown tantrums, not to mention requesting gifts from him. All that aside, Lorist was most troubled by their 2 sons. The younger was 1.5 years old and could still not walk on his own. Apart from being unable to sleep without Irina by his side, however, he had no discernible faults. The elder son, Waldbeck, on the other hand, was 8 and behaved as domineering as a child his age could. It was especially the case given his status as Lorist's firstborn and the first in line to become his successor. The child was spoiled so heavily that he had become a little dictator. He insisted on having his way no matter what and would threaten to throw massive tantrums if his whims weren't catered to. Lorist had tried to tolerate Waldbeck's behavior the best he could, but when he saw the young kid grope a maidservant's rear through her skirt, he lost it. He caught the bastard and gave him such a thrashing that his rear was swollen like a bubble for a whole week. It provided Lorist a momentary sense of relief but only added to his trouble thereafter. Besides the fact that Irina cried the whole day, the child burst into tears whenever he saw Lorist after that day. He even refused to call Lorist his father. Whenever he looked at Lorist, his eyes would hide a glint of hatred in their corners. Lorist decided that the kid could no longer stay at the Bastide the day he first noticed the glint. He could not let the kid become the same kind of incompetent brat Lorist had despised so much as he grew up. He would not let his children undo his work and ruin the house he had shed so much blood and sacrificed so many lives to get to where it was today. He felt like a failure of a father, but he didn't have much choice in the matter. The house always required his unwavering attention, so had never managed to spare the time necessary to take care of his children. As a result, his children's upbringing and education had been neglected. He decided to visit Irina and the 2 sons, apart from also seeing the illegitimate child of his elder brother, Helios, who had been sent to be raised by Knight Pajik's family with the knight his adoptive father. Helios turned 12 after the new year and would leave Knight Pajik's home according to the long-standing agreement. He was to be sent to Nico Academy for a few years of study before returning to Lorist's side when he turned 15. From there on, Lorist would cultivate the child himself. He would be allowed to choose either to train in Crimson Blood Battle Force, the house's technique, or walk the same path Reedy had. Lorist visited Helios and was surprised to see that his nephew had grown to become a handsome and magnificent young man. Not only was he talented, he was exceedingly polite. House Norton would have yet another talented individual if Helios was cultivated with proper care. In the future, he might even be on par with Howard in terms of abilities. It was a shame that Knight Pajik was in seclusion for his preparation to break through to the gold rank. Otherwise, Lorist would have wanted to have Waldbeck put under his care as well. But after giving it some thought, he gathered that he could not rely solely on Pajik for raising his children. Additionally, Pajik's house was within the Bastide and Waldbeck did not fear the couple as much as Lorist would like. He had to find an even more strict person to take care of his little troublemaker. After a long time spent pondering, Lorist remembered iron-faced Malek, a gold-ranked knight that was as good as emotionless. According to Lowe's, Malek's wife had a similar demeanor and was also incredibly strict with her children. The two sons and the daughter they had were prime examples of what children ought to be. Lorist decided to let Malek's wife take care of Waldbeck for 4 years until he turns 12 and would leave for Nico Academy. He would complete his studies there in 3 years and finally serve by Lorist's side. Lorist wrote a letter to request Malek's return from Silowas. When Malek returned, Lorist made his request, to which Malek eagerly agreed. He did not take any nonsense from either Irina or Waldbeck and soon left to return to his manor in Salis. Malek's wife was waiting for him when he returned him. "This child is an orphan of one of my deceased comrades," he explained as he tossed the kid through the door. "He's incredibly naughty and lies all the time. He constantly claims he's our Dominion Lord's heir. I was worried for his sake, so I decided to bring him back here and instill some discipline in him." His wife believed the story and took hold of Waldbeck. Malek didn't say anything else, nor did he waste his time at home. He turned around and returned to his post on Silowas right away. On his departure, the young master kept crying about how he really was the Dominion Lord's son and wanted to return home. Malek's wife, however, took it as a sign of the kid's intention to escape and gave him several thorough canings. Waldbeck was so frightened he nearly lost his voice and quickly fell in line. The matter at Maplewoods was a damper on Lorist's mood, especially the way Irina had glared at him when he took Waldbeck away and how she refused to sleep with him. In the end, he left with a stomach filled with anger. Before he departed, however, he told Irina that if she insisted on Waldbeck's return, he would lose his place in the line of succession. The threat struck home and, though she cried unendingly, she didn't dare to go against Lorist's decision anymore. Lorist went to Nico Academy, but Telesti refused his advances as well. She argued that she wanted to focus on her research and on managing the academy, and had little time for Lorist and his petty distractions. So, instead, he spent most of his time there with his 2 daughters for a few days. He returned to the academy a day after he left to drop Helios off before leaving for Firmrock with a heavy heart, only to realize the Dinas had been awaiting his return, filled with jealousy. "How do other transmigrators manage their harems? I have only 5 women in 3 different places, and it's already more than it's worth. It's even worse now that I have children. Even though I'm incredibly busy and unable to spend time with my children, those breeding stallion transmigrators always have at least 10 beauties waiting for them. How do they manage it? There's a saying that goes, 3 women are like 500 ducks. Wouldn't a whole harem with more than 10 beauties be far worse? Seriously, how do those transmigrators do it?" Lorist continued to daydream with his feet on the desk as Howard entered the room. Seeing Lorist's posture, he sighed. "You're a noble, milord, a Dominion Lord. You should behave accordingly. The way you're sitting is not acceptable at all." "Save it," Lorist interjected, "only you would come in without knocking. By the time others finish knocking, I would be in the proper posture. Tell me, what's going on?" "Well, I just received word from a messenger of House Kenmays that Princess Sylvia is in the Northlands. She will arrive at the Dominion around noon tomorrow," replied Howard. "If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 315 Reasons for Coming. Reasons for Coming. This is this week's second release. Enjoy. "Oh, Princess Sylvia? Does she need anything?" thought Lorist. "Howard, how many years are left until our agreement with Faisablin expires?" asked Lorist, thinking that some change must have happened to the agreement. "This year's transaction was completed without incident and next year's will be the last," replied Howard. "Time really flies. So it's already been 4 years since the agreement was signed, huh? What have House Faisablin been up to over these years?" Howard shook his head. "The Salt Merchant Committee's largest target market is wild husbandry, milord. The governor is Viscount Christoph, and our informants are well aware of the situation. They were unable to infiltrate Eastwild, however. It's where the Duke himself is, and his security is far greater. We were only able to get very rough and vague bits of information. The house has tried sending a group of spies into the province disguised as merchants before as well, but they were quickly chased out. We did manage to learn that Duke Faisablin reformed his 2 legions and reorganizes the garrison force. Currently, the two legions total 46,000 men. Coupled with the 3 garrison divisions he reorganized, his local defense legion, and personal guard regiment, he has a total force of 136,000 people. The 3 garrison divisions are stationed in Wild Husbandry, Eastwild, and Southern respectively. Not only that, the Skywolf Legion commanded by Viscount Kristoff and the Tigerhowl Legion at Wild Husbandry launched large-scale military efforts against the grassland barbarians. According to the Salt Merchant Committee's reports and Furybear's informants, almost 100 grassland barbarian tribes have been eliminated. More than 150,000 have been taken captive, most of whom are women and children. Duke Faisablin had his officers take the women as their wives. Apparently, everyone ranked squad leader and above were allowed to take a wife and a concubine. Lorist sat down properly and asked, "How much is the 3 provinces' population?" Eastwild and Wild Husbandry's population is less than 800,000 and the desolated Southern has only 160,000. Our forces alone have almost 300,000 people. Lorist waved his hand. Their house is far from being able to compete with us. Our next targets should be the Madras Duchy and the Iblia Kingdom. We'll rest for another year before we launch another campaign. I didn't think Duke Faisablin would be able to assemble such a large force. That old fox is definitely wary of us. It seems we will have to focus on gathering intelligence from Eastwild soon. Princess Sylvia arrived on time, and as expected, Count Kenmaze was present during the welcoming. After the princess and her cohort settled down, Lorist arranged for a magnificent feast to welcome her. The two hadn't met for several years and Princess Sylvia had grown even more beautiful in the meantime, like a flower just blooming, the beauty of which was so glaring that nothing could obstruct it. Amidst her hopeful stares hid her sweet smiles. Even Lorist was unable to resist the dreamy allure of her emerald green eyes. During the banquet, Princess Sylvia announced the reason for her trip. She was here to negotiate the next arms deal between the two houses and to invite Lorist to the knighthood tournament her father was organizing at Iblia's royal capital during the 5th month of the next year. The tournament was to identify talent for the kingdom. The princess was sent specifically to request Count Norton's attendance. When Lorist heard what she had to say, the first thought he had in his mind was that it was a trap. Everyone within Iblia knew that House Norton had led the 3 other houses of the Northlands to conquer Windberry City, capture the former king, the second prince of the empire, Iblia, and send him to Andonek's capital where he was finally sacrificed during the 3rd prince's burial. Lorist couldn't help but feel suspicious of the invitation. He was not afraid of an attempt on his life he would be able to escape unscathed without issue. Besides, as the leader of House Norton and the most powerful count in the Northlands, he would definitely bring with him a legion and Blademaster Shuss would he attend the tournament as well. Lorist was confident that he could fight his way out even if he fell into an ambush. However, Lorist found that participating in the tournament would be incredibly boring. Frankly speaking, he believed his combat abilities had long surpassed those of most other knights, with the exception of Duke Faisablin, a rank 3 Blademaster, who would probably last a few hundred bouts. Lorist would rather stay within the Dominion and enjoy his time at his own leisure. Lorist was rather lazy for some reason and did not feel like leaving the Dominion for the tournament. Lorist did not refuse the princess's invitation outright during the banquet, however, even though Count Kenmaze said that he would. Princess Sylvia did not take his comments to heart and merely expressed her welcome to the count, before turning to look at Lorist with hopeful eyes. Lorist could only put it off by promising that he would go along if the house did not require his presence at the time. The princess pouted and threw a small tantrum at his answer. The banquet fell into a slightly awkward mood. Lorist was left with no choice but to end the banquet early. As the host, Lorist was expected to invite Princess Sylvia into his study for a good conversation. He only made his invitation out of obligation, but he did not think that she would roll her eyes and walk towards the study without saying anything. She was followed by her teacher, Blademaster Xanthi, and the busybody Count Kenmaze. In the study, Count Kenmaze plundered the wine stash as usual. Blademaster Xanthi sat on the couch in the corner, drinking the cup of tea Howard poured her. Princess Sylvia stood in front of Lorist's desk and stared at him with angry eyes. "Gosh, this is going to take a while," smiled Lorist bitterly. "Your Highness, please calm your anger. Look at all this paperwork on my desk, I truly am really busy." "Humph," snorted the princess before she turned around and ignored Lorist. "By the way, Your Highness, I brought some souvenirs back for you from my last trip." "I hope you like them," said Lorist with utmost reverence. He hoped his offering would calm the princess' seething wrath. In the drawer at the left of the table were 5 intricate boxes decorated with purple silk. The one at the bottom was the largest, which Lorist took out and opened, revealing a black-colored velvet cushion on which a platinum necklace was placed. At the center of the necklace was a thumb-sized emerald of immense clarity and glow. The necklace was accompanied by a matching pair of earrings and a jade bracelet. The jewelry instantly caught the attention of Princess Sylvia the moment it was brought out. Even Blademaster Xanthe could not help but walk to the princess's side to inspect the ornaments for herself. As expected, women are a little like the dragons of legend, greatly attracted to shiny objects. "Gosh, Locke, where did you get these babies from? They look like priceless heirlooms," exclaimed Count Kenmaze. "How should I respond to him?" thought Lorist, rubbing his nose. "This is one of the spoils I got from Hanayobarda. It used to belong to the queen consort." There were 4 more boxes in the drawer, but the items he just brought out were the most valuable of them all. They were worth around 200,000 gold fords. Had it not been for Princess Sylvia's alluring green eyes, Lorist would have forgotten about the emerald jewelry entirely. "Well, I better not say that I looted them from the corpse of a queen consort." The jewelry in the 4 other boxes was also taken from the dead bodies of the other concubines. That was why Lorist hesitated to gift them to his lovers. "Well, I robbed someone and got them," said Lorist. "Well, the target of my robbery was a whole kingdom, but some things are better left unsaid." "Ha? Do you think me an idiot?" Count Kenmaze said angrily. "What kind of idiot would wear something that precious in broad daylight? Something like that would be precious family heirlooms that would never see the light of day." "Seriously, I kid you not," Lorist said with sincere honesty, "I robbed a whole kingdom." "Only the dead would believe you," Count Kenmaze retorted. "Let's see what you have in the 4 other boxes in that drawer of yours, shall we?" While the jewelry in the boxes were not as complete as the emerald set, they were still incredibly precious. Count Kenmaze, Princess Sylvia, and Blademaster Xanthe were all filled with awe and amazement. "Locke, my friend. I would like to," stammered Count Kenmaze. "Fine, pick the one you like. Oh, and, Blademaster Xanthe, feel free to choose one box as well. Everyone who saw these boxes get one. Is that fair enough?" Lorist knew perfectly what the Count was getting at, so he gave the boxes away generously. After all, the jewelry in the other boxes was only worth a few tens of thousands of gold fords, a far cry from the emerald set. The main factor of Lorist's generosity, however, was still the fact that the items had been looted from corpses, which was somewhat of a taboo for him, probably because of how he was brought up in his previous life. Count Kenmaze and the rest, however, did not pay that any heed. Princess Sylva really did not think that Lorist would give her such an expensive gift. With a face full of smiles, she said, "Elder brother Locke, thank you so much for your gift. I love the emerald jewelry a lot." "Great, as long as you stop being mad at me," Lorist smiled. Lorist prepared to refuse the invitation for next year's knighthood tournament while the princess was still in a good mood. "Well, Your Highness, I'm worried that I will be a little busy during the 5th month next year, so—" "Locke, I'm already 24 this year," muttered the princess shyly. "Oh? So what if she's 24? I'm already 34, thought Lorist thickly. "Oh, the last time I met you, you were only 20. It's already been 4 years, huh? Time really flies. To think that you already broke through to the 2-star gold rank. You really are talented. You should be able to reach 3-star gold rank by the time you're 30, praised Lorist. I'm going to be 25 next year, so my grandfather is organizing a knighthood tournament, for... You know. Do you understand now, you blockhead?" Princess Sylvia stomped on Lorist's foot. "Ouch," cried Lorist. Princess Sylvia took the box and left. Blademaster Xanthe got in front of Lorist and said with a slight smile, "That lass has been training hard in seclusion for 4 whole years and finally broke through to the 2-star gold rank. Not only that, Duke Faisablin is organizing a knighthood tournament for her sake, yet she came all the way here to inform you. You don't need me to spell it out for you, do you, Dot?" Seeing the Blademaster leave the study, Lorist looked at Count Kenmaze but only saw a bumbling drunk gulping down wine with abandon. "What are you looking at?" I didn't think that the princess would actually fall for the likes of you," barked the Count with eyes bloodshot with rage. "Me," mumbled Lorist as he pointed at himself with his finger. "Yes, you. Don't you get the hints she's practically laying out for you? The princess was right, you really are a blockhead." Count Kenmaze exclaimed, "Even though I'm far more handsome than you are, and have a better demeanor and aura, the princess still fell for you. Hey, I'll duel you with one hand behind my back." "I can mop the floor with you after only 3 moves, Lorist retorted as he limped to the couch and reached out for his feet. "Darn, that lass's stomp sure was heavy. It still hurts even now." "Humph, you deserve it for being so dense." Her Highness already made it clear that the reason the Duke is hosting the tournament is that she's already 24. "Wait, so you're saying that the tournament's for picking a fitting suitor for the princess? Isn't that basically dueling for her hand in marriage?" asked Lorist. "Dueling for her hand in marriage?" "Yeah, to think that you could put it so succinctly, blockhead as you are," said the Count as he nodded. Lorist said curiously, isn't the princess the beloved granddaughter of Duke Faisablin? Why is there a need for her to find a suitor in such a roundabout way? There's no need for a knighthood tournament to be organized just for this, is there? Count Kenmaze leered at Lorist. Once a bumpkin, always a bumpkin. Do you think that a person with the status of the princess can find a suitor that easily? Let me tell you, the matter of her marriage is far more complicated than our own. Even though there are many who strive for her favor and affection from all noble ranks, can a proper suitor be determined only based on that? The Iblia kingdom has a few dukes among their peerage as well, but are they qualified to marry the princess just because of that? Most of them are mere honorary nobles. Even a prince would not stand a chance. A person like Duke Faisablin has to take the matter of Princess Sylvia's marriage with great consideration, in terms of status, household might, and most importantly, how good a fit the couple is for each other. Otherwise, the couple would become a laughingstock for the other nobles. Given the princess's status, the ideal candidate for her husband would be someone who was in line to succeed a duchy, or a throne to the kingdom, or even a very powerful noble like you. Heck, when I look at it that way, you are qualified to be the princess's suitor after all. But I'm older than her by 10 whole years, mumbled Lorist. What's the problem with that? Do you know that Duke Melian's daughter was wedded to the third prince despite there being a 14-year age gap? 14 whole years, exclaimed the count. Duke Melian's daughter and the third prince? The three princes of the former empire also faced the same problem and weren't able to find suitable suitors. With the reputation of the first and second princes being rather bad, most powerful nobles weren't willing to form a marriage union with the imperial family, and the noble houses that were willing to do so did not even qualify given their low status. That was why the first and second princes had illegitimate children that further tainted their names. When the third prince was 30 years old, Duke Melian's daughter had already matured into a fine woman and the Melian household was willing to form a union with the imperial family. That's why the third prince was chosen to become the rightful heir to the empire. It was also because of that matter that caused the first and second princes to be dissatisfied with the manner in which succession was decided, as there was precedent where former emperors inherited the throne without empress consorts. Why were the powerful nobles not willing to be united with the imperial family? Asked Lorist, confused. It's simple. They would be ostracized by the other noble houses. After all, the imperial family is always at odds with the rest of the aristocracy, and those who side with the imperial family are also regarded in the same light. The imperial family is always hoping to strip away the powers of the noble houses so they don't become strong enough to threaten their rule. When the imperial family is strong, noble houses would ally together to protect their own interests. Not only that, should a mighty noble house unite with the imperial family, the influence of the imperial family would be further expanded and threaten the interests of the other noble houses. The final reason is that a noble house would be involved in the matters of the imperial houses, just like Duke Melian, who was forced to participate in the civil war on the side of the third prince. To protect the rightful heir to the imperial throne, the Melian house had put in lots of resources and sacrificed much of their vitality, causing them to now be too weak to even protect themselves, explained Count Kenmaze in detail. Then, what if the Duke isn't able to find a proper suitor during the knighthood tournament? Asked Lorist again. Count Kenmaze shrugged and said, then, the matter would be even easier to deal with. The victor of the tournament would be a fitting compromise even if his status and family is relatively low. But, the catch is that the husband would effectively be married into the Faisablin house, and their descendants would bear the name of Faisablin as well. That's why, Locke, don't let the hopes and deep feelings the princess has for you down. No matter what, you have to attend the knighthood competition during the 5th month next year. Don't let the princess get married to some powerless lowborn. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 316 Huge Purchase. Huge Purchase. The third release of the week is served. Duke Faisablin has made Princess Sylvia his representative to sign the trade agreement with House Norton to purchase 70,000 sets of Rider Gear No. 103, 50,000 sets of tessellated warrior armor, and various other products of daily necessity for a total of 1.27 million gold fords, announced an old goateed supervisor. He passed the list in his hand respectfully to Howard, who then passed it on to Lorist. Lorist stared at the list for a good while before he looked at Princess Sylvia, who was sitting by his side. Your Highness, the trade deal we have with House Faisablin will only conclude next year. You've signed it yourself, so I'm sure you haven't forgotten about it, have you? Inquired he. Even if I discount your new order, each set would still cost around 65 gold fords. 70,000 sets would amount to 4.6 million. The tessellated warrior armor would cost 35 gold fords each, for a total of 1.8 million for 50,000 sets. The daily products you've ordered amounts to 8 million. Your Highness, can you tell me how Duke Faisablin plans to pay for all this? With horsehoof gold, the princes explained, smiling. Horsehoof gold? Thought Lorist, surprised. Horsehoof gold was the standard currency of the grassland barbarians. Normally, they only bartered among their own tribesmen, but when there were large purchases to be made from merchants not from their land, they would use horsehoof gold. The exchange rate for each piece of horsehoof gold was 100 gold fords. Even if House Faisablin eradicates 100 tribes of grassland barbarians, it wouldn't be able to gather that much money. I don't see why the barbarians haven't been hunted to extinction long ago if that really were the case. Then again, given how House Faisablin has occupied the grasslands for decades, it's not surprising for them to have at least that much in their treasury. So, the matter I should concern myself with is why they are buying so much equipment at this kind of time? What is that old fox, Duke Faisablin, planning? After finishing his train of thought, Lorist asked the princess, I heard the Duke has already formed 2 legions of 92,000 men each. The speed with which our house has been supplying the equipment wouldn't hinder the growth of your army, and given the quality of our products, I doubt you would have so many wear out and spoil during your battles with the barbarians. Can you tell me the real reason why House Faisablin wishes to purchase 70,000 more? Forgive my frankness, Your Highness. It's not that House Norton is unwilling to agree to this deal, but it's obvious that Duke Faisablin is trying to expand his military. Even though your house already has 2 standing cavalry legions, the purchase of another 70,000 sets of rider armor foretells the formation of yet another. As your neighbor, it's inevitable for us to be wary of your movements. I don't wish to meet you on the battlefield, but before we know who the Duke's target is, we cannot agree to your request. Princess Sylvia chuckled. My grandfather was right. He said that if I didn't tell you the real reason, you wouldn't agree to the trade. House Faisablin has no wish to change the present or the future of Iblia. He might have wanted to make my younger brother, Holocaust, the king in the past, but ever since he was diagnosed with congenital heart disease, my grandfather has cast away all such thoughts. Holocaust truly was Iblia's legitimate heir. As the king, second Prince Iblia had gone to Duke Faisablin to request support for amassing his army to storm the Madras Duchy. But it ended up with him locked up together with the Duke's daughter, the current queen of Iblia. Both were drugged with aphrodisiac to produce an heir, Holocaust. It was common knowledge that the marriage between the second prince and Duke Faisablin's daughter was purely political. The second prince was known to be rather lecherous, even during the days of the empire, while the duke's daughter was also famed throughout the grasslands for her promiscuity, to say the least. Each had their own personal life, the two didn't interfere with each other's. The queen had given birth to 2 illegitimate children, while the second prince sired 3 out of wedlock. In the end, the duke was no longer able to bear the state of affairs and forced the couple together and used an aphrodisiac to stimulate their interactions. However, when Holocaust was born, the second prince did not even acknowledge his existence. He considered him a product of his drug-infused passion. Holocaust was left behind at the Faisablin house and was raised by Princess Sylvia. Oh? What condition does little Prince Holocaust have? Asked Lorist with surprise. Prenatal heart disease, Princess Sylvia, sighing, my grandfather deeply regrets it and insists it was his fault for forcing the king and queen to mate under the influence of aphrodisiac. It probably was one of the factors for Holocaust's condition. The herbalist said that it would be hard for him to even live past 20. Even doing activities like reading for long periods are dangerous for his health. This is a condition he was born with, and there's no known way of treating it. Tears welled up in her eyes as she spoke. She had raised Holocaust with her own hands, so finding out that he had such a disease was no small shock to her. My apologies, Your Highness, consoled Lorist. It's no big deal. I'm already used to it, the princess said as she received a white cloth from Blademaster Xanthi. Supervisor Polo, please bring the map over. Polo was the goateed old man. He was also the supervisor for the princess's trip. Upon hearing her summons, he hurriedly brought the map over and held it open with the help of another maidservant on the other side. It was a complete map of the northeastern grasslands, and easily one of the most detailed Lorist had ever seen. Even every spring on the grassland was marked. The northeastern grasslands were described by some geography books as starting at the foot of the magical Dragon Mountains. It was the northeasternmost area ever settled by humans on the continent. It had relatively level terrain and was almost 5 times the Northland size. It was said that one would require a whole month to travel from the southernmost part of the grasslands to the northernmost part on horseback. Just like the mountain barbarians living in the magical Dragon Mountains, the grassland barbarians were the northeastern grasslands' biggest pests. They had branched off from the mountain barbarians some time ago and turned into nomadic, herding tribes. From a young age, members of the grassland tribes would be taught horse riding, herding, hunting and raiding the others living near the grasslands to obtain manpower and resources. The mounted barbarians were called the Dread Riders of the grasslands and were the most elite warriors of the tribes. They were quite a problem for Winston and Southern before the Empire. Their largest invasion involved more than 100,000 riders. They managed to make their way into the Great Analu Plains and across Egret Lake, causing the nobles nearby to hide in their castles, unable to resist the horde at all. They had to watch helplessly as the horde crossed their lands. It was one of the worst incidents, but it was also their last moment of glory. Following the empire's formation, the founding emperor, Chris I, led his armies across the grasslands. After half a year of war with the barbarians, suffering huge casualties, he successfully managed to eliminate 100,000. He conquering what was now wild husbandry in one fell swoop and isolated the barbarians from the rest of the empire. Besides East Wild, he made sure to station soldiers around the borders to ensure that the barbarians would never again encroach on imperial territory. When Duke Faisablin did the same and conquered the barbarians again, they no longer had much vitality left in them. Apart from occasionally raids on with about 20,000 riders, most of the time the grassland barbarians would be engaged with the 2 divisions of cavalry troops the Duke had stationed there. Even during the Civil War, barbarians were unable to cross the borders defended by House Faisablin's troops. Princess Sylvia stood up and walked to the map. Stretching out a finger, she declared with pride, during the 21st day of the 6th month this year, House Faisablin's 70,000 elite soldiers successfully eliminated more than 200,000 of the Hubit tribe's members. They suffered only 18,000 casualties and conquered the Greater and Lesser Golden Creeks. My grandfather announced that the unified area will be a new province, named Gold Creek. The province will be ruled by our house now on. No one present could help but gasp, especially Count Kenmays, who darted in front of the map immediately. You actually passed through the dense forests and Ghost Tree Cliff? No wonder you were able to assault the Golden Creeks. House Faisablin literally struck gold, stammered he. While the terrain around the northeastern grasslands was mostly level, it was not without its hilly areas. The Greater and Lesser Golden Creeks were rather close to East Wild, but there was a natural barrier separating the two, the forests surrounding Ghost Tree Cliff. Once lost within, one would find it exceedingly hard to make it back out. Whether they be the barbarian riders or the cavalry troops of House Faisablin, going through the forests around Ghost Tree Cliff was nothing but a suicidal endeavor, and both sides viewed it as a natural, impassable barrier. The Greater and Lesser Golden Creeks was famed for its gold. The Magi had surveyed the area and recorded their finding in an atlas which was still passed down to the day. Gold was not a precious material during the magic civilization's era, however. Magic metals were far more useful and valuable. Even though they knew of the existence of the gold veins, no humans bothered to go mine them. During the 1,000-year Dark Age, the Greater and Lesser Creeks became infested with barbarian riders that fought each other to conquer the place. In the end, the 3 greatest tribes managed to gain permanent occupancy. The Hubit tribe was one of the strongest, with around 360,000 riders in their ranks. No one would have imagined House Faisablin would eliminate them in one go. Lorist finally understood where the money came from. It was obvious that House Faisablin obtained more horsehoof gold than they could use as spoils. To think that House was busy conquering the barbarians and taking the Golden Creeks when the Nortons were exterminating Hanayabarta, it seemed their neighbors weren't slacking off. Locke, my friend, it seems House Faisablin is rich. Our Salt Merchant Committee can increase trade volumes with them without worry. Did you know the Golden Creeks generate at least 1.5 million gold fords worth of gold every year? That's 300,000 gold fords more than our house makes in our best years. Count Kenmays stammered. Lorist looked at the map. With East Wild at the center, Gold Creek and Wild Husbandry are like 2 horns on its flanks. So the Duke wants to purchase equipment for the new cavalry legion he's going to form in Gold Creek. The Golden Creek's hilly terrain is more suitable for the settlement of normal humans than grassland barbarians. The grassland barbarians will never be able to enjoy the Golden Creeks again if the Duke builds a few well-placed castles and citadels. My heartfelt congratulations to House Faisablin, Your Highness. Lorist congratulated. I agree to the trade and will hasten the equipment's production to show our admiration. Please pass on my respects to the Duke, especially for how he has not abused his power and stormed into the inner continent. To show my sincerity and concern for the brave soldiers of House Faisablin, I will donate 1 million gold fords worth of daily necessities. I hope the Duke will give them to the families of those who gave their lives during the campaign. Donating 1 million gold fords worth of goods was a rather generous move. Even Princess Sylvia was shocked. Thank you, Brother Locke. She finally managed to squeeze out. The agreement was signed soon after. Lorist promised to fulfill his end over 2 years. House Faisablin would also make a down payment of 20,000 horsehoof gold up front. Only after the deal was signed and Lorist gave his word to participate in the knighthood tournament was Princess Sylvia relieved enough to travel around the Dominion for leisure. She hunted, picnicked, attended dance balls, and fished in the sea until the 11th month before she left ever so unwillingly without forgetting to remind Lorist to be present for the knighthood tournament. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 317 Charade returns from seclusion. Charade returns from seclusion. Here's the fourth release of the week. Enjoy. Lorist descended into his pool of work after sending everyone off. He did not expect that Senbod would send over news about Shiarsia's submission. During the 9th month, Senbod's Oceanic Legion was deployed against a Shiarshan fleet. But, after only a single volley of cannon fire, the kingdom raised the white flag immediately. They were apparently so terrified by the human head pyramid that lost all will to fight. Even King Lud III's cousin, the Queen Regent and heir to the kingdom, was poisoned by her royal uncle. She was decapitated and her head presented to Senbod as an apology for their misconduct. The group that delivered the head also brought 2 million gold fords worth of treasures and the king's 7-year-old younger brother from another mother, who was to serve as a political hostage. How should I deal with this? Thought Lorist in a troubled manner. There has been no precedent for such a thing, a kingdom swearing fealty to a single independent noble house, a mere count no less. Others might not acknowledge it. However, given that Shiarsia was located on an isolated island, away from the continent, perhaps they had never seemed to be much in the eyes of the continental nobles in the first place. Add that the Chichtar Merchant Guild had offered up their trade routes to Shiarsia, it was only natural for the kingdom to fall under the Norton's rule. Torin and Tok, the father and son pair, traveled with the transport ships this time. Torin reported Shiarsia's situation to Lorist in detail. He was of the opinion that the island kingdom was controlled mainly by the young king's royal uncle, Saham. The king was young and likely controlled by his uncle, a mere figurehead. It would certainly explain why he had such hatred for the man, besides the fact that it had been his uncle who'd murdered his mother. The royal court is messy no matter where it is. Thought Lorist, sighing. I do not want to be distracted by some Shiarsia's internal politics. I care only for their spices. Our people live a high quality of life, the common man has meat as his staple food. This is true for most of the Northlands as well. If we can obtain their spices, our profits will be immeasurable, declared he. Lorist was prepared to form another maritime trading fleet to establish trade routes to Shiarsia as well as make it another market for the Dominion's produce. The fleet would ship their products to the kingdom and bring back their spice. As for their internal power struggles, the house would not interfere as long as the kingdom could continue to supply spice. "Milord, what do we do about the young hostage and the decapitated head?" asked old Torin. "Send the head back to the young king. This is such a waste of a perfectly fine crystal box." Of everything they could put in there, they chose a human head, complained Lorist with a wave of his hand. "Well, the hostage is still young, we'll put him in Nico Academy for a few years before we send him off to Dawn Academy. Whether he learns something is entirely up to him. We will make sure he lives without worries at the very least and give him pocket money equivalent to the salary of a gold-ranked knight. They did send us 2 million gold fords, after all, we shouldn't mistreat him. With him around, we'll have a contingency if something goes wrong in Shiarsia." "Understood, milord." After dealing with matters, Lorist started planning where Tigersaur should train. The successful occupation of the Greater and Lesser Golden Creeks by the Fizablins made Lorist more nervous and alert. He could no longer tell whether his Tigersaur could rival the Fizablins' cavalry legions on the field of battle. In terms of unit type, their cavalry forces were standard cavalrymen akin to the Norton's light cavalry scouts. They specialized in mobility and deftness. They could only be countered with heavy armored units. As for Tigersaur, even though they were cavalry too, they were mid to heavy armored ones whose defense capabilities rivaled that of the imperial family's royal knights. They were organized and focused on orderly formations and brute charging force. They used Caraballisti for ranged attacks and steel lances for their charges. They also possessed mobile catapults for siege warfare. It was a shock unit that performed best on the open field. If the Legion was to be described as a long spear, the Ragebear Knight Brigade headed by gold-ranked Knight Turman would be a huge hammer that smashed any formation they charged through. Their defensive capabilities were impressive beyond belief. Loz's Tigersaur troops were equipped with stainless steel plate armor, while their mounts wore steel plate for protection. Each person and mount pair weighed more than a ton. They were essentially the medieval equivalent of tanks. Only ballistae posed a threat to them, the normal bow weaponry and arrows couldn't do them any harm. Had it not been for the fact that quick warhorses with great endurance were hard to obtain, Turman's Knight Brigade would have long expanded to a division of its own instead of the small 10,000-man unit it was currently. However, Lorist realized that when faced with the cavalry legions of House Fizablin, both the Knight Brigade and Tigersaur would find it hard to gain the upper hand with charging tactics alone. The problem was that Duke Fizablin was no idiot. He was an old, cunning fox. He would no doubt use anti-cavalry tactics to suppress the Norton's Knight Brigade and Tigersaur Legion. The Duke used primarily light cavalry, so the Night Brigade and Tigersor cavalrymen would only be wasting their time if they tried to chase them down. In fact, if they tired their horses out, they might end up outmaneuvered instead. But, if they did not pursue, they would be harassed and gradually worn down. Even if they didn't sustain huge casualties, it was still nothing to scoff at. As the saying went, one can be a thief for 1,000 days, but none keep watch that long. Being on high alert all the time would cause the troops' focus and morale to waver, and they would become ripe for an ambush. Since the best method against their cavalry is using light cavalry, should I form another legion? Lorist discarded the idea soon after, however. Princess Sylvia traveled around the Northlands for fun for a whole month, and per Tarkle's instructions, Furybear sent large numbers of agents posing as coachmen and servants to get in touch with the princess's cohort and gather intelligence. The endeavor proved quite fruitful. Amongst other things, they learned that Duke Faisablin had absorbed the captured barbarians into his forces. Thanks to their uptake, he had largely recouped his losses from the campaign. The grassland barbarians were practically born and lived in the saddle, so they required minimal training to be effective. House Norton's cavalry, however, had to spend long periods of time in training and had to make use of the best armaments to match these saddle-birthed foes. For the time being, apart from not having a reliable ranged weapon that could be used on horseback, the formation of yet another light scout cavalry legion might court the objections of the house's officials. After all, the combined expenditure of the Tigersor, Firmrock, and local defense legions amounted to more than 3 million gold fords. Even with the wealth obtained from Hanna Yabarta, they could not afford to be so reckless with their spending. It'll better to let Grandmaster Sid and the rest research better ranged weapons that can be used on horseback first. Lorist was certain that his house would not find itself in conflict with House Faisablin within the next 2 years. He had, after all, just signed another trade agreement with them. Additionally, if he participates in the knighthood tournament the next year, a union of marriage might form between their houses. Should he take Princess Sylvia as his official wife, House Faisablin would become his unquestioned ally and their cavalry troops would no longer be a threat to him. Speaking of Princess Sylvia, Lorist did not quite know what to make of her. Even though the house's officials were incredibly in favor of their union, with Governor Hansk and Governor Hector writing letters to encourage the marriage as well, Lorist couldn't help but feel a little weird about what was requested of him. He had always seen Princess Sylvia as an adorable and beautiful little sister. He had never imagined she would end up falling for him. To Lorist, the only benefit of the princess's visit was that she caused the members of his harem, especially Ariadne, to calm down. The elder Dina mistress had discovered that, be it status, looks, battle force, aura or family background, neither she nor her younger sister could compare to the princess. They didn't even have the right to be jealous. It was also because of the fact that almost all the officials of the house supported a union between Lorist and the princess. Ariadne had no choice but to stop her efforts to push her younger sister to the position of Lorist's wife and the household's matron grudgingly. Shortly after the beginning of the princess visit, she declared her entry into seclusion for training. She intended to break through to the silver rank and become her house's first female knight. Lorist was so amused that he almost laughed out loud. He had not heard of anyone who required seclusion to break through to the silver rank, only to the gold rank and above. The angered girl instantly leaped on Lorist and gave him a few harsh bites the moment she heard what Lorist said. Despite his desire to accomplish something for the house quickly, there was not much Lorist could do, so he sent Fierce Tiger Los with his legion to hunt herbivorous magic beasts in the wildlands and had Blademaster Shuz follow along. He himself lazed around in Firmrock Castle for the utterly uneventful winter. He felt almost a little depressed when he reflected on his thoughts. During the decades since he returned to the Dominion, he had been busy non-stop. He was always tending to one matter or another. He didn't even have many a moment to spare for himself. But now that he had nothing better to do and had to spend the end of the year at the castle, he felt a little unaccustomed to all the free time. It was one of the reasons he had gone to Moranti. Unfortunately, he would not meet the peers that had accompanied him again for the winter. Lorist felt lonely and bored. Had it not been for the 3 Dinas by his side, Lorist would have joined Los in the wildlands. Bored beyond his wits, he decided to sweep the Dominion clean of the syndicates that had just started taking hold. It proved a rather simple job since most of the members were also waiting out the winter in their homes. As he dug out the syndicate's roots, he found that over 20 household knights were involved. He needed more proof to implicate them before he could take any further action, so they were marked for further investigation. 3 silver-ranked knights ended up being expelled from the house and stripped their knighthood. When Kristen, the head of law enforcement, made his report, he pointed out that those who joined the syndicates were mostly fighters that slacked off often on their duties or had too much time. Many were from knightly or military families, or even from the families of household officials. Some retired warriors were also among their ranks. While they frequently caused small-scale trouble, they were careful to avoid causing huge commotions. Gradually, they had grown into a force that posed a threat to the civilians and had gained monopolies over sections of the economy. Kristen believed the best method to deal with them was to come up with strict operating protocols and increase the training and authority of the police units. Lorist left most of the work to Kristen and had him bring the protocols and regulations to Telesti. With so many scholars over there, they would be able to draft effective regulations for the house based on the ones of the old empire. I bet the old guys at the academy would be interested in doing that, thought Lorist. And so, year 1776 of Grindia passed. Apart from the near 2,000 criminals that were sent to the Hanayabartan archipelago, the rest of the dominion was bathed in prosperity. After the third month's rainy season, Fierce Tiger Lows and his legion returned from the wildlands and brought more than 100,000 magic beast carcasses. Lorist inspected the legion and found that the winter hunt had allowed their abilities to mature considerably, much to his delight. The fourth month came with good news. Charade had successfully broken through to the gold rank. At the same time, Els and Pajik, who were both training at Maplewoods, had also become gold-ranked household knights. With the addition of these three, the house now had 14 gold-ranked knights. The month was not without its setbacks, however. Pete and Waxima had failed to break through and would require another half a year to recover from the backlash. Dulles, Jim, and former bandit Ovidus, on the other hand, were still training. The greatest benefit of Charade's breakthrough for Lorist, however, was that he could take over the house's administration once again. The months of sowing Lorist had done with the Dinas had also finally brought about a crop. Diliana was pregnant. When Charade was caught up with the year's developments, he was surprised to find out about the Dawn Academy. After all, he was also an alumnus. He praised Lorist's involvement to encourage the Academy's move to the Northlands. According to him, it was an act that would change the course of history for the house for hundreds of years to come. As only Charade could, he immediately began his planning. They would first have to gather the manpower necessary to construct the academy. It had to be built as quickly as possible. He wanted the academy ready to begin recruiting and training new students as soon as possible. As for Lorist and Princess Sylvia's marriage, Charade had a different take on the matter, a more conservative attitude. He believed that House Norton and House Fiesablin's alliance would not be without its shortcomings. Instead, he was wary of why Duke Fiesablin would make such a move in the first place. House Fiesablin, which controlled 3 whole provinces, was a force to be reckoned with, after all. On the 15th day of the 4th month, House Norton hosted yet another general meeting. As the household's chief knight, Charade outlined their goals for the year to come. Lorist's preparations to participate in the knighthood tournament was next on the agenda. He resolved himself to bring Princess Sylvia back to his dominion for good. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 318 Viscount Ides. Viscount Ides. And here's the 5th and last release of the week, guys. Hope you enjoy your weekend. See you guys again next week. I didn't think the Winston province would be more desolate than the Northlands. I see that you two ravaged the land quite thoroughly, said Lorist when he turned to Baron Phelim and Baron Shazine, who were riding behind him. No, this is not our fault, Phelim countered, shaking his head. We haven't touched the province since you brought us to conquer the capital. You might not believe it, but half of the new civilians in our domains came of their own accord. Winston's nobles have caused such a huge mess that we don't feel the urge to get wrapped up in it at all. Many civilians ran from the province for the sake of their survival. We didn't even need to threaten them to have them come. Shazine nodded in agreement. They were currently on their way to Windbury for the knighthood tournament. After looking around, Lorist recalled a line from a poem he had read in his past life: whites of bones litter the wilds, not a single chicken chirps for kilometers. Little more than a decade ago, before the Civil War began, Winston was the 4th province in the empire to have a population of over 600,000. Despite having only a 1/7 of the area of the Northlands, the trade developments were well known across the empire. The province used to be one of the empire's largest livestock markets, with merchants from the Northlands, Eastwild, Wild Husbandry, Southern and the 7 central provinces all flocking to Winston and bringing with them lots of different products and supplies. It was said that a baron in Winston was richer than a duke in the Northlands. Not only was the saying a point of pride for the people of the province, it also signified the mocking manner the people there viewed Northlanders. After all, even though the Northlands was the largest province of the empire, it was the poorest. The tides of time, however, turned the whole situation around. Only 10-odd years had passed since Winston was at its peak, and it was now far more desolate than the Northlands had ever been. It was probably in part thanks to the second prince's rampant scouring of resources and his military failures, but Lorist's intentional encouragement for his allies to sabotage the vitality of the province certainly played the largest part. Those that controlled the province at the moment didn't have the might to mediate between the quarreling nobles. Battles raged without end. Winston had been relatively peaceful during the last 2 months, however. No nobles had gotten caught up in any territorial disputes. It was quite obviously due to Duke Fizablin's deployment of 2 cavalry divisions to Windbury. With the one known as the War God, even when the Empire was still around present, even the most arrogant nobles had to think twice before taking action. Most did not dare to make a move and were on their best behavior. Since the reason for the Duke's presence was nothing alarming, the nobles were content to wait out the months of the Duke's stay before taking up the feuds once again. It was also a welcome reprieve for the nobles, most of whom had been exhausted from the years of conflict. They could make the best of the short break in hostilities to prepare for their new offensives. There were also those nobles confident in their martial prowess who wanted to show off in the tournament. Rows of mounted troops continued to travel across the ruined paths of the province. Lorist brought with him an escort of 3,000 men. Pat, who had been injured during the attack on Silowas, had spent a year in the local defense legion following his recovery and was transferred back to Lorist's personal guard to become a regiment leader. Pat had been rather fortunate despite suffering injuries. After he recovered, he managed to take the beauty Martha from Whitebird Restaurant as his wife. Too bad Lorist was busy at the Hanyabarda archipelago at the time, so he could only congratulate his old rival and playmate for settling down when he returned. Count Kenmays came with 1,000 guards, while Baron Shazin and Baron Phelim each had 500 men. Due to Lorist's request, the 3 brought only cavalry guards. They were followed by Fierce Tiger Lows and one of Tiger Sore's heavy armored cavalry divisions and 2 Caraballista brigades, who maintained about a day's distance. Should anything unexpected really happen, the 20,000 men would be able to respond in time. This place is far too run down. We've already traveled for 3 days, yet we haven't seen a single castle. Where have the darned nobles gone? Asked Josk, bored. Shazin struggled to suppress his laughter. What are you laughing at, Hennard? Barked Josk angrily. He was the Baron's old opponent. Back when the Duke of the Northlands, Loggins, sent Knight Chevany to attack the Norton Dominion, Baron Shazin, or Hennard, as he was known back then, was one of the commanders of the Duke's forces. Even though Josk did not personally fight against the Baron, he got to know him during the time the Baron was held captive. The two had developed a strong friendship in the time since then and spoken formally in private settings. This is all your lord's fault, Shazin said, pointing at Lorist. You'll understand once you ask Phelim about it. Back then, Locke had us raid and pillage the whole Winston precisely to make the place barely habitable, especially the stretch of road from here to the capital. We swept the area a number of times. All the nobles whose whereabouts you wonder about, we hung them all. That's why so many commoners have been flooding into our dominions. Josk didn't comment on Lorist's use of scorched earth. Even though Windbury's nobles weren't worth much, standing behind them was Duke Fizablin, and Lorist could not be too careful when dealing with such a dangerous adversary. Be patient, Josk, Shazin consoled, we'll arrive at dock tomorrow. It's Viscount Ides's dominion. His castle is there as well. The last time we led our soldiers to storm the city, the Viscount knew what was good for him and donated a great sum of money and food to us. Given his rather good reputation, we spared him and his dominion. I heard he's been developing quite well during the past 2 years, a rare breed of good noble in Winston. He doesn't have a good relationship with the Queen, so he's allied with a bunch of nobles and has quite a bit of influence these days. We can have a nice, filling drink when we reach dock tomorrow, my friend. Then again, it's all Lorist's fault that we have to hold off on the road. Even I can't stand not drinking for that long, not to mention you. My mouth's felt so tasteless during the past few days, eating only bread and dried meat on the pretense of keeping vigilant. We're going to attend a knighthood tournament. Why does it feel like we're preparing for war? Shazin's complaints displeased Josk. Come on, Hennard, milord's doing this for your own good. This time around, we, the 4 houses of the Northlands, are attending the knighthood tournament together. Milord's being extra careful about this to make sure nothing goes wrong. Otherwise, Milord could have traveled with just Els and me. It's because we need to protect the rest of you that we brought so many men with us, yet you're here complaining ungratefully. You? And to think that I bothered to console you. Now, you're blaming me for this instead. It was you who brought the subject up in the first place, Shazin retorted. The messenger they sent to the capital when they arrived at dock returned at noon the next day. He brought with him the noble Duke Fizablin had sent as his ambassador, Count Richard. Count Richard welcomed Lorist warmly before expressing that the Duke was overjoyed for the participation of the 4 great houses of the Northlands in his knighthood tournament. Not only that, the Duke was also willing to let the 4 houses be in charge of the south gate of the city's defenses. Lorist was only truly relieved when he heard the Count say that. Duke Fizablin's suggestion was obviously made with the intent of easing the 4 great houses' suspicions. The gesture's implication was that Duke Faisablin only wanted to organize a knighthood tournament and was not plotting anything sinister behind the scenes. Count Kenmays expressed his thanks to Count Richard and praised Duke Faisablin's open-minded approach, not failing to mention his admiration for the house. And so, the two launched into a chain of time-wasting pleasantries, which could not be avoided. It was what etiquette demanded. Even if one was annoyed, one must always retain a smile to show one's cultured demeanor. In the end, Count Kenmays accepted the Duke's suggestion and shook hands with Count Richard in an intimate manner, like long-lost brothers who had just reunited. Viscount Ides, who had waited for a good while, approached them and expressed his welcome. He also greeted Count Richard and invited all of them on a tour of his castle. He also organized a welcome banquet. Dock was rather prosperous and populous, with an estimated population of 30,000. What surprised Lorist was that shops and businesses lined both sides of the main street, complete with large signs to attract customers. Perhaps seeing Lorist's surprised reaction, Viscount Ides explained that since the second prince set Windbury as the kingdom's capital, the trade routes to it were cut as soon as the Civil War began. Additionally, the livestock reared near the capital made it stink of manure. The prince couldn't stand it, so he outlawed the rearing of any livestock near the city. With the ban in place, no one dared to get involved in the business, but the last couple of years without the second prince's meddling, along with the stability of the neighboring regions, saw a resurgence in the trade. Even with the nobles duking it out amongst themselves frequently, the province still frequently saw traders from the four central duchies. It was too late to restart the livestock in the city itself. The high entrance fees saw to that. The Queen's tax collectors cut such a huge slice off the merchants' profits that it was hardly worth it for them. Viscount Ides, as he had done with Lorist's invasion, had seen an opportunity. He rushed to develop a livestock market and industry in his dominion, and its prosperity has not waned since. Even though the livestock industry here is not that big, our market still wants for furs and beast tendons, said the Viscount bitterly. Such items are valued rather highly by the armies, they buy them in absolutely absurd numbers, which is why we have so many shops just to sell those two items. Dock's improving economy also attracted the envious glares and greedy eyes of many nobles, many of whom had already gotten into fights and skirmishes with the Viscount a number of times. The Viscount was forced to ally with a number of other nobles, whose interests aligned with the survival of Dock, in order to protect his own. The success of his town was also one of the reasons for his fallout with the Queen. Once she became aware of his success, she sent a tax collector over with a demand for 70% of the town's profits. A demand the Viscount naturally refused. That Queen's so blinded by money she's gone insane. What sane person can make a demand like that, exclaimed Lorist. That's right, Viscount Ides agreed, frustration infused in his voice. Even though my dominion's prosperity allowed me to profit a little, most of the money I earn is invested back into its defense. The money goes in a huge circle and has yet to achieve anything productive. And that's not taking into account the time and effort I've had to put in to train the men that man the defenses. I'm so busy that I can't even afford a good night's sleep. I'm starting to wonder if developing my dominion was even worth it. Lorist couldn't do anything but sympathize with the Viscount's troubles. Viscount Ides would have thrived had they been in a time of peace and stability, given his keen eye for business and benevolent attitude towards his subjects. Unfortunately, this was not a time of peace and not an era of stability. His prosperity served only to attract hungry wolves like moths to the fire. Only these moths could bite against the fire and the wolves could do more than howl at the moon. Dock was originally just 100 meters away from the Viscount's castle, but given the rapid expansion of the town and increase in population over the years, Dock had already connected with the castle. A wall had already had to be erected between the two. It had 4 firing posts similar to blockhouses around it. The design allowed the garrison to react equally quickly and effectively whether it was the castle or the town being attacked. Ides's castle had a century of history behind it. According to the Viscount, his grandfather was granted the title for his military achievements and took root as one of the nobles of Winston. The castle was constructed by his grandfather, whose portrait still hung within, alongside one of his father. Ides joked that even though both his father and grandfather were well-known gold-rank knights, he was only a 2-star silver rank without any hope of breaking through to the gold rank. His father's fame was especially prevalent in Winston, but he had perished in the Empire's last invasion of the Union. It was a matter from 30 years ago, and the Viscount had been only 16 when he became the house's head. Lorist could see the portraits of the Viscount's white-haired grandfather and his heroic-looking father dressed in knightly armaments in the castle's great hall. At the entrance of the hall, Ides's wife, 2 sons, and daughter, as well as 3 other noble guests, received Lorist and the rest. Lorist greeted the Viscount's wife before he presented the gift he brought with him. Ever since he exterminated Hanna Yabarta, he was never short on precious gifts. As expected, the sapphire-embedded platinum necklace caused the other nobles to stare with utter awe. While the materials themselves were expensive in their own right, the craftsmanship was what gave it most of its value. In the days of the kingdom, unskilled slaves would find it very hard to survive after all. After the Viscount's wife expressed her gratitude, the Viscount introduced Lorist to his 2 sons and 7-year-old daughter. His 2 sons were 24 and 21 respectively. The elder was a 3-star silver ranked knight and the younger a 1-star silver rank. All of the Viscount's hope of the house having another gold-ranked knight lay firmly in his 2 sons. The 3 nobles present were the Viscount's allies whose territories neighbored his. Baron Klaus's dominion was a livestock breeding ground, Baron Wade's was farmland while Viscount Zindler's produced mainly feed. All 3 of the nobles dealt in activities related to the thriving industry and dock, which made it easy for them to ally. They had numerous mutual interests, after all. During the banquet, Ides requested that he, and his 3 allies, be allowed to travel with their group to attend the knighthood tournament. He was worried that he would face dangers on his journey to the capital, given his sour relationship with the queen. He had yet to decide to participate precisely because of that. But, if he could travel with Lorist, they would not have to worry about their safety. Should any mishap occur, they could still make it back to their dominion through the city's southern gate. After some consideration, Lorist agreed. The banquet ended with the guests parting on friendly terms. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 319 The Duke's Welcome. The Duke's Welcome. Here's the first release of the week. Viscount Ides brought the 2 excited sons of his and 20 mounted guards along. Besides Viscount Zindler, Baron Klaus and Baron Wade brought all their children and 50 guards. To the 4 nobles, being able to gather up roughly 70 men was already their best. The 4 stared at the Northlander soldiers' armor. They realized that even the knights of their household, which they cherished dearly and looked after as well as they could, did not even have equipment as complete as the Northland guards. The realization took quite a bit of wind out of their sails. Viscount Ides's elder son, Warrage, was the boss of the other youths that followed along. In a fit of dissatisfaction, he actually challenged Els to a duel. Thus, a small sparring match was organized at noon between the descendants of the 4 Winston nobles and Lorist's guards. What Warrage did not imagine would happen was that his comrades actually fared rather badly from even the most common of the guards. In the end, he joined the fray himself and managed to fight Pat to a draw. Throughout the whole fight neither could gain even the smallest advantage over the other. However, Pat was still a 2-star silver rank, having been unable to train when he was recovering from his injuries, while Warrage was a 3-star silver rank. Ides and his fellow nobles seemed to have predicted such a result and were pleased that their arrogant children got put in their place. At the very least, they would reflect on their actual capabilities and not engage in any reckless or risky behavior during their travels. It took at least a full day to reach Windbury. The scenery along the way seemed more normal than before, with the occasional noble's carriage or group of mounted knights passing them by. There were also many carriages that transported various kinds of resources to the capital, as well as some roaming knights that dressed just like normal mercenaries. When Lorist's group resumed their travels, those in their way immediately stepped aside to make a path. Even the nobles stood at the roadside and bowed respectfully. It appeared that the flag of the Raging Bear attracted the most eyes and bows. From time to time, nobles on the side of the road would call out to Ides. Count Kenmays was also rather busy with greetings as the number of nobles he knew did not lose out to that of the Viscount. With Lorist's permission, their whole group slowed down as many other affiliated nobles wanted to travel with them. Lorist felt that Kenmays had a point when he said it was better to travel leisurely and arrive at the capital the next morning, rather than rush all the way there to arrive during the night. It would be easier to take over control of the southern gates guard stations in the morning as well. What Lorist wondered about was how Kenmays did not know Viscount Ides despite the depth of his knowledge of Iblia. Even though he was entitled by the second prince and had a mercantile family background, he had quite a large network of acquaintances, as was apparent from how 8 or 9 out of 10 nobles they passed knew him. So, why did he not know Viscount Ides? Well, I've heard of Viscount Ides before, Kenmays laughed, but we've never met before. Frankly, I am a noble of the kingdom, just like Baron Phelim. We are both in King Iblia's faction. Baron Phelim knows the nobles of Southern well and is on bad terms with the queen and her faction of nobles. However, Viscount Ides and the rest belong to the Winston faction, nobles who are known to form alliances for their own protection and staying neutral on most matters. They are also rather powerful as a whole. As long as the second prince didn't threaten their interests, they'd maintain their neutrality. They don't normally interact with the queen's faction, so it's not weird for me to not be acquainted with him. Sheesh, to think the nobles of a small kingdom like Iblia would have so many factions, thought Lorist, frustrated. Count Kenmays proceeded to explain that only 2 factions remained after Lorist captured the second prince, which were those of the queen and Winston. Without the second prince in the picture, the nobles of Southern had no choice but to join the queen's side, changing their former aim from developing their own dominions to causing trouble for Winston's nobles. Most of the conflict and provocations Viscount Ides and his fellow nobles received were from the nobles of Southern. The number of people on the road increased as they neared Windbury. When the rest saw a flag that depicted a round horseshoe with a sword pierced through it, Baron Phelim, who was usually calm and collected, exclaimed, "Is Bonawar going to the capital as well?" Just as the Phelim left the group and attempted to catch up, the people bearing the horseshoe flag sped up their course and quickly disappeared. "Who's that Bonawar you mentioned?" inquired Lorist. "That's one of the second prince's former generals. He served him during the first years after the kingdom's founding," explained Phelim. "He's adept in battle and comes from a famed family of knights. He is also a gold-ranked knight. 2 of the second prince's 3 victories were thanks to him. But, when the kingdom was founded and he was awaiting his entitlement, the second prince actually demanded a sizable donation from him. He left in a fit of rage and disappeared for good. I didn't think that he would show up here to participate in the knighthood tournament." Lorist nodded before he patted Phelim's shoulder. "Oh well, it's obvious that Bonawar doesn't want to interact with a huge group of nobles like us. Don't worry, you'll have your chance to meet him at the capital." In the evening, Lorist instructed everyone to set up camp earlier than usual at a small mound not far away from the main road. During the night, when Lorist was about to start his patrol, he realized that a regiment of troops was rushing towards the capital with lit torches. When they neared, they were surprised to find such a well-guarded camp. After hesitating for a while, a few of the riders brought their torches towards the camp and requested the people at the camp identify themselves. After a squad of patrolling guards told the riders the camp was set up by nobles intent on participating in the tournament, the riders returned to their group and resumed their journey. The night was cloudy. The dark gray puffs obscured the silver moon's brightness. Perhaps it would rain the next morning. Lorist watched the group pass by and disappear into the distance from a vantage point on the mound. A few thousand cavalry soldiers and more than 40 carriages. Was that a merchant convoy, or one belonging to a noble? Just as he was about to finish his thought, the squad of patrolling guards came over and reported that the group that just passed them were from the foreign duchy. It appeared the duchy's young prince would be participating in the tournament as well. "Oh, I see that word has traveled far. Even those at the 4 central duchies got wind of it. It goes without saying that the prince is intent on forming a union with House Faisablin. So, even though the 4 duchies' army just destroyed the second highnesses at Red Lease, they're clamoring for a union. It truly is rather smart of them to garner support so aggressively. If I allow it to happen, the 4 duchies and the Faisablin duchy combined would be like 5 huge mountainous obstacles blocking my way. I must not let it happen." Originally, Lorist did not care too much about whether he would succeed in winning the princess's hand. But, when he realized that there were others competing with him, he felt as if he had been crossed somehow and resolved to not let others soil his princess. Noon the next day, when Lorist's group was roughly 5 kilometers from their destination, a loud horn tune was blown. The guards sent to check it out came back and reported that Duke Faisablin was on his way with more than 100 mounted guards to receive the Northland's 4 great nobles. Not only did the news surprise Lorist, Viscount Ides and the other Iblian nobles were also shocked. Given Lorist's title and the other nobles' weak understanding of their might, it was as if the Duke's welcome was a departure from normal etiquette. "TCH, that old fox is roasting me on a fire." Lorist knew well that the Duke had come to receive only him. Welcoming the Northland's 4 great nobles was just an excuse for the Duke to see for himself the might of Lorist's house. Given how I see him as a potential enemy, there's no doubt that he also thinks of me the same way. His subordinates suffered quite a loss at my hands, after all. Also, had it not been for the fact that I provided them with military equipment, that old fox might not even have thought of reaching his hands into the greater and lesser Golden Creeks. This was Lorist and Duke Faisablin's first meeting. Under the gazes of the Iblian nobles, Lorist dismounted when the Duke approached on horseback. Count Kenmays, Baron Phelim, Baron Shazin, and their guards followed suit. The Norton's 3 allies stayed slightly behind Lorist of their own accord, whereas the guards of all 4 houses got into formation on 2 opposite sides, forming 2 rows of 10 square formations facing each other, each numbering 500 men. It was said that Duke Faisablin was well above his 70s. However, given that he was a rank 3 blade master, he looked only around 50. Alert and sharp, he saw Lorist and his cohort dismount and spurred his horse forward. He made his way through the 100+ guards in front of him. He quickly arrived before the group and hopped off his horse with a hearty laugh before setting his gaze on Lorist. "So, you're Count Norton. I've long heard your impressive name," said he jovially. Lorist clutched his chest with his right hand and bowed slightly. It was the former Empire's standard greeting. "House Norton of the Northlands greets the Empire's Duke, War God of the Plains, Your Grace, Duke Faisablin. Let me first offer my most heartfelt congratulations on your recent successes at the Plains." Duke Faisablin stretched out his hand and patted Lorist's shoulder. He, the raging bear of the Northlands, House Norton, has protected the Empire's borders for generations. I've long heard about your prestigious name. It is my pleasure to have you and your allies attend the tournament. Your Grace, it's our honor to partake in your knighthood tournament, said Lorist politely. There's no need to be so humble, the Duke said, waving his hand casually. I really meant what I said. Let me guess, this elegant and cultured person must be Count Kenmaze, am I right? I've heard so much about you, but I've never had the opportunity to meet you in person. Seems like that wish of mine has finally come true. It is my pleasure to meet you too, Your Grace, returned Count Kenmaze. And this collected person here with the visage of a true knight must be the descendant of the House of the Pegasus, gold-ranked knight Baron Phelim. Baron Phelim smashed his right fist on his breastplate, making a knight's salute. House Phelim pays our respects to the Lord Duke, announced he. Baron Shazine also did the same. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lord Duke. I am Hennard of the Northlands House Shazine. I pay my respects to House Fizablin, the renowned riders of the grasslands. Duke Fizablin laughed and knocked on Baron Shazine's breastplate. What a fine man, praised he. All the Iblian nobles greeted the Duke afterwards. The latter only hummed and nodded in response before turning his attention to the guards. He turned around and questioned Lorist, Count Norton, is this your household's force? No shit. Can't you see the raging bear crests on their breastplate? Lorist snorted inwardly. But he understood the Duke's intentions. He nodded and replied, Your Grace, you are the famed war god of the plains. Please rate my troops and give them some pointers. Attention! Pay our respects to His Grace, Duke Fizablin. Every time the Duke passed by a square formation of troops, the regiment leader would call out in that exact manner and his subordinates would salute the Duke in unison. Duke Fizablin returned each salute, nodding as he did so. Duke Fizablin stopped at the last formation after he finished his salute and knocked on the breastplate, helmet, and pauldrons of one of the guards. He turned to Lorist, who had accompanied him all the way. Kid, are you making a fool out of me? Even I can't train troops that disciplined, he exclaimed. Everyone can become, at the very least, a squad leader in my household, perhaps even a company leader. Other things aside, they are far better equipped than even my own knights. Tell me honestly, are all your soldiers equipped with steel armor? The feeling I got from knocking on it is a little different. The defensive capabilities of your troops' armor are far higher than the equipment you sold me. As expected of an old fox. Even Count Kenmaze didn't realize that my troops were armed with steel, yet Duke Fizablin was able to tell at a glance. Well, it's not strictly steel armor. We also added a steel mesh beneath to increase its structural integrity. However, the manufacturing costs are at least double as a result. I thought that mass production would allow me to decrease production costs, but after making 3,000 sets, I realized the cost was still sky high, so I called for production to cease immediately. The armor sets they are wearing cost more than 180 gold fords each. Only my personal guard is equipped with this armor. We are far from capable of doing the same for the rest of our troops, but... To prove his point, Lorist pulled out the steel mesh beneath the armor of one of his guards for the Duke to see. A mesh could indeed be seen through the gaps of the grayish-green armor. The Duke scrutinized it and gave it a few more knocks suspiciously. Apart from that small interlude, Duke Fizablin was full of praises for the Norton forces. He did not fail to give credit to Count Kenmaze, Baron Phelim, and Baron Shazine's guards either. After a good while of pleasantries, they finally got back on their mounts and followed the Duke into Windbury. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 320 Welcoming Banquet. Welcoming Banquet. Enjoy the second release of the week. As promised, when Duke Fizablin arrived at the southern gate, the soldiers stationed there quickly gathered together following another bout of the tune of welcome, before turning away and leaving the gate unattended. Only 3 soldiers remained to receive everyone. Count Norton, you may have your soldiers take over the defense of the southern gate. Those 3 are just here as guides and you can ask them should you require any guidance or assistance. They are well versed with the gate and surrounding walls layout, said Duke Fizablin as he pointed at the 3 garrison soldiers with his horsewhip. Thank you, Your Grace. You are far too kind, smiled Lorist. Pat took 1,000 guards and quickly had them take up positions with the help of the 3 garrison soldiers. Oh, also, I am holding a welcoming banquet at noon for Foran's little prince, as well as Count Dalek from Shabbage and Count Chudjway from Handra. I hope the 4 of you will attend it too for my sake. Organizing the knighthood tournament has put quite a dent in my finances, so it'll be great if you can be welcomed during the same banquet instead of having to organize another one, invited the Duke with a chuckle. Oh, we'll be in your care then. We're more than glad to make some new friends, said Count Kenmaze after giving Lorist a look to ascertain his intention. It's great that we'll have the opportunity to meet them. I've long heard about how the 4 central duchies are the most prosperous of all the dominion in the former empire. It's about time we nobles from the Northlands got to know what the trends in the central part of the empire are, so I hope you can introduce us. Ha ha, laughed the Duke happily as he looked at Count Kenmaze. Introductions are in order, of course. I didn't think that this little tournament of mine would actually attract the attention of the 4 central duchies. Their sudden arrival is one of the reasons I'm unable to host a banquet for your sole sake. I hope you don't mind. Let's go, the banquet's already prepared. We're just waiting for you to begin. The banquet was being held at the Rose Palace's pavilion where the second prince used to live. When Lorist and his companions arrived, there were more than 10 people in front of the pavilion waiting for the Duke. Foreign's little prince, Doke, looked to be 24. Clad in noble robes embroidered with gold thread, the little prince truly looked graceful and handsome. Lorist couldn't help but think the prince was far better looking than he. Not only was he young and handsome, he was just a white mount short of ruling many maidens' dreams. Beside Doke were 2 people, one of them a red-faced old man, whom Lorist recognized as a rank 2 blade master whose ability should be close to that of Shuss. The other was a 3-star gold-ranked knight which Lorist didn't care much for. As for little Prince Doke himself, he was only at 1-star silver rank and looked rather arrogant. I bet this baby-faced little prince is going to rely on his looks to gain Princess Sylvia's favor. Well, he might possibly win if this were the world of my previous life, but it's a shame that the lass has a man who can defeat her in combat as her criterion for a partner. This poor prince stands no chance at all, thought Lorist with envy while he revealed a superficial smile and greeted the other nobles pleasantly. Count Dalek of Shabbage was a man of huge physique and seemed to be in his 30s. He was a 2-star gold rank and had a rather quiet personality. Lorist took note of a trace of disdain the Count revealed in his eyes when Duke Faisablin introduced him and the rest as nobles of the Northlands. Count Chudgway of Handra, on the other hand, felt like a younger clone of Count Kenmaze. He was better in terms of battle force training, however, being a 1-star gold-ranked knight. He was sociable and charismatic and the Duke treated him even friendlier than he did the little prince. When Lorist was being introduced, Count Chudgway asked in a cautious tone, "Lord Count, may I inquire whether Silowas Island is House Norton's?" Lorist smiled and nodded, before following Duke Faisablin to the next person he would be introduced to. As he continued on, he noticed that Count Chudgway's gaze lingered on him for an unnaturally long time. Apart from the 4 central duchies nobles, there were another 3 Iblian nobles present. While Lorist only barely recognized them, Count Kenmaze was incredibly well acquainted with them and even gave them hugs when he greeted them. After the introductions, Lorist realized that he had in fact interacted with the 3 previously. Back when he attacked Windbury, the 3 had represented the Queen to negotiate with him. The final 2 were introduced as the gold-ranked household knights of House Faisablin. One was called Blood and was a 3-star gold rank, and the other was a 2-star gold rank called Lozef. The 2 looked to be the Duke's personal aides. Oddly enough, Viscount Christoph, which Lorist had looked forward to meeting again, was not present. The Duke mentioned that he was stationed at Gold Creek. Upon entering the pavilion, Lorist realized that the banquet was in the long table style. There were 20-odd smaller long tables arranged into 2 rows, much like the banquets Lorist saw before in movies of the Romance of the 3 Kingdoms. The only difference was that the corners of the tables were not rounded. Each table was covered with a white linen cloth and a row of round wooden stools sat on each side of the table. Duke Faisablin naturally occupied the seat in the center of the table. Lorist was seated to his left, followed by Count Kenmaze, Baron Phelim, Baron Shazine, Blademaster Shuss, and Josk. Els, on the other hand, refused to sit together and joined the 500-odd guards outside, who were served hot soup, meat, and alcohol. Standing behind Lorist was Howard, and Lorist couldn't help but notice that there were 2 impeccable beauties serving little Prince Doke from behind. Count Chudgway did not bring any servants with him, contrary to what his likeness with Count Kenmaze might suggest. He sat alone and smiled back at Lorist when he noticed the latter's gaze. The moment they settled into their seats, a large number of maidservants and attendants began serving the dishes. Some half-naked and muscled servants hauled a large rack with a half-done heavy calf on it around. The calf was roasted on demand, fresh for the meal. Servants would even slice a specific piece requested by one of the nobles. A group of maidservants carrying various musical instruments performed in a corner nearby. Duke Faisablin raised his golden cup and announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all to the royal capital of Windbury. This toast is for those who came all the way to participate in the knighthood tournament. House Faisablin is incredibly honored to receive such high regard. Cheers!" The Duke gulped down the wine in his cup before he said, "That will be all. Let the feast begin." Various cries rang out from the crowd that stood up to return the cheer. "Thank you, Lord Duke. Your Grace, you're being too humble. You truly overstate your praise for us. Lorist stood up and mumbled his own share of pleasantries. Just when he was about to sit down, he heard little Prince Doke say something to the Duke. "Your Grace, I've long heard that Princess Sylvia is the #1 beauty in the whole of Iblia. I wonder if she will be present to meet us. I've been yearning to see her for myself for quite a while." "I knew it. He's here for the sole purpose of the princess." "Ha ha ha." The Duke laughed heartily. "Your Highness, there's no need to be impatient. Something happened in my dominion a few days ago that required the last attention, unfortunately. She will be here in 3 or 4 days and I will introduce her to you all when the time comes. But let me warn you that as a result of being spoiled too much, she's developed quite a temper. I hope you will tolerate her." Doke sat back down with a disappointed expression. Lorist finally understood why he hadn't seen the princess since his arrival, not even during the banquet. "Your Grace, I heard the knighthood tournament is an event held to find the perfect suitor for the princess." "Is that really the case?" said Count Kenmaze, standing up. Duke Faisablin sighed lightly. "That is indeed so. Time really flies. Sylvia has grown into such a fine lady. I can still remember when she was small like it was yesterday. She looked so weak when I cradled her in my arms. Now she's grown into such an amazing gold-ranked knight. Since she turns 25 this year, I will no longer let her delay this matter. This tournament is indeed related to her marriage. It's all her fault for setting her sights so high that so many of her other admirers were unable to match up. I have no choice but to use this method. I hope she will find a fine man to marry during this tournament. Your Grace, Princess Sylvia is the finest flower of our Iblia and also the most precious gemstone to ever grace our eyes. Her marriage is naturally something worthy of much consideration. What would happen if Her Highness picks a suitor of which you do not approve? After all, Her Highness is already an adult and no doubt has her own views on things. Also, if the one you find worthy to be her husband is not to Her Highness's liking, she would not live a life of bliss either," elaborated Count Kenmaze a little hesitantly. Nodding, Duke Faisablin looked at Lorist. "You're right, Count. I've promised Sylvia that she'll have the final say. The only condition I have for the person of her choice is his sincerity to form a union with House Faisablin." Blade Mater Faisablin, I don't agree with this notion, however," said the rank 2 Blade Master who was seated beside little Prince Doke. "We are nobles, and the marriages of the descendants of nobles have always been decided by their parents. Only commoners will be allowed to pick and choose one's spouse after spending a good while understanding each other, like what the Lord Count mentioned. As nobles, we enjoy the wealth and power that comes with the household names we bear. However, the matters of our marriage are no longer a matter of our own choice. We have to consider the household and be prepared to make sacrifices for the best interests of the house. Personal bliss and happiness should not be something we factor into the equation, but..." "That's true, Blade Master Rimad does have a good point," said Duke Faisablin as he stroked his mustache. "Your Grace, what if the person Princess Sylvia fancies is also someone who will benefit the Faisablin house and will become a worthy ally? Wouldn't that be the perfect scenario where everyone ends up happy?" retorted Count Kenmaze. "Ha ha ha, this Count speaks sense. That way, the perfect candidate for Princess Sylvia would be our very own little Prince Doke. Your Grace, just look at how talented our little prince is. He's both handsome and proficient in combat. Last year, when the 4 Central Duchy's army was deployed to Frederica, it was His Highness who led the soldiers into battle. In the end, not only did we manage to exterminate the remnant forces of Second Highness Auguslo, our little prince also attained quite a number of military contributions. If your Grace is willing to form a union with Forend, given how the 4 Central Duchies have backed each other, House Faisablin would get 4 allies for the price of 1. Surely, this arrangement would be the ideal one that even the Silver Moon Goddess herself would approve of. Even though our little prince's talent in battle force is not as amazing as that of Her Highness, given how learned and famed he is in our duchy, I'm sure Princess Sylvia would find fancy in His Highness's many talents. Not one of those present expected rank 2 Blade Master Rimad would actually spout such embarrassing words in public." Even Duke Faisablin seemed a little startled by his audacity. Little Prince Doke acted like it was the most natural thing in the world to have praises sung about him in public, which was apparent from his raised head. It seemed like he was studying the empty ceiling intently. Lorist lost control of himself completely and laughed. "Oh my, the little prince is nothing but a spoiled brat. I'm sure he's heard so many sycophantic praises that he's gotten completely full of himself." A low voice rang out on cue with Lorist's laughter. "Oh, the little prince led his troops on the battlefield himself, you say? That can't be right. Why didn't I see House Forend's standard when I called for reinforcements?" The one who spoke was Count Dalek. Even though the 4 Central Duchies were allies, Count Dalek didn't have to give the little prince any face as a noble of the Shabbage Duchy. While he wouldn't care if Blademaster Rimad only wanted to make his little prince seem better, he had an issue with the Blademaster's exploitation of the battle for Frederica. Hee, Dalek my friend, everyone knows that you lead the main forces and were the first to breach Frederica's walls. However, Shabbage was only occupied with attacking the north gate, Foreign took care of the south gate. It's no surprise that you weren't able to see us, countered the 3-star gold-ranked knight that came with the little prince. However, Count Dalek gave him a weird look. The south gate? Wasn't that part occupied by the Union? What business did you have over there? It's no wonder we were only able to spot foreign troops after we beat the Union. Put. Baron Shazin and Baron Phelim couldn't help but spit out the wine they had in their mouths. The gold-ranked knight wasn't able to step down from his podium, so he directed his anger at his new targets. Staring at the two barons angrily, he yelled, "What's so funny?" "Oh," mumbled Baron Phelim as a cold look flashed across his eyes. He didn't fear Foreign in the least, but just before he was about to make his retort, Baron Shazin stole the spotlight. "I didn't know we needed your permission to laugh during Duke Fizablin's banquet, but..." The moment the statement was made, the 3-star gold-ranked knight snapped out of his anger and realized that he was attending a banquet hosted by the Duke. He wasn't in Foreign and couldn't afford to act brashly. Stealing a glance, he saw that the Duke wore a dark expression. He turned to the house's knights and could see their deathly stares aimed straight at him. At that moment, Rimad stood up to defuse the situation. "Come on, even if the wine served by the Duke is that good, you shouldn't have gotten that drunk. How embarrassing. As a gold-ranked knight, you should be preparing for the upcoming tournament instead of mouthing off at other people." "Your Grace, we're very sorry about this." Duke Fizablin waved his hand. "It's no big deal. I heard you guys conquered Frederica last year and eliminated the Second Highness' remaining forces. Can you tell me more about the battle?" "I would be glad to, Your Grace," answered Rimad. "If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 321 Count Chudgway's Narrative. Count Chudgway's Narrative. Here's the third release of the week, enjoy the read. Your Grace, even though I'm a foreign blade master, I'm not too informed about the specifics of this matter. We were led by our little prince to reinforce the front at Frederica in the later stages of the battle. As Count Chudgway was also present during the campaign, I'm sure he's the one that has the best grasp of the situation. I think we should have him tell us about it instead, said Blademaster Rimad. Duke Fizablin nodded as he turned to Count Chudgway. Lord Count, could you tell us about the battle? As a military man myself, I'm really curious how the surprising result came about. When I heard that the Second Highness occupied Frederica, I thought his victory was already set in stone. I didn't expect the tables would turn completely only 2 short years later. It is truly shocking. I'm sure you have lots to say as someone who was there. Count Chudgway had not expected to become the center of attention. He cursed Rimad under his breath before standing up and giving Lorist a glance, only to see his curious expression, much to his relief. Your Grace. We did indeed take part in the conflict, but it was only because the 4 central duchies had no choice but to resist the Second Highness's advances. We did so only in self-defense originally. The later developments are far from what we desired. They forced us to fight. Nobody expected the Count to speak of the battle in such a way. Little Prince Doke, who had little to do with the battle, only humped with dissatisfaction as if he was displeased with the Count's apparently self-praising words. Rimad and the gold-ranked knight were even more surprised. Count Dalek remained seated with a melancholic look. Count Chudgway took a deep breath before he continued. As everyone knows, the 4 central duchies have always been the main load-bearing pillar of the empire. Of the 29 provinces that comprise the empire, the 8 that make up the 4 central duchies occupy 45% of the empire's territory. In the days of the empire, whether it was conflicts with external forces or internal revolts, the dukes have always been the ones to lead the effort to defend the empire's interests and contributed to the empire. Even during the 170-plus years of conflict with the Union, the 4 central duchies contributed the most. During the Civil War, when the 3 princes fought for the throne, we 4 dukes had no choice but to protect the prosperity of our territories by forming our own armies. Even during such a straining time, we still offered a lot of help to the 3rd prince because we respected his imperial heritage. However, following Duke Madras' revolt, things started going down a path no one expected. The empire eventually split into the 3 kingdoms and 7 duchies. Even though we declared our independence, we didn't fail to unite against the 1st prince's threat. 2 years of draining resistance against him finally led to our victory. But right after we started recovering, the Second Highness sent his forces over and made unreasonable demands, to say the least. We were once again forced to come together to face an external threat. "Oh, what sort of demands did the Second Highness make?" asked Duke Faisablin, stroking his mustached chin curiously. "He demanded we accept the relocation of our dominions and wanted our forces to attack the Madras Duchy," replied Count Chudway. Duke Faisablin pulled a few hairs off his mustache in shock. Was the Second Highness out of his mind? Wasn't he practically making enemies out of allies with demands like that? Exclaimed he. Count Chudway shrugged. Even I don't know what he was up to when he made those demands. Everyone knew they were unreasonable and that we would never accept. We have held these lands for almost 3 centuries. Much like what Duke Farkle had claimed, we had long deeply integrated with the lands over which we rule. Nobody can make us leave. When the Second Highness ascended to power in the Andanak Kingdom, we were even glad and rested our hopes for a reunified empire on him. To us, being nobles of the mighty Christian Empire was a sign of pride. We have proclaimed that we are willing to relinquish our independence and reunite with the empire should it be required. We didn't expect the Second Highness would suddenly defeat the First Prince, lead his forces to our doorstep, and make his ridiculous demands. He also intended to put the 8 provinces under his royal family's direct control. Our peerage and fief would be decided by our contributions in the campaign against Madras. We finally understood that the Second Highness considered all of us traitors. Not only were we enraged, we were also incredibly disappointed. We sent a representative to voice our objections to the Second Highness, but nobody was able to see him. All we heard was that he had fallen incredibly ill. We thought it was an excuse for him to avoid seeing us. It made us boil with rage. We implored the 4 dukes to form a coalition army to resist the threat and support Redligion nobles. We used them to push back against the Second Highness's forces. No one wanted to be a traitor, but the circumstances forced us to become the Second Highness's enemies. We didn't intend to push him all the way back at first. We only wanted to station our troops on the borders to discourage the Second Highness from taking action against us. We didn't think that the claim that he was really sick was actually true. Without him there, the army kept fighting losing battles with redless nobles. 70,000 men were even lured into a trap and washed away by floodwaters at one point. The situation changed completely in a moment. The front lines only stabilized once the Second Highness returned to the front lines. To be honest, while our army didn't have any huge conflicts with the Second Highness, we did pay quite a price. The 6 years of peace allowed us to recover some of our vitality, but the Second Highness's army actually put quite a bit of pressure on us considering the threat we pose. Even though the Second Highness mobilized his troops to exterminate Redless army, nobody was quite sure when the axe the Second Highness was pointing at Farkle and Handra would fall. During the Empire's most prosperous time, the 8 central provinces' population was around 3.5 million. It was the best place to be in the entire empire. Apart from the Great Analu Plains, where the imperial capital is situated, no other province could rival the central province's level of development. But the population has decreased to 2.8 million since the Civil War. Not long after the Civil War, the First Prince's forces invaded and caused lots of chaos. In his wake came starvations, plague, and genocide. Our population fell even further, to around 2 million, in just 2 short years. We lost nearly half our population to the war and the invasion. Count Chudway wore a tense expression. The 4 central duchies do not want war. We seek only peace. However, the Second Highness didn't come for peace, he wanted to force us to abide by his demands and put us on his bandwagon. He threatened to declare us traitors if we didn't obey. We had no choice but to form our own army as a failsafe. We stared each other down across our borders, but, after a year, we'd used up our resources. What's even worse is that we'd conscripted most of the young men, so there was no one to plant a new generation of crops. It seemed we'd face another food crisis for at least 2 years. I apologize for interrupting, Count Chudway. May I ask how the Second Highness was able to feed his army for that long, considering the fact that the 4 central duchies have a hard time feeding themselves? Interjected Lorist. Oh, according to my understanding, the Second Highness had about 270,000 soldiers when he was in Redlease. He also had another 120,000 former Redlease troops stationed at Canbona. Originally, the Second Highness only brought the 1st Local Defense Legion with him and had the surrendered soldiers launch an attack to the Redligion nobles. It didn't end well. Most of the attacks were complete failures, and the war dragged on. When 70,000 of his soldiers were washed away by the flood, the Second Highness lost all confidence in his indentured forces and transferred the 3rd Local Defense Legion from Andanak to reinvigorate his campaign. The 1st Legion would unite with the indentured forces and put pressure on us. There were 130,000 men in total that threatened to attack us. When the Second Highness conquered Frederica, he also got hold of all the arms and resources the First Prince had been gathering. We estimated it'd last 8 months. We thought the war might end soon with his victory. We didn't expect the Redlisian nobles to continue to hold out. Even with his army 100,000 men lighter, it seems the Second Highness still felt it was just too wasteful to feed all of them all through the winter. It was then when the Second Highness employed 3 methods to curb the consumption and raise the morale of the frontline troops. The first was his orders for food expropriation, where the army would extort all the food produced by the commoners of the Redlis kingdom and leave them with a small share cooked as porridge so that the front lines could remain fed. After that order, the Second Highness was in direct opposition of the commoners of the Redlis kingdom and revolt after revolt had to be quelled. The second method was confiscating the wealth and resources of the noble houses of the Redlis kingdom and using the confiscated goods to reward the soldiers that survived the winning battle. With that, he was able to restore morale to his troops, but he pushed the neutral nobles to their tipping point and forced them to join the revolting nobles, hence their sudden surge in power and subsequent serf to multiple victories. The last method was to transport food from the Andanak kingdom to solve the food crisis. However, given how far the journey would be and the frequent raids by the revolting nobles, only around 15 kilograms per 50 kilograms of food transported would arrive at the destination. So, the soldiers at the front lines were only half-fed at most, with their stores frequently hitting the 3-day remaining mark. The 4 duchies' chief commander, Duke Farkle, aptly realized that there was an opportunity to be grabbed. Following the surprise occupation by the forces of the Union at Canbona province that cut off the logistics route from the Andanak kingdom to the Redlis kingdom, Duke Farkle ordered for us to gather livestock and have them cooked into stew to solve the hunger problem we faced when standing off against the Second Highness's other forces. I have another question. Why were the nobles of the Redlis kingdom, meaning those of Anderwaf province, resist the Second Highness so desperately? According to my knowledge, the nobles of Anderwaf province don't get along with the first prince and even formed their own union to resist the first prince's infringement on their interests. The Second Highness, someone who has conquered the Redlis kingdom at that time, should know about this well, and that he would require the help of those nobles if he wanted to stabilize the Redlis kingdom. What happened to cause the Second Highness to become lifelong enemies with the nobles of Anderwaf province? Do you know about that, Count Chudway? Asked Lorist again. The Count murmured in thought. I think I know part of the reason. I've met some nobles from Anderwaf province before and they said that the Second Highness's conditions were for their titles to be downgraded and their fiefs to be moved. They were also asked to pay a tribute to make amends for following the first prince into rebellion, hence the crumbling in negotiations. The nobles there only wanted to not cooperate with the Second Highness because of that at first, but they didn't think that he would strike them first instead, causing a few noble houses there to be exterminated. So, they had no choice but to rebel. Lorist smiled bitterly and thought, he really let all the power get to his head. The Second Highness actually thinks he can claim the realm with only a few 100,000 soldiers. Even though he already suffered a loss from the nobles of Anderwaf province, who would have thought that he'd repeat the same mistake with the 4 central duchies, forcing former allies to become enemies? He had all this coming for him. While downgrading a peerage and relocating a fief was a decent method to decrease the power of a noble house, it could only be used in certain circumstances where one has complete control over the situation. The Second Highness had failed in that regard as he perceived himself to have the control he did not possess just because he had a decent number of soldiers with him. Oh, and Count Chudway, did you guys manage to find the Second Highness after conquering Frederica? Asked Count Kenmays. We didn't. Nobody was able to find out where he went. He disappeared without a trace just like the first prince. Actually, the 4 central duchies intended to sit back and relax after we defeat the 100,000 soldiers he stationed at the border and not engage in other conflicts with the Second Highness. However, he actually had Duke Melian's army backstab us from the Shabbage Duchy, raiding and pillaging as they went across the weakly defended areas, killing thousands of women and children and incurring our wrath. It was at that time when the Union sent over their representative. In the end, the 4 dukes decided to attack Frederica, with each duchy supplying 20,000 soldiers with the rest of their forces focusing to drive out that of the Melian Duchy. On the 21st day of the 7th month, our army surrounded Frederica and requested for the surrender of the Second Highness and even guaranteed his life. But that proposition was refused by a gold-ranked female knight who was in charge of the city's defenses. A gold-ranked female knight? Asked Lorist, sitting straight up. Yes. The Second Highness has 1 female and 5 male gold-ranked generals, collectively known as the Flower and 5 Tigers, who are his most trusted subordinates. The female gold-ranked knight was called Nor. G.L. Glacia. In the midst of realization, Count Chudway slowly turned to peek at Lorist, feeling chills down his spine. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 322 Duel. This week's 4th release is up. Enjoy the read. Ah, what a shame, I heard the Second Highness female knight was quite the beauty. Rumor has it she was even his lover. It's a shame we weren't able to spot either of them when we conquered Frederica. What a shame. I would have liked to meet her, and perhaps make her my concubine, Blademaster Rimad commented, much to Count Chudway's relief, given that he was no longer the center of attention. Is that so? Asked Lorist as he flashed the Blademaster a chilling glance. The glance made even Howard, who was standing behind him, freeze when he felt the seething killing intent radiating from Lorist. Lorist looked at Count Chudway. Can you tell me about the Second Highness' subordinates? He must have many fierce knights at his disposal. Can you tell me about the other 5 male gold-ranked knights you mentioned? But of course, it would be my pleasure, said Count Chudway as he stood up and wiped away another drop of sweat on his forehead. Count Dalek, who was seated to the left of Count Chudway, looked at him with a weird gaze. He could feel that something was going on. It's as if he's afraid of the little Count. He's acting even more respectfully to him than the Duke. Actually, the Second Highness had around 20 to 30 gold-rank knights, around 300 silver-rank knights and 2 rank 1 Blademasters by his side. The 2 Blademasters, however, were hired by the Andenak royal family to protect the third prince, and had only been assigned to the Second Highness's side following the former's death. Among the Second Highness' many gold-ranked knights, the ones he trusted most were the Flower and 5 Tigers. The Flower is the elegant gold-ranked knight, Glacia, and she was the leader of the Second Highness's personal guard. She could give orders on behalf of the Second Highness. The 5 Tigers were the other 5 gold-ranked knights. While they might not have been the best at combat among the Second Highness's men, they were the ones best at leading soldiers. The one that is the commander of the 1st Local Defense Legion is Bowen Ketty, a 3-star gold rank, who's said to have been by the Second Highness for the longest time. The commander of the 2nd Local Defense Legion is Cisraid. The other 3 are division commanders. One of them, gold-ranked Knight Ribolo, was made the commander of the Indentured Legion. When he lost 70,000 soldiers in the flood, he could not bear the humiliation any longer and fought to his death. The other 2-star gold-ranked knight, Benchi, and 1-star gold-ranked knight Yeritum, are both longtime subordinates of the Second Highness as well. Yeritum, however, didn't accompany the Second Highness to Red Lease. It seems he was injured during an assault on the manor of a noble from Anderwolf and was sent back to Andenak to recover. The ones trapped at Frederica were the female gold-ranked knight and the 2 legion commanders. We searched Frederica for a long time after we took it but didn't find the female gold-ranked knight or the legion commanders. We suspect the Second Highness left with his most trusted subordinates and escaped the city during IR just before the beginning of the assault. The most frustrating part is that this group disappeared all of a sudden like the first prince. We didn't find anything even after conducting extensive searches. Count Chudway, may I ask about 2 friends of mine that served the Second Highness? One is called Karatok and the other, Sander. They were 3-star silver ranks around 5 years ago. I wonder if you've heard of them and know where they are, asked Lorist. Count Chudway furrowed his brow for a good while before he shook his head. I apologize, Count Norton. I don't recall hearing those names before. I've personally checked the list of captured or killed gold-ranked knights but I don't remember seeing the names. There were only 3 3-star silver-ranked knights that surrendered to us, but they were not them either. I can't confirm whether they perished in battle or not but I'll check it for you when I return. I'll send someone to inform you if I find something. I am most grateful for your assistance, thanked Lorist, saluting. Don't worry about it, Count Norton. It's my pleasure to be able to help, replied Count Chudway, returning the salute. Ah, laughed the gold-ranked knight sitting beside little Prince Stoke as he pointed to Lorist. No way, Count Chudway, are you actually afraid of a little noble from the Northlands? Ha, this is too ridiculous. Are you intentionally playing the fool, asked he. Shut it, exclaimed Count Chudway, his expression morphing into one of rage. Count Chudway, please take note of your stature. You are a count of the 4 central duchies. You don't have to lower your head to stray dogs and cats. Remember who you represent, hissed Rimad. Bam! Josk thumped on the table and stood up. He pointed at the Blademaster as he barked, old fool. Who did you call strays? Enraged, Rimad retorted, you dare to point at me like this? The rank 1 Blademaster seated beside Josk stood up and made a beckoning gesture to Rimad, causing the latter's face to flush. He actually dared to challenge me? Ridiculous. Just as he was about to stand up, he suddenly felt the Blademaster emit a thick aura of blood. Petrified, he remained seated as if his arse was glued to the stool. Rimad was no idiot and had heard his fair share of stories of rank 2 Blademasters being killed by rank 1 Blademasters. In the world of Blademasters, only those almost at the Sword Saint level would not be provoked. A talented rank 1 Blademaster had a real chance of defeating a rank 3 Blademaster under the right circumstances. That rank 1 Blademaster must be someone who broke through thanks to countless bloody battles. Even though he's rank 1, it's best for a rank 2 Blademaster like me to lay low. No blade master who broke through using battles is easy to deal with, thought Rimad with regret for the words he had uttered. Your Grace, look, said Rimad as he turned to the Duke with a troubled expression, as if he had been provoked by Josk and Shuss through no fault of his own. Duke Faizablin was looking forward to the show. He didn't think Rimad would shift everyone's attention to him. If the two sides had clashed, he would be able to find out more about Lorist's strength and mediate after a side had obtained victory. But since he had been asked to intervene as host, he had no choice but to act. Count Norton, Rimad only mouthed off casually without being specific about who he was talking about, so please don't be so tense. Sit back and relax, here's a toast to you. Given that the Duke himself had spoken, Lorist waved his hand lightly to gesture Josk and Shuss back to their seats. However, the storm was far from over. Just when the two were about to sit back down, Doak chuckled. Wow, these little nobles have quite the temper. What's wrong with calling you strays? Your Grace, I don't understand why we had to wait outside for so long to receive these barbaric uncultured folk. On what basis do they deserve our welcome, the ones who defeated the mighty 300,000-strong army of the Second Highness? I want a satisfactory explanation, Your Grace. It was apparent that the little prince was dissatisfied at being asked to wait and welcome Lorist's group. As Duke Faizablin didn't personally receive him, on what basis did the Northlanders deserve the Duke's welcome? He took it as an affront to the 4 central duchies. A loud thump resounded from the table once more. This time Baron Phelim and Baron Shazine joined Josk and Shuss. What did you say? Doak rolled his eyes without a care. Well, was I wrong? Northlander barbarians will be Northlander barbarians. They don't care about noble etiquette at all. Lorist laughed lightly, rose from his seat, and waved the others to calm down. They grudgingly obliged and sat back down, glaring at the little prince. Lorist looked around before he waved to a guard by the entrance. You, come here. Surprised, the guard pointed at himself, and looked at the Duke, only to see him nodding. He hurried to Lorist's side. Milord, what are your instructions? Apologies, let me borrow this for a bit. With a swift movement, Lorist took the guard's left gauntlet. The armor the guard wore was of the Reiter Gear No. 103 make, the design House Faizablin had purchased from the Nortons. The gauntlet was made from iron plate with an inner lining of leather. It weighed quite a bit. Thank you, I'll return it shortly, said Lorist as he turned around. A moment passed and the gauntlet flew through the air in a straight line. Its flight terminated in the little prince's face. As if he was clobbered by a giant's palm, the prince groaned, grabbed onto the iron gauntlet, and clutched his nose. Blood and tears flowed all over his face. The fuck did you do? Rimad cried out as he stood up, accompanied by the gold-ranked knight. Both glared at Lorist. The knight had already drawn his sword and stood in front of Doak as if he was faced with his worst adversary. Calm down. Didn't little Prince Doak claim that we didn't know noble etiquette? That is a dire insult to our house's honor. I thought it best to repay it with blood. In a most noble fashion, I have challenged him to a knight's duel. He has taken up the gauntlet and accepted my challenge. I am delighted to see he still has some guts. Well, little prince, are you ready? Take your time to prepare for the duel. Lorist stepped to the center of the pavilion. You two, stand aside. This is a matter between your prince and I. Are you prepared to violate the sacred tradition of the duel? What weapon will he carry? An axe, a spear, or perhaps a longsword? Maybe he wants to compete mounted? I'll leave him the luxury of choosing the manner in which we duel. A duel, muttered Rimad and the knight as they turned to see Doak holding the iron gauntlet. Hell, aren't you supposed to throw a white glove? Those Northlander barbarians really don't know their etiquette. How can one throw an actual gauntlet? Wait, there's no saying that one can't. No, don't get distracted. The issue is that the little prince picked the gauntlet up and accepted the duel. Oh, Lord Singwa, what can we do? Doak finally recovered and waved the gauntlet in his hand, teary-eyed. Kill. Kill him. He flung this straight at me. Yo, your highness. He tossed over a glove to request a duel. You picking it up means that you accepted it. You have to fight him. Count Kenmaze, Baron Phelim and the rest fanned the flames even further. Yes, it's a duel. I guess I misread the little prince after all. He's got guts. To duel locked to the death. He must want his corpse cut into 8 pieces. Stand forward. Let us all witness the bravery of the 4 central duchies nobles, roared Josk. What? A duel to the death. No, I won't do it. Doak cried. He glanced at the gauntlet in his hand and threw it to the ground. Your Highness, exclaimed Rimad, and the knight panicked. Holding the gauntlet but refusing the duel would spell the end of the foreign nobility's honor. Doak would have to bear the name of a coward for the rest of his life. I didn't think this was a glove. If I knew, I wouldn't have caught it. I won't duel that lowly savage. Given his status, he's far from qualified to duel me, argued the youth stubbornly. Your Highness, that won't do. If you don't accept the duel, the duchy's reputation will be tainted forever. Trust me, if His Grace knows about this, you'll lose your right to the throne for sure. It's all right if you go to duel him. This count is only an iron rank. A silver rank like you will definitely win, advised the gold-ranked knight. And no way. That guy's so strong and huge, there's no way I'll be his match. I say, are you done deciding yet? Your Highness, if you don't dare to duel me, I will allow you to nominate a champion to fight in your stead, said Lorist impatiently. Is that true? Asked Doak, delighted. He quickly pointed at his gold-ranked knight. Henriman, you shall duel in my stead. Henriman drew his sword and walked in front of Lorist. Relieved, the prince recovered his former arrogance. Henriman, teach him a good lesson. Cut off his hands and tear off his mouth. Are you not going to draw your sword? Groaned Henriman angrily, his expression turning cold. Using a sword against someone like you would stain my honor, Lorist replied. Henriman was so angry that his hair stood on end. His vein popped on his arms and forehead from his iron clasp on his sword's hilt. Man, you're frustrating. Die. A golden blade glow manifested on his sword. He leaped forward. All the observers saw was gold-ranked knight Henriman's silhouette flashing past Lorist's figure before they heard a soft thump. Henriman, standing behind Lorist, had stopped moving. He tried to reach for his neck, but when his hands reached his chest, he collapsed. His face dug into the ground. His last movement was 2 twitches. One move. Lorist had killed a 3-star gold-ranked knight in 1 move. And with his bare hands. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 323 Intelligence Center. Intelligence Center. And here's the last and 5th chapter release of the week. See you guys next week. Milord, Count Chudway definitely knows about our might. He seems to be quite fearful of you. But what I don't understand is why Foreign's little prince, his knight, and that blade master don't seem to know about the situation. Didn't you provoke them to send someone to avenge the knight? I saw Count Dalek was just about to stand up, but Count Chudway stopped him almost reflexively, said Howard. They were currently on their way to the inn. After Lorist's killing of the gold-ranked knight, Henriman, everyone present was completely flabbergasted. Even Duke Feizablin, who was prepared to enjoy his show, had his eyes popping out of their sockets as he stared incredulously at the knight's corpse. In one move, one instance of crossing figures, the knight's throat had been completely obliterated. Only the most agile body movement and lightning-fast reactions could make a 3-star gold-ranked knight like him lose his life so helplessly. Even if Barons Phelim and Shazine were confident they could beat the man, they certainly couldn't do it in any less than a few hundred exchanges. They might have to trade an injury or 2. Duke Feizablin was completely shocked. Blademaster Rimad stared terror-stricken at the corpse, while Blademaster Shuss watched admiringly. The last sparred with Lorist regularly, so he could see that Knight Henriman's frenzied charge was what had sealed his fate. Lorist merely gave a small step forward to mess up his position. The momentum Henriman built up along the way prevented him from pulling out of his attack. He could only watch as Lorist's hand reached for his throat and crushed it. This is absolutely sublime, Shuss had thought, awed by Lorist's movements. Blade masters at that level had to be close to becoming sword saints. Lorist was only 34. People able to reach the gold rank at his age were already considered absolute geniuses. But Milord is no genius, he's a monster. He's already a quasi-sword saint at such a tender age. It would be more surprising if he didn't advance to the sword saint rank than if he did. Josk urged his horse to Lorist's side. Did Milord notice that Count Chudway tried to make it sound like the 4 duchies were the conflict's victims, unlike those arrogant foreign idiots? I think Howard has a point. The Count definitely knows our house well. You've noticed it too? Well, how about this? Take a few guards when we get to the inn and invite the Count over. I have a few questions for him, answered Lorist. Lorist had smiled after killing Henriman and asked the little prince whether he would like to send someone to take revenge, but the young man was already so terrified that his bladder let loose as he shook his head. Lorist felt there was no point in staying any longer and bid the Duke goodbye. Duke Feizablin knew that Lorist already had an inn reserved near the south gate, so he didn't stop him from leaving. Not far from the gate was an inn called Anna's abode. It was 5 stories tall. The first floor was a tavern and the 4 above it rooms. Anna's abode was quite well known in Windbury, not for its service, but for the tragic story linked to it. During the 5th Emperor's reign, Windbury was a city that had just recently developed its livestock trade. There used to be an old grocer's where Anna's abode now stood. Its owner's daughter, Anna, was a mute. She was a gentle and sweet girl who frequently took in stray animals and even looked after orphans. When Anna grew up, she was married to a hard-working young lad and the two ran a humble little grocer together and adopted just over 10 orphans as their own. The couple eventually saved up enough money, along with their inheritances, to build a 2-story building. The lower floor was made into a tavern and the upper floor into rooms which they rented. Because of their sincere and honest service, their business fared rather well and Anna also had more than enough money to rear the stray animals and orphans she so frequently took in. The couple eventually expanded the building to 5 floors. Unfortunately, the expansion drew the attention of several greedy nobles. They charged her husband with smuggling, had him arrested, and threatened Anna with his life should she not sell the business and the building to them for 1 imperial gold coin. She had no choice but to accept. When they received word of her acceptance, the nobles did indeed return her husband, but as a mutilated corpse. Anna's mind crumbled when she saw her husband. She knelt at the city's hall for 3 days and nights straight before letting out a despairing cry and banging her head against the flagpole stone base to her death. During her 3-day catatonia, there were thousands of citizens who surrounded the city's hall and offered her food. She touched none of it. She did not move when others advised her to either. The citizens rallied together to make sure the city administration gave a satisfying resolution to Anna's case, but the mayor just holed up in his manner. Unfortunately, before the people could pressure the mayor into taking action, Anna committed suicide. Her death sparked the first recorded civilian revolt in the empire's history. Countless angry citizens and merchants set fire to the city's hall. They broke into the mayor manor and hung him. When word of the revolt reached the imperial capital, the enraged emperor sent someone to investigate the matter. The most laughable part was that the first ambassador was bought off by the nobles involved in Anna's case. He put the blame for the whole matter on the mayor. The protesters, however, refused to accept this conclusion and flooded the city with armed bands. In response, the first ambassador ordered the nobles of the province to mobilize their forces and suppress the revolt. The nobles outside the city, however, refused to take action. They were convinced the fault lay not with the citizenry, but the greedy nobles. When word of their refusal reached the emperor, he ordered the imperial family's knights deployed and tasked the brigade's commander with the issue's resolution. When the knights arrived at Windbury, the armed band surrendered and opened the city gates right away. They also submitted a letter of complaint that detailed the chain of events and requested the nobles be punished. Confronted with such a clear statement of fact, the imperial knights took immediate action. They killed all the nobles involved. Around 2/3 of the nobles in the province were stripped of both fief and peerage. The first noble ambassador sent to deal with the situation was also hung as a result. In the history of the Christian Empire, Windbury's revolt was quite a well-known event. It was also the first confrontation between the imperial family and the rest of the nobility. While the imperial family weren't able to stop the nobles from governing their own territory, they definitely wouldn't allow them to stretch their hands into imperial territory. Windbury and a few other major cities were under the imperial family's control, and the nobles enjoyed decreased tax rates for conducting business there. Their intent to procure the citizens' businesses there was akin to reaching their hand for the imperial family's profits. Because of the incident, Christian V suspended many business operations the nobles had in the city, and that was why many considered Christian V's 35-year reign the empire's golden age. Nowadays, Anna's abode was run by the couple's relatives and descendants. Even during the second prince's reign after Iblia's founding, nobody dared to reach their hands into the inn's business. To the nobles, the building was a disaster waiting to happen, so the demographic of the inn's customers was dominated by merchants and mercenaries. Almost no nobles bothered to stay there. Anna's abode's business had suffered quite a lot in recent years, though. So much so that they were just barely hanging on. Lorist didn't mind, however, and reserved the whole inn to accommodate his entourage. "Milord, Tarkle and Reedy have been waiting a good while for you," reported Howard. "Oh, have them come in right away," Lorist said as he wiped his face. "Also, have the servants bring a bathtub and some hot water. I want to soak for a while." The two soon arrived. They had been at Windbury for 2 months already, first to set up Furybear's intelligence center, then to check whether the Duke had some hidden agenda with the knighthood tournament. "How are things going?" inquired Lorist. "Milord, we've united the city's 3 underworld syndicates into one organization and its new leader has already pledged allegiance to Furybear," Reedy informed, stepping forward. Lorist pinched his nose. "The smell of blood on you is thick." Reedy shrugged, a gesture he picked up from Lorist. "Had no choice. There were too many that knew too much for their own good. I had to send them back to Singwa's paradise for eternal rest. Lorist turned his gaze to Tarkle, who reported, "Milord, the one backing Lunica, one of the three syndicates, was Viscount Vizinska. He was a noble from the southern and in the Queen's faction. The Queen trusted him deeply. Reedy helped him fall from his horse. He's dead. The Queen thinks her father, Duke Faisablin, had a hand in it and their relationship is rather tense for it." Despite no longer having Viscount Vizinska's support, Lunica thought they could continue their rule on their own merit. Sir Reedy tried to negotiate with them last night, but it didn't turn out well. So far, about 8 of Lunica's leaders are still alive. Sir Reedy killed the other 34. Did Duke Faisablin make any noteworthy moves? Nope, we've been investigating him thoroughly for the past year, but we haven't noticed House Faisablin doing anything suspicious. The Duke's probably genuinely trying to host the tournament. He spent around 50,000 gold fords to demolish the city's slums and built 4 large, square stadiums for the tournament. Some of our informants have infiltrated the mercenary groups defending the 4 stadiums and are monitoring everything. They'll report any sudden changes they discover. You did well. How are the nobles reacting to the Queen and Duke's relationship? Apart from the Queen taking 10,000 gold fords from the Duke's pockets after a huge argument, the other nobles obediently cooperated with the Duke for this knighthood tournament. While they couldn't provide any funds, they did provide their supervisors and manpower to help out. Some of them even helped the Duke with his resource purchases. And is the intelligence center set up? We've already set up 3 and none of them know of the other's existence. We can cross-check the reports they submit to verify their accuracy. We did encounter some difficulties. We weren't able to set up messenger falcon stations. They are too easy to discover and might incite the nobles' greed, who I worry will capture our falcons and sell them. The best solution for this is to set the stations up outside the city at the late Viscount Vizinska's manor. The manor's quite perfect, actually. We can't do it without revealing our identities, though, replied Tarkle. Messenger falcons were part of the plan, suggested a few years earlier, that involved training falcons to deliver messengers over long distances. After a few years, they were finally able to procure a good breed, which they termed messenger falcons. If a station was set up at Windbury, news could reach the messenger falcon station at Northsea in a day, as opposed to the dozen it would take for the message to be delivered by horse. Aren't there any nobles in the city who support our house? We did not find any, my lord. The nobles here are mostly brain-dead idiots who don't care about what's going on in the outside world. They only care about their meager little plots of land. Their impression of our house is still the same as a few years ago when we attacked the capital and captured the second prince. Basically, they are afraid and distrustful of us. Forget it. Let's think of another way. What will you do next? Asked Lorist. The plan is to head to Melian after we finish things here, said Tarkle. A knock on the room's door interrupted. The servants had arrived with the bathtub and hot water. Reedy brought the tub in and helped mix the water. Lorist stripped right in front of the two and crawled into the tub before he splashed some water on his face. Reedy rubbed Lorist's back with a clean linen cloth. All right, Reedy, just give it a simple scrub, Lorist said as he placed a cloth over his face. Tarkle, I saw a few nobles from the 4 central duchies at the banquet. I'm rather interested in why they came. Check on them during the next few days and go to the 4 central duchies after the knighthood tournament. Set up intelligence centers there before you go to Melian. I have a feeling the 4 central duchies will become an obstacle. We have to be prepared and understand their intentions as soon as possible. Also, I've already had just asked Count Chudgway to come over. When he's here, pretend to be an attendant and observe what kind of person he is. I hope he will be sensible and not reject my request. Yes, me lord. By your will. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 324. The tournament begins. The tournament begins. Finally, the first release of the week is here. Enjoy. The sound of the carriage wheels gradually faded away as Lorist stood by the windowsill of his room on the 4th floor, looking at the dark alley nearby in silence. Milord, Tarkle's voice behind him rang out. How does it look? Asked Lorist without turning around. Milord, it looks like that Count Chudgway didn't tell the complete truth. He said that he had gotten word about our house from the Union and had seen the head pyramid at Hanayabarta for himself, hence his fear. As for the matter of the Allied army being deployed at Frederica, he told us a half-truth. His claim that he didn't find the Second Highness should be true, but the reason they allied up with the Union was probably fake. Milord, when I was standing behind him, I could quite clearly see that he would clutch his pants with his left hand under the table when he tensed up. I saw him do that when you asked him about the agreement the 4 central duchies reached with the Union, and he clutched his pants when he gave his answer where you wouldn't see it. He also did the same when he said that he had come to Winbury to see the knighthood tournament. I feel it's rather weird for him to want to lie about a small thing like that though. Perhaps he said that because he knows that you've come over to take Princess Sylvia's hand in marriage and lied because he was afraid because he came for the same reason? My lord, I see that you have quite a lot of rivals. Tarkle knew that his lord wasn't one to fuss over trivial things, so he didn't hold back his laughter. Speaking of Princess Sylvia, do you know why she left Winbury in a hurry to go back to the Fisablin Dominion? Asked Lorist without turning back. I'm not sure, my lord, Tarkle replied. I heard from a few guards of Duke Fisablin that when the princess left a week ago, she got into a fight with the Duke. It said that it was something about having the Duke call the knighthood tournament off, but the Duke wasn't willing to do so. The princess went to the Queen weeping. But it only ended in another confrontation between the two women, so the princess hurried back to Eastwild with her escort and Blademaster Xanthi. The Duke has sent 3 messengers in the last 2 days to have her come, but he hasn't heard anything from any of them yet. Don't tell me something happened at Eastwild? It can't be. If that were the case, the first one to worry would be that old fox himself. Since he's still here organizing his knighthood tournament, there shouldn't be anything wrong in Eastwild. I'm sorry, my lord. We were unable to send our informants into Eastwild. This is my mistake, said Tarkle. No, it's not your fault. Eastwild is House Fisablin's dominion and there isn't any large city like Winbury over there. It's no surprise they are able to restrict flow of people into and out of the province. What you need to do is use the month of the tournament to see if you can bribe a few of the dukes to serve as our eyes and ears. Yes, me lord. I will do my best. Also, investigate the nobles from the 4 central duchies. I feel they didn't just come for as simple reason as winning Princess Sylvia's hand in marriage. Understood, me lord. What did you say? Exclaimed Lorist, shocked. It's true, me lord. The little prince and his Blademaster left with their 1,000 guards during the night. They even left the 4 carriages worth of gifts they had prepared as the princess bride price. Duke Fisablin said that since the princess wasn't wedded to any of them, he will give the gifts to you as compensation for your victory at the banquet yesterday. They're going to send them over soon. We originally tried to start working our way through the little prince and the counts from Sabaj and Handra's servants and attendants, Tarkle continued, standing in front of Lorist, but they are the quiet and alert types that don't frequent the tavern at all. We weren't able to get any information from them. The prince, on the other hand, brought an escort of more than 1,000 people, among which about 100 were servants and attendants. They were the easiest from which to extract information. All we had to do was force-feed them 3 cups of horse urine and they would let everything loose, including how they peeped at their mothers bathing when they were small. But it's too bad that you scared them away yesterday. Count Chudgway must have told everyone about the might of our house and caused them to leave during the night. Ugh, Lorist groaned, whatever. Since the tournament will take place over a month, take your time to get to the servants of the 2 counts that stayed. Perhaps some of them might accidentally leak something that we need and allow us to understand their reasons for coming. We'll leave it to fate. At 10 in the morning, Duke Fisablin brought the 4 carriages over to Anna's abode. When he saw Lorist, he laughed out and said, Lord Count, you really surprised me yesterday. I didn't know your house managed to exterminate an entire kingdom. How impressive. You praise me too much, your grace. It was but a pirate lair that called itself a kingdom despite no nation on the continent acknowledging it. Everyone knows that had it not been for their attack on our dominion, we wouldn't have bothered with them. If it were your grace, you wouldn't need to deploy all your forces like we had to, you would only need to send a division to crush them completely. Your conquest of the Greater and Lesser Golden Creeks is the achievement truly worthy of awe and praise, replied Lorist humbly. His words had obviously struck a good chord with the Duke, for he smiled like a blooming flower. Ha, not bad, the Duke chortled, I'm starting to admire you more and more. Even though you're this young, you are not only quite calm and collected, your personal strength is also worth reckoning with. Very good. After his generous praise, the Duke recalled why he had come. Oh, Lord Count. Your Grace, you have seniority. Please just call me Locke. Lord Count is a bit much, interjected Lorist. Alright, then I'll call you Locke. Well, it's like this. Since you won the duel yesterday, little Prince Doke should have given you compensation for your victory. However, I received word that he had to return to the foreign duchy urgently and had no choice but to depart during the night. Before he left the compensation he owed you to me and asked me to apologize for his breach of etiquette on his behalf. Lorist nodded as he listened to the Duke spouting his nonsense like it was what really happened before he praised the Duke's trustworthiness for keeping his word. In actuality, Both of them knew these were the goods with which the little prince intended to propose to the princess. He had not left them for Lorist, he was just in too much of a hurry and couldn't take them with him. Them being made compensation for Lorist was purely the Duke's doing. Lorist wondered why the Duke bothered to cover up for the little prince. According to Tarkle's report, he had left during the night without even saying farewell. It was said that the Duke only found out about the prince's departure in the morning as well and called him a coward in front of his own guards. The gifts packed in the 4 carriages must have been left behind intentionally as compensation for the Duke's troubles, but Lorist was sure that the little prince hoped they would end up in Princess Sylvia's hands. So why is the Duke giving me these gifts instead? He has no reason to stand up for the little prince and cozy up to me on his behalf. He easily could have kept the gifts for himself and even spread the word that the cowardly prince didn't bother to compensate me for my victory. It would ruin the little prince's reputation. Don't tell me Duke Faisablin has something he needs from Forend? It can't be, it should be the other way around. A smile could be seen on his face as Lorist racked his mind over the matter. I didn't think little Prince Stoke would be that attentive to noble etiquette, as expected of a prince from Forend. Actually, he could have sent a servant over to pass the message. There was no need to have your grace come. Duke Faisablin's face twitched when he recalled Count Chudway telling them how House Norton exterminated Hanayabarta, had almost everyone, save around 30,000 young women, beheaded, and used their heads to build a pyramid. Everyone had been completely stunned, some even doubted the truth of the Count's words. Count Chudway swore what he said was entirely true and that he had personally seen the pyramid and had fallen ill for a few days at the sheer terror it inspired. He saw the pyramid every time he closed his eyes and heard the head snicker and laugh. That was why when the Duke saw the man who had ordered such a monument's construction, he wondered how cruel a man must be able to give such an order. It was also the reason he treated Lorist so carefully. Had it not been for Count Chudway coming to tell me about little Prince Stoke's escape this morning, an escape which would compromise my plan, I wouldn't come over here to clean up the prince's mess for him. What would I do if your forces interfered with my plan? The Duke patted Lorist on the shoulder lightly. No worries, there's no need to be so polite. Right now I'm the host and you were willing to spend your precious time to come here to be my guests. Naturally, I have to tend to your needs and solve the problems you have. This is but a simple matter for me to settle. The opening ceremony will begin the day after tomorrow and I'm planning to host another banquet before the ceremony. I am inviting all the nobles to attend and pray for the tournament's success. Locke, you must not turn down my invitation. Naturally, Your Grace. I shall most certainly attend. All right. It's a promise. I will send someone to escort you there tomorrow, said the Duke, smiling. The tournament finally began the day after the banquet, but Lorist felt a little bored as he could not participate personally. Since he could kill a 3-star gold-ranked knight instantly, it didn't make sense for him to compete against other gold and silver ranks. Lorist wasn't thick-faced enough to do so either. It was especially the case after the Duke secretly made a personal request that Lorist not compete, which Lorist agreed to without argument. He could only send his subordinates to participate on his behalf. The knighthood tournament was rather traditional. It involved archery, swordsmanship, and jousting matches. The archery and jousting matches did not discriminate between battle force ranks. Gold and silver ranked competitors participated in the same category. The swordsmanship competition, however, separated the two ranks. The separation didn't hold for the winners of each rank, who could fight one another if the silver winner wished. Lorist could only bite his teeth when he saw Reedy defeat the silver ranks in his category with 1 or 2 moves. Gah, Reedy's disguising himself as a pig to feast on tigers. Even 2-star gold ranks aren't Reedy's match, not to mention these puny silver ranks. It went without saying that Josk dominated the archery competition. He didn't even have to try hard to win. Originally, there was a good number of those participating in the archery competition were there to try their luck, but they gave up on the notion after seeing a ridiculous anomaly like Josk participating, lest they embarrass themselves unnecessarily. The jousting matches were the most popular section of the tournament. Apart from the silver-ranked guards, their leader Pat was the first one to be eliminated. Baron Shazin and Baron Phelan both won 9 straight rounds and had already qualified for the next phase. As for Els, he was resting near the stadium. He had already won 6 rounds and only needed 3 more victories to qualify as well. The jousting matches rules were mostly similar to that of the normal duels. Participants had to own a knight's badge and bring their own mounts, armor, lances on spears as well as a longsword or some other secondary arm. Only after being checked could one participate. Should one lose in battle, one would have to surrender their mount and equipment to their opponent or pay a ransom of equal value. However, one could participate again after a loss if one was rich enough. The OE who had been faring the worst among Lorist's group was a guard named Logi. A 2-star silver rank, he had already lost 4 times successively. As his equipment belonged to the house, he could not surrender them and had to pay the ransom out of his own pocket. Given that the armor was appraised at 100 gold fords, Logi owed 350 gold fords already. Seriously, even though he knows he isn't capable, he still wants to compete. Is he trying to give away money for free? Thought Lorist angrily. He forbade those who lost once from participating again. How many other guards owe money? Asked Lorist. 100. 141. Answered Pat with a troubled expression. What? Lorist stuttered, why are there so many? Milord, well, Pat lowered his head and explained, apart from 10 or so who lost in the first match because of bad luck, the rest lost after winning a few rounds. However, the value of the equipment they wore caused them to be in debt despite their former victories. Good soul, thought Lorist, the ones my guard defeats only own equipment that amount to roughly 40 gold fords, but they have to pay out 100 gold fords if they lose. It's no wonder so many received challenges, even some gold-ranked knights shamelessly challenged my silver-ranked guards. With them getting 100 gold fords for each win, they're treating me like a money tree, aren't they? Those who wish to compete aren't be allowed to use the equipment of the house, declared Lorist. Milord, Tarkle called out as he arrived in front of Lorist, we discovered that Duke Fizablin's subordinates are recruiting the knights that lost all their equipment in gold coins. Oh? Lorist wondered with frustration, knighthood tournaments like this are the ideal place to recruit household knights, however, one would usually recruit those who performed well. What would Duke Fizablin gain from recruiting those who lost? Do you know why? I think they're not recruiting household knights, but rather people to join the Fizablin army. They will only gain a chance to be promoted to the position of a household knight after 5 years of good service, replied Tarkle. Since it was just normal soldier recruitment, Lorist wasn't too concerned. What about the 2 counts from the 4 central duchies? Have they been making any moves? Count Dalek participated in the jousting section and so far has a win streak of 9. He's waiting for the next phase to begin. Count Chudway hasn't participated. It seems he's only here to support Count Dalem. He seems to be acting normally even in private. Other than that, the messenger Duke Fizablin sent to Eastwild is back. It seems Princess Sylvia still isn't willing to come over. The Duke broke a gold chalice when he heard the news. There's also other, rather bad, news, milord. Out with it. Did milord notice a gold-ranked knight competing right now who moves rather familiarly? Your commander, Sir Lowe's, snuck into Windberry secretly to participate in the tournament. To prevent you from noticing, he's wearing his own weapons and armor. Had it not been for the golden tiger insignia on his armor, I might not have even taken note of him since he is lumped together with the other wandering or freelance knights in the tent in the far corner of the stadium. Good. Good soul. Lorist cried out before gritting his teeth, after returning to the inn tonight, I want to see this fellow who's showing off at the stadium before me. Understood, milord. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 325 3 Requests. 3 Requests. Here's the second release of the week. I'll be going to my hometown tomorrow, but the chapters will still be released as usual, albeit possibly at slightly different times. Fierce Tiger Lowe's stepped through the inn's entrance, feeling rather good with his performance during the afternoon. He had racked up 9 consecutive victories and won 4 sets of knight's armor, 4 mounts, and more than 200 gold fords. Selling the spoils he got to a reseller netted him another 200 fords, so he decided to treat a few of the friends he made in the Wandering Knight's tent to some drinks. He had heard that the Rose, a tavern nearby, had hired a number of wild dancer maidens. They charged so much for their service that few could enjoy it. Lowe's patted his money pouch with a lewd smile, thinking of the relaxing time he would have later that night. Since the second round of the competition would only begin in a few days, he wasn't worried that he would be too worn out from the workout session. Just as he was about to head out, he saw Tarkle standing before him angrily. It's over, thought Lowe's. He had been bargaining with the merchant a few minutes earlier and had forgotten to lower his visor again. Tarkle saw Lowe's desperately trying to escape his notice and smiled. Sir Lowe's, stop trying to hide. Our lord already recognized you when you were fighting this afternoon. He wants you to see him during dinner, you know the place. Good luck, advised he. Currently, Lowe's was standing curled up in front of Lorist, as if it would make him invisible. Lorist was angered and amused at the same time at his pathetic state. Stand properly. Don't shrivel up in the corner like a turkey. Lowe's, what do you have to say about leaving your legion behind to come play in the city? Can you tell me where that your legion is? The legion is fine, milord, Yuri is in command. It's just 30 kilometers outside the city. It can make it here in time if anything happens, reported Lowe's as he stood up straight. So that's why you abandoned your post to participate in the tournament? Yuri wanted to come too, milord, but he lost in a round of rock-paper-scissors, so I'm the one who got to come, explained Lowe's in a troubled manner. You guys really get on my nerves, said Lorist, not knowing how he should admonish his subordinates all of a sudden. Baron Shazin came in at that moment and saved Lowe's. Oh? Lowe's, you're here too, he said before he pulled at Lorist without listening to Lowe's reply. Locke, come with me. Let me introduce you to someone. Ha, I'm really too delighted today. Did you know that Bonoa finally agreed to be my household knight? Let me tell you, Bonoa. Lorist was thusly dragged out of the room by Baron Phelan without being able to say anything else to Lowe's. Howard followed closely behind. Well, Els mumbled, I should rally the guards and follow. Lowe's looked at the rest still in the room. I should be fine now, right? Asked he. Well, given how busy our lord has been over the past few days, I don't think he'll recall that he hasn't punished you yet, answered Josk. I'll go take a rest now. I still have to accept challenges tomorrow, yawned Reedy, leaving. As long as you perform well and don't anger our lord, he might just let you off, said Tarkle. I don't care anymore, answered Lowe's, rolling his eyes. I won quite a bit today, so drinks are on me tonight. I heard the tavern hired a few magnificent dancers, how tempting. I ain't going, I still have a match tomorrow, declined Josk. I'll go with you for a drink, but you can keep the women, agreed Tarkle. The one Baron Phelan wanted to introduce to Lorist was Knight Bonawar, whom he had met on the way to Windbury. According to the Baron, he had been promoted alongside the man because of his contributions right after joining the Second Prince. Baron Phelan kept charging into the forefront of the conflict and his performance increased as the danger did. Unlike Lorist's deceased elder brother, however, Baron Phelan suffered no lasting injuries from his military exploits. Even though the unit the Second Prince assigned to his command was frequently beaten up, the Baron had always managed to lead his household troops back safely. Knight Bonawar was a different kind of officer. He was raised to the art of war based on the traditional tenets of the Christian Empire. He focused on military regulation and efficiency, and monitoring casualties. He was one of the most well-received commanding officers among the Second Prince's subordinates. Of the 3 victorious battles that preceded the founding of the Iblia Kingdom, 2 were thanks to Bonawar. One involved the elimination of the noble army of the First Prince's faction. Bonawar had commanded a ragtag bunch against the army, which had numbered 18,000, and still managed to emerge victorious after 3 months. The battle led to the crumbling of the army and the eventual extermination of the houses involved on the enemy's side. If the battle had not ended as it had, the First Prince would have influence over Southern and might even threaten Winston's peace. The other battle was when the Second Prince led his troops to attack the Melian Duchy for the first time, only to be defeated by the Fierce Gale Legion. At the time, Duke Melian led his troops in pursuit of the Second Prince. When the Second Prince was at his wits' end, Bonawar, who had been sent there with some food, managed to arrive in time to save the Second Prince. The Second Prince had already given up all hope and even excused himself by saying he'd go to Duke Faisablins to borrow soldiers for a comeback, intent on leaving the mess of a battlefield to Bonawar. However, the situation did not faze the knight and he ordered the logistics heavy armored troops to pick another spot and set up camp while he reorganized the remnants of the army. He used the opportunity when Duke Melian pressed his pursuit to cut off their path of retreat and managed to turn the battle in their favor. It ended with Bonawar's victory and the extermination of all 8,000 of the enemy. Duke Melian managed to escape but with only 10 riders from his personal guard. Despite being such an accomplished tactician, Bonawar had always been the target of the Second Prince's jealousy and oppression given his straightforward demeanor and impressive reputation. When the time came to entitle the nobles who had contributed to the kingdom's founding, despite his contributions, which qualified him for peerage at least the level of baron, the Second Prince requested he pay a hefty sum to fill the kingdom's barren coffers before he could be entitled an Enfef land. It made him leave with anger and coop up in his manor for a long time. Since the Lorist's group encountered Bonawar's group en route to Windbury, Baron Phelan had spent a few days looking for his whereabouts in the city and finally managed to locate him. After asking about his situation, the Baron learned the knight was not faring too well. The relationship between House Phelan and House Bonawar actually went far back, with his ancestor actually being a baron. However, due to an incident at Windbury that caused House Bonawar to lose their peerage, he was left with just a knight's manor in Southern. Just like how Baron Phelan had been, Bonawar was trying hard to revive his house. It was too bad he wasn't as recklessly brave as Baron Phelan. While he was also a 1-star gold-ranked knight, he wasn't particularly talented in battle force training. In other words, he was only a talented tactician. He had come to participate in the tournament because he didn't have much of a choice. As he put it, he was there to sell himself and find a decent house to serve. The 50 or so young men he had at the manor had a really hard time defending it. Southern had been ruined by the war between the Second Highness and Duke Melian, and the province was overrun by beggars and deserters turned bandits. Even though he came from an accomplished military family, he was helpless before the thousands of bandits and had to consider the safety of the women and children in his manor. That was why Bonawar finally decided to try his luck in the tournament. Any choice that made his house safe was a good one. Given his lack of martial talent, he didn't think that people would actively recruit him, so he could only rely on those who knew his reputation to come to him. It was too bad that he had been refused an audience with the Queen, whose time was far too precious to spend on a knight. He was similarly unable to meet Duke Faisablin, who was busy with his own matters. On the third day, he traveled around to socialize with the nobles of Southern with whom he was familiar. While they did recognize his talents, given Iblia's horrid state, there wasn't much room for him to use his skills. It was at that moment that Baron Phelim made his visit and even came over for the next few days. When Bonawar found out that House Phelim had formed a legion of 46,000 in the Northlands, he was finally convinced. Baron Phelim made it a point to mention that, while letting the troops of the second prince perish under his lead was fine since they weren't his own, the house's new legion was one constructed with lots of effort and funding, so the Baron wasn't willing to just throw it away. Bonawar's style of command was cautious but effective, so Phelim felt he was the perfect man for the job. Phelim was completely elated when Bonawar pledged allegiance to his household. He held banquets for 3 days straight. Lorist was present throughout and even made some suggestions. He offered to have Reedy, Josk, and 1,000 of his own guards go along with the Baron's own guard to transport the knight's family to their new home safely after the tournament concluded. Winbury regained some of its former livelihood thanks to the tournament. It was far livelier than before, at least. Even the marketplace looked rather prosperous. The nobles had also partially gone back to their previous leisurely lifestyles. A large feast was held at the Rose Palace once every 3 days and a smaller party in between. Every night, there would be a ball where elaborately dressed noblemen and ladies would dwell throughout the night. It all felt pointless to Lorist, which further exacerbated his boredom. Not only was he forbidden from participating in the tournament, he didn't like to interact with other nobles either, especially those at the balls who greeted each other superficially wearing their fancy masks. The noble ladies flocked about him were more than willing to share his bed, but not without some sort of remuneration. Lorist was no saint either and had sexual urges like everyone else. However, his current situation made it inappropriate for him to sleep around. He had come to the city to win the princess's hand, after all. Should he act promiscuously and carelessly, rumor would no doubt spread across the city only to incite the princess's anger. But for some reason, even after 12 days passed, Princess Sylvia had yet to return to Winbury. Duke Faisablin was visibly angered, which prevented Lorist from meeting with him and making his proposal. It frustrated Lorist greatly as well. The silver lining was that the house's reputation grew by leaps and bounds during the tournament. To no one's surprise, Josk had become the champion of the archery segment. Reedy managed to defeat a gold rank with his silver rank battle force in 10 odd minutes, much to the shock of the audience. The jousting segment, which was the largest among the three, had also just entered its second round. 2 of the top 10 were Knights of House Norton, with Fierce Tiger Lowe's obtaining the champion's seat. Lorist decided that, as reward, he wouldn't be punished. The other winner was Els. The two had successfully defeated their enemies in quick succession and earned the right to enter the third round, which would begin in a few days and would decide the ultimate winner. During the second round, Lowe's was faced with Count Dalek. The two had clashed many times and exchanged hundreds of blows before Count Dalek surrendered. That evening itself, Lorist received word of Count Dalek and Count Chudgway's departure for their dominions. Was my gut wrong? Lorist thought, stroking his chin. Weird, those two seem like they came for nothing but the tournament, they left the moment they lost. Perhaps, he was being oversensitive about everything because he was worried about Princess Sylvia. When the jousting's third round began, Tarkle came to Lorist. "Milord, Duke Faisablin left with a squad of guards for Eastwild early this morning. We think he's probably there to bring the princess over. After all, many of the nobles participating in the knighthood tournament want to witness her famed beauty. Some of them have already started complaining and some rumors are floating about that the princess left because she was scolded by the duke. That's probably why he has no choice but to go fetch the princess himself." Duke Faisablin managed to rush back before the third round was over. He was just in time to present Fierceedger Lowe's first prize. During the ceremony, Duke Faisablin didn't look particularly well. His laughter seemed a little forced, but everyone knew the reason was the princess's refusal to follow him back. The moment they left the stadium, Lorist saw one of the duke's guards who said that the duke wished to meet him at the pavilion. "Your Grace, I wonder if I can be of service in any way," asked Lorist when he saw the worn-out duke. Duke Faisablin breathed a long sigh before he said, Locke, I know why you've come. You want to form a union with House Faisablin by marrying Sylvia, right? That's right, Your Grace, replied Lorist straightforwardly. Time really flies, to think that lass is of marriageable age already, the Duke mused. It must be because I spoiled her so much when she was young and caused her temper to develop like that. It has been incredibly embarrassing for me. You guys must have had a great laugh at my expense. Lorist merely listened on, speechless. I don't oppose an alliance with your house, nor a marriage between you and my granddaughter. In fact, I am looking forward to it, said Duke Faisablin. Oh, Lorist started, Your Grace, does that mean you agree? That's right. I hold you in high regard, Locke. The moment the matters are settled, you'll have to call me Grandpa, haha, the Duke said before giving a hearty laugh. However, I'm a little curious about the kind of price House Norton is willing to pay in exchange for my precious and beloved Sylvia. Your Grace, please feel free to state your demands. As long as they are within my house's capabilities, we will definitely not let you down, promised Lorist as he thumped on his chest. Alright, I like how frank you are. I only have 3 requests. First, I will require House Norton start 10 new factories in wild husbandry so House Faisablin will be self-sufficient in 2 years. Don't worry, I won't force you to build refineries, only factories for daily necessities. Can that be done? No problem, Lorist nodded. Duke Faisablin stared at Lorist with his hawk-like eyes, stretched out his second finger, and said, Second, I want 10,000 sets of the armor your personal guard wears. That's the minimum, dot. Your Grace, we only managed to produce 3,000 sets of these ourselves, yet you're asking for 10,000. That would amount to more than 2 million gold fords already and is incredibly troublesome. But for Princess Sylvia's sake, you have a deal, agreed Lorist. Ah, good, Duke Faisablin cheered. My last request is not even worth mentioning, to be honest. You know that Sylvia is the treasure of our household, so I wish for her to not suffer any discomfort when she goes to you. How about this? All you have to do is to have your concubines and illegitimate children leave House Norton to spare my Sylvia the pain of not being your one and only. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 326 Apologies. Apologies. Hi guys, here's this week's 3rd release. Just got off a long car trip and finally have a chance to rest. CYA guys tomorrow, dot. That last request was a given in Duke Faisablin's mind. When 2 noble houses unite in marriage, the household of the bride has a right to request the groom's house to exile their concubines so that they don't cause any trouble during succession in the future. At the same time, there would no longer be an incentive for the illegitimate children to harm the rightful heir. That was the case with the 3rd prince and Duke Melian's daughter's marriage. The 3rd prince had 4 concubines prior to his engagement, with one of them being a daughter of a minor noble who had given birth to a son. She was unwilling to leave and propped her son up as the result of her efforts of serving the 3rd prince. In the end, the former emperor had to poison her drink to ensure the successful union of the imperial family and the Melian house and send the 2-year-old illegitimate son somewhere far away where he would never be heard from again. The union of 2 noble houses through marriage didn't only show the favorable relationship between the 2 houses, it also related to the benefits those 2 houses would receive upon their union. The first 2 requests made by Duke Faisablin looked out for the interests of his own house. In terms of total cost, Lorist would have to pay out roughly 3 million gold fords to be allowed to wed Princess Sylvia. However, the final request was made for the princess's own sake so that she would live a life of bliss, untroubled by the jealous wiles of the other women in the Norton household. Lorist kept quiet the whole time after he heard the 3rd request. Duke Faisablin was in a very good mood when he said, Servants, have some food served here. I want to have a few cups with Locke right now. I apologize, Lorist said, Your Grace, I won't be able to do it. Huh? What are you saying? The Duke asked disbelievingly while turning around. He still had his finger outstretched from when he instructed his servants, which seemed to be frozen in place like a withered branch. Your Grace, I am unable to fulfill your 3rd request, Lorist said as he raised his head and looked at the Duke solemnly. Duke Faisablin stared fixedly at Lorist's face before he croaked, ha. Count Norton. You're just joking around with me, right? Lorist shook his head and said, I am serious. To me, they have become my women the moment I took them in as concubines, and I am their man. Men of the Norton house don't abandon their women. Not only that, I believe that Sylvia will understand and accept why I think so too. Bam! Duke Faisablin thrust his palm harshly against the table, causing it to crumble into several pieces on the ground. Standing up, the Duke exploded like a flaming volcano. Whether Sylvia understands or not is her own matter. But are you really willing to refuse the request of House Faisablin, Nut? Lorist stood up without showing any weakness and said, I only care about Sylvia, not House Faisablin. I've already accepted the first two requests of your house, but I would never allow House Faisablin to stick their hands into the affairs of my house. You have no right to demand that I abandon my women. Duke Faisablin was so angered that fumes seemed to waft out from his head. You requested to be allowed to marry Sylvia from our house, yet you're unwilling to give up on other women. Is this the care you said you had for her? Does that sound conflicting to you? Lorist asked and laughed. It's because I care for Sylvia that I want her to be my official wife, the matron of House Norton. She will have everything that she is due, but she has to respect the traditions of the Norton house as well. Should she become my wife, she will have to treat my other women well also? That is one of her responsibilities as the matron, declared Lorist now that negotiations have completely fallen off the table. You insolent little, roared the Duke, almost coughing blood into Lorist's face. What do you think the Faisablin house is? You said that the most precious flower of our house has to take care of your other women after being wedded there? Ridiculous. If word of this spreads, how would I be able to show my face in front of others in future? We are not like those other fallen noble houses. We are House Faisablin, the lion of the northern grasslands. Duke Faisablin glared at Lorist with anger as the energies within his body coalesced. His right hand was already holding tightly onto the longsword hanging by his hip, as if he wanted to cut Lorist into two halves. While Lorist seemed incredibly relaxed with both his hands down, his feet had already gotten into a steady position, ready to receive the Duke's rage at any moment. If gazes and thoughts could materialize, the space between Lorist and Duke Faisablin would have been obliterated. Count Norton, give up on your concubines and illegitimate children. This is the request of House Faisablin, and is also the requirement you have to fulfill to take Sylvia as your wife. It is also your chance to express your sincerity to her. If you can't do that, I will take it as an affront against the Faisablin house. Do not test our patience. As her grandfather, I will definitely not allow her husband to have other women and children, said the Duke after a long while as he greatly suppressed his anger. I'm sorry, Your Grace. I mentioned that I wouldn't be able to do it. This is not an issue of the union between our two houses. It's one of the responsibilities of a man. Abandoning one's women and children is a mark of shame for any man. That is something I'm definitely not willing to do. All of a sudden, Duke Faisablin dispersed his threatening air and sat back down onto his chair in a crestfallen manner. Waving his hand, he said, Count Norton, you should head back. I hope that you can consider the third request I made. Only after you consent to it will I allow Sylvia to marry you. Your Grace, you should consider this as well. If I give up on my concubines and illegitimate children for Sylvia today, what's to say I won't give up on Sylvia for some other women in the future? That's why. Before he finished, Duke Faisablin lifted an ornament on his desk and tossed it towards Lorist. Scram! Get out of my sight right now. Lorist quickly took his leave. When he emerged from Rose Palace and saw Els and the rest waiting there, he stopped, stroked his chin and said, Wait, why didn't that old guy cut me down immediately? That's weird, even when I said that before I left, all he did was throw things at me. Didn't they say he had a bad temper? And he's a rank 3 blade master to boot, so he shouldn't fear me, should he? How weird. By then, Els and the 10-odd guards had walked up to receive Lorist, so he could only keep the thoughts for himself and ponder upon them when he returned to the inn. Count Kenmays had been waiting in the hall of the inn for Lorist's return. The moment he saw Lorist enter, he jumped and pulled on Lorist's hand, asking, Did Duke Faisablin want to see you because of your marriage with Sylvia? Lorist nodded. Did it work out? Lorist shook his head, shrugged, and said, I don't think so, since I didn't accept his third request. Stunned, Count Kenmays asked, What were the requests? The first concerned our house starting 10 factories at Wild Husbandry Province so that they can produce enough daily necessities to sustain themselves, recalled Lorist. Count Kenmays jumped as he said, No way, we definitely can't do that. He's trying to cut out the Salt Merchant Committee. Look, daily necessities are what the province requires the most. Even though the profit per unit is low, the sheer volume of things traded is enormous. Currently, the Salt Merchant Committee has a monopoly on the daily necessities market at Wild Husbandry Province and East Wild Province, with 2/3 of our profits coming from there. That's because the products made at other places can't compete with ours in both price and quality, eventually stopping production altogether because of us. And hasn't the Duke conquered the Greater and Lesser Golden Creeks? I was just about to charge them a bit more since they have started to mine gold over there. Count Kenmays lost all his previous flair suddenly and said, Well, Princess Sylvia's matter is what's important right now. At least we know that Duke Faisablin doesn't want us to mine gold coins from his dominion. Maybe they're interested in making a profit using our goods as well, hence his request for you to help him set up those factories. No matter, even if we lose that profit, we can think of other ways to increase them on other fronts. The second request was for my house to provide them with 10,000 sets of armor that my guards wear, continued Lorist. Count Kenmaze burst out once again, that's going too far. This greedy old bastard is really shameless. The armor worn by the 3,000 guards were admittedly different from those of the other household soldiers. Even though the household soldiers were armed with stainless steel armor, the defensive capabilities were slightly lower than the ones worn by the guards. Even though the design was similar, the color differed slightly. The armor worn by normal household soldiers were lead gray in color while those worn by the guards were greenish gray. That armor was exclusive to Lorist's personal guard. Count Kenmaze, Baron Phelim and Baron Shazin all thought that the armor worn by the Norton house were same as theirs, being made of stainless steel, because they weren't able to tell the different metals used to manufacture them based on only the color. However, they did know that the armor worn by Norton guards had the highest defensive capabilities. Lorist told them that each set cost 180 gold fords and that the house had only managed to make a little over 3,000 of them, before gifting each of the two sets of armor made of the same materials according to their preferred design. Yet, Duke Faizablin had asked for 10,000 sets in one breath. Count Kenmaze complained, is that old guy nuts? No matter how large the lion's mouth is, even it would choke to death if it tried to swallow prey in one go. The marriage between the third prince and Duke Melian's daughter only involved a transaction of 2 million imperial gold coins that amount to only 800,000 gold fords at most. Yet, he had asked you to pay such a huge price for marrying the princess. Is that why you refused? Lorist replied, I've agreed to both those conditions. Ugh, Count Kenmaze gasped, before he snapped out of his stupor and said, well, it's fine. It is fine. House Norton is truly impressive, for you to be able to accept those conditions. Then, was the third request even more ridiculous? Well, not really. His third request was for me to exile my concubines and illegitimate children before he would agree to the union between our two houses. Count Kenmaze stayed silent for a good moment before he patted onto Lorist's back and said, I really want to call you an idiot for refusing a request that pales in comparison to the former two, but I feel relieved that you didn't agree to it somehow. I think Baron Phelim and Baron Shazin would feel the same after they hear about this. We would no longer have to worry about the alliance between our four families to rift just because the Norton house got too powerful. Lorist laughed bitterly and said, but now, I don't know how I should answer to the princess for this. Count Kenmaze laughed and said, Locke, I can only ask you to grieve and move on. We'll always stand behind you and offer our moral support no matter what kind of chaos you cause. Good soul, is that all you have to do as allies? Isn't it better for me if the alliance was called off, then? No way, you're the unquestioned head of our little alliance. It was you who called for the alliance's formation, so if we don't leave it, you won't be able to back out either, unless you want the reputation of the Norton house to suffer and abandon all noble niceties altogether, said the Count in a serious tone. That can't happen. I don't believe I can't dissolve the alliance when I choose to, but... A guard interrupted their joking around and said, Milord, Duke Faisablin's messenger requests to meet you. Oh? Let him in, said Lorist as he wondered, what does the Duke want this time around? The messenger was but a normal guard instead of a noble. Lord Count, I have come on behalf of the Duke's orders to report that the banquet to celebrate the conclusion of the tournament has been cancelled because the Duke isn't feeling well. I hope my lords will understand. Count Kenmaze mumbled wide-eyed, no way. The celebration must always be held for the nobles and knights for any kind of tournament. This is tradition, why would the Duke call it off just like that, Lorist smiled coldly and said, well, I can't really blame the Duke for being a little petty. After all, the swordsmanship and archery competitions were dominated by us, House Norton, with Lowe's taking the crown at the jousting competition and Baron Phelim getting number 2, Baron Shazim getting number 5, and Els getting number 7. Not only that, not one of the rest are people from House Faizablin, so it's understandable that he has nothing worth celebrating. If he had agreed to the marriage union with us, he could still announce and brag about it. But now that I've refused his requests, he would never acknowledge us as the true winners of the tournament and give a free boost to the reputation of the 4 allied families of the Northlands. I think I understand now why he didn't draw his sword to flip out on me when I refused him. So he's still holding the arms deal he signed with our house in consideration. He's afraid that we'll stop supplying him with the goods, Will you do so? Asked Count Kenmaze. No, Lorist said, shaking his head, this is an agreement we signed before he had a disagreement, and I will honor my word to him. That's because this concerns the reputation of House Norton and is not a matter I can decide based on my whim. Alright, let's pack up tonight and leave first thing tomorrow morning. I doubt we'd miss attending his little banquet. We can just hold our own when we return to the Northlands. I believe that many will be disappointed by the Duke's neglect to host one, and perhaps might cause some kind of trouble while they're at it. Believe it or not, I think the Duke will have to use his troops to chase the wandering knights away tomorrow, so it's best we leave early. Morning the next day, Lorist and the rest left Windbury. As Knight Bonawar, who had just pledged allegiance to Baron Phelan, had almost 200 members in his household, their journey was held back slightly. After meeting up with the division under Yuri's care, they traveled for another 6 days and would cross Hendliff Suspension Bridge the next day. A smoke signal could be seen in the distance as 3 mounted men rushed over. The moment they encountered Lorist, the 3 riders leaped off their horses and reported, "Knight Charade ordered us to inform you that Princess Sylvia has arrived at Fernrock Castle 5 days ago. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 327, The Princess's Heart. The Princess's Heart. Enjoy this week's 4th release. Since Princess Sylvia already arrived at Fernrock Castle, Lorist traveled ahead of his escort so that he would arrive sooner. He was curious how she knew of his refusal of the Duke's conditions already. "She's not here to interrogate me, is she? Count Kenmays, Baron Phelan, and Baron Shazine mocked Lorist jokingly as he left with Reedy, Howard, and 10 odd guards, wishing him a blissful life. It took them just 3 days to reach Fernrock Castle. The moment Lorist dismounted, before he could even dust himself off, Princess Sylvia rushed over and hugged him, tears streaming down her face. Lorist hurriedly tried to apologize. "Sylvia, I'm so..." Before he finished, Princess Sylvia bawled even louder, mumbling, "Brother Locke. Holocaust. He left just like that. He's not even 10. Wait, what? Who's Holocaust? That name sounds familiar," thought Lorist for a good while before he finally remembered. "Isn't Holocaust the young prince of Iblia? That child of the second prince the queen birthed after their drunken lockup?" Unfortunately, perhaps because of the use of drugs, Holocaust was born with a congenital heart disease. One of his herbalists said he would likely not even see his 20th birthday. The young prince was abandoned by the queen after his birth and was put under Duke Faisalblin's charge, who treasured the child like his very own kin. However, when he found that the young prince had a birth defect, he no longer cared as much and didn't consider him a trump card anymore. In fact, it was Sylvia who had dragged the child along with her and raised him like her own little brother. After she stopped crying thanks to Lorist's consolations, she explained why she didn't participate in the knighthood tournament. Holocaust had passed away suddenly without warning. The servants initially thought he had simply fallen asleep. It was only in the evening, when the servants felt that he had slept for far too long and attempted to wake him, that they realized that his body had cooled and he was no longer breathing. When Princess Sylvia received word at Windbury, she requested Duke Faisalblin postpone the tournament by a couple of months so she could return to Eastwild to tend to the matters resulting from poor Holocaust's death. After all, he was technically the rightful heir to the kingdom's throne. However, Duke Faisalblin refused. He thought the prince, who had just died, wasn't of much use to him in the first place, and the knighthood tournament concerned the reputation and future of the house, especially because it involved Sylvia's marriage. It had to go on no matter what. As for the dead Holocaust, he would deal with it as he would with deceased household knights. Sylvia was angered and disappointed at Duke Faisalblin's cold and heartless decision. After a huge argument, she looked for her aunt, the queen, to report the death of her son. She didn't expect the queen to be even more heartless than her father. "I never cared about him when he was alive, why should I now that he's dead?" was all she was on the matter. Fuming with rage, Sylvia threw a huge tantrum before she brought Blademaster Xanthe and her guard with her back to Eastwild to bury Holocaust. However, she realized that she wouldn't be able to give Holocaust a burial fitting a prince no matter how hard she tried, because even in the entire kingdom, Holocaust's name itself was somewhat of a taboo. Since the queen herself didn't want anything to do with the dead prince, the nobles treated him like he didn't exist. In fact, the queen and the nobles were relieved that they didn't have to bother with the prince's burial. So, Sylvia could only carry out the matter herself. While she did receive Duke Faisalblin's incessant letters demanding her return to show her face at the tournament, the letters only made her angry and caused her to ignore the messengers completely. But when the final messenger came over with a letter that stated the princess would be dragged to the capital by the Duke personally, she made the decision to run away. She headed for Fernrock Castle. She did so because she felt the Norton Dominion was the only place her grandfather couldn't drag her out of. Lorist breathed a long sigh. So the princess isn't here to ask about my refusal after all. However, Lorist soon found himself troubled. Should he tell the princess about his objection to the Duke's conditions and the subsequent annulment of their engagement, or not? Lorist saw Sylvia's tender emotional state at PR Cent and decided to keep quiet on the matter for the time being. He would tell her once she was more stable. In the month that followed, Lorist traveled around with Sylvia in an attempt to lighten up her mood, which meant that Count Kenmays and the barons weren't greeted by anyone when they arrived at the castle. The angered count wrote Lorist a letter. "You bastard! You're putting hoes before brothers. You're so caught in your lust you've completely forsaken friendship. Were but one of the many things he had to say in his letter. Lorist didn't really mind the Count's comments. In truth, he felt rather guilty towards the princess, perhaps because he still hadn't informed her of his refusal of the Duke's requests. Her mood had improved substantially over the last couple of days and her smile started to regain its former glamour. Lorist really didn't feel like ruining the good mood by bringing up his falling out with the Duke. The moonlight melded with the waters and illuminated the clear waters. The proud hull of Northsea cut across the silvery surface of the sea and sailed on the infinite waters of the ocean. After having fun at Siloas for about half a month, Princess Sylvia was finally in the condition to return to the Northlands. During that time, Sylvia was just like a love-struck maiden falling in love for the first time. She grew closer and more reliant on Lorist, which only served to intensify Lorist's guilt about the matter. He knew well things might not remain as they were for long, with the mountainous obstacle that was Duke Faisalblan standing between them. The round silver moon appeared like a gleaming plate of silver, hanging from the dark blue veil of the night. Princess Sylvia leaned on the ship's railings and stared out over the ocean. As she looked at the ocean, "Brother Locke, I never imagined the sea could be this beautiful. I remember grandfather brought me to a cliff near a beach once. It was the first time I saw the sea with my own eyes. All I saw were harsh waves bashing against the cliff harshly. The water was black and the waves' splashes were unbearable. The winds were very strong. I clutched onto my grandfather with all my strength, I didn't dare let go. He told me such was the sea, borderless and infinite. I've always had the impression that the sea was something ferocious and that sailing was a huge risk on one's life. I didn't think traveling to Siloas with you would make me realize that the sea also had times it is calm and gentle. We can build sandcastles, collect seashells, and even play by the water. I didn't think it would be that fun," she said, the moonlight on the water shimmering in her eyes. "Look, Brother Locke, the moonlight looks like silver sparkles on the sea's surface. How beautiful." "It's the 7th month right now," Lorist said smiling sweetly. "It's when the northern seas are the calmest. When the 11th month comes, it will become harsher, almost like what you saw in your childhood. Sailing then will definitely be very risky. I once sailed to the Northlands during the 11th month. The waves were so tall they could reach the ship's deck. Fortunately, the ships built by our house are sturdy. There's no worry of them being crushed by the waves." Sylvia's eyes gleamed. "Brother Locke, you're amazing," whispered she. "Well," mumbled Lorist as he stroked his nose shyly, "why do I feel like a middle-aged man tricking a little girl with a lollipop?" Despite his slight sense of forbiddenness, Lorist couldn't help but feel a certain sense of pride and achievement from seeing Sylvia's adoring gaze. Sylvia accosted Lorist and leaned on his body. He froze like a statue. "Brother Locke, you still haven't told me about your experiences in the tournament," Sylvia whispered. Lorist grit his teeth. He had known the time would come eventually. "I'm sorry, Sylvia. Your grandfather brought up 3 requests I couldn't accept." "I knew it," the girl sighed. "You wouldn't be accompanying me on this trip otherwise, would you? Can you tell me what the requests were?" Thus, Lorist informed her about the requests without holding any detail back. Sylvia turned around slowly and looked at Lorist with her starlight-like eyes. "Brother Locke, don't you fancy me?" sighed Sylvia. I do like you, that much is true. But if it means having to exile them, it isn't fair to them. After all, they're my women and children, and I am their man and father. I feel responsible for their well-being." Sylvia leaned on Lorist's chest. Her arm slipped around his waist, clasped his back, and drew him into a deep hug. I know, Brother Locke. I can see your sincerity in the first 2 requests. I don't blame you for turning down the 3rd. In fact, if you had agreed to it, I would have looked down on you. It's because you aren't cruel and heartless that you stood your ground. I can't help but envy your lovers and children." The girl slipped into silent weeping as the last words left her mouth. Hey, don't cry now, Sylvia." "It's my fault," mumbled Lorist in a panicked fit. Sylvia raised her tear-covered face, her crystal eyes pierced into Lorist's soul. "Kiss me," she whispered. Lorist's arms wrapped the princess in his embrace. He lifted her to him and the 2 kissed under the gentle gaze of the moon. In the corner of the deck, Blademaster Xanthe let out a soft sigh. She stayed quiet for a long moment before she spoke. "It's getting late, Sylvia. You should get some sleep. You wouldn't want to catch a cold, the winds are rather chilly." The pair separated. Lorist stared silently at Sylvia's red face, like a moon rising on a wet evening, one last time before she darted for her cabin. He glared at Xanthe but only got light giggles in return. When they arrived at the Northlands, Sylvia told Lorist, "I'm going to return to the house." "Brother Locke, you've already agreed to the first two requests for the sake of House Faisablin. As for the third, I should have a say in it since it concerns me directly. I'll make sure my grandfather understands and doesn't make an issue of it." Lorist finally relaxed after the girl departed. He decided to take a stroll around the Dominion instead of returning to Fernrock Castle right away. Charade, busier than ever, rolled his eyes at Lorist once he returned. "Aren't you carefree as always? Traveling with a beauty at a time like this?" "Well, it's because you're here that I'm able to take it easy." "Tell me, is there anything important going on within the Dominion?" laughed Lorist. Charade put down the folder in his hand. "Did you forget Els is going to get married?" "The big day's on the 10th day of the 8th month," inquired he. "Oh, there was that too," thought Lorist as he slapped his forehead. I think he mentioned it while we were still in Windbury. He said he was going to take Mancini's daughter as his wife after he broke through to the gold rank. I think the ceremony will be held in Redriver Valley, at his manor. He also said that he would go to Moranti to see his uncle and his other pals, so I gave him a 3-month leave, but... Very well, we ought to present him with a great gift, Charade snickered. I still remember he caused so much trouble during my wedding. I'll finally get my chance to pay him back. I'll definitely make sure he regrets what he did. Lorist wiped the sweat off his forehead. To think this fatty would hold a grudge for such a long time. He's still on about that thing during his marriage even though his son's already a few years old. Lorist knew Charade was just fooling around and wouldn't go too overboard, so he didn't interfere. Is there anything else? Asked Lorist. There are 2 pieces of good news and 1 bad one, said Charade. What are they? Ovidus and Dulles have managed to break through to become gold ranks. The 2 remaining manors at Redriver Valley have owners now. As for the bad news, Jim failed his breakthrough and must take half a year off to recover according to the herbalist. It was definitely good news for Ovidus and Dulles to succeed in their endeavors. Despite being a former bandit, Ovidus had been loyal ever since he pledged his allegiance, which was why Lorist trusted him deeply. Enough to give him command of the Thunderbolt Brigade. It was a definite improvement for him to break through to the next rank. As for Dulles, he had been traveling with Lorist ever since the days of Dawn Academy. Being the founder of the Carabalista unit and its commander, he had gained many achievements over the last decade. However, his silver rank battle force had caused him to stand out in a bad light even more among the commanders of his army. Now that he had broken through to the gold rank, he had become one of the 16 gold-ranked knights of the household. Being another person Lorist deeply trusted, he would definitely be utilized more often now. It was too bad that the joy of hearing about Ovidus and Dulles' successes was dampened significantly by word of Jim's failure. Jim was in too much of a rush to break through, Charade sighed. Even though he was injured in Hanna-Yobarta's conquest, he insisted on trying to break through the moment he was reasonably healed. He might have stood a chance if he'd waited another 6 months. You ought to visit him when you're free. I checked on him a few days back and he seemed rather down and unstable. Lorist nodded and was just about to say something when he heard hurried footsteps coming his way. My lord. Tarkle yelled the moment he opened the door. Come in. Breathing raggedly, Tarkle reported, Me my lord. There's word from Iblia. On the 30th day of the 6th month, the 4 central duchies united and launched a military campaign against the Melian duchy. They sealed off the roads into and out of the duchies, so we only got word from our informants 15 days ago. We just received word that the duchy's army attacked Mesen Castle on the 23rd day of the 6th month. Duke Melian also died on Mount Leaf Dema surrounded by enemies. Melian's been completely wiped out. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 328 Missed Initiative. Missed Initiative. Here's the 5th release of the week. See you guys next week. Knight 1, Charade, also known as the Fatty, or the title chief knight of the house, and was a 1-star gold rank. He was born in a family with a mercantile background and used to be the supervisor of Dawn Academy's enforcement division. He was also one of Lorist's close friends. Knight 2, 3-star gold-ranked Grey Potterfawn, nicknamed Pog, was of common birth and used to serve as a regiment leader in the Christian Empire's White Lion Legion. He was the first gold-ranked knight to pledge allegiance to Lorist. Knight 3, Lose Wales, nicknamed Fierce Tiger Lose, was a peak 3-star gold-ranked knight whose father was a mercenary. After he matured, Lose joined the army and became one of the Legion's generals. He joined House Norton along with his friend, Potterfawn. Knight 4, Mons Malek, who bore the moniker Ironface, was a 2-star gold rank of common birth who used to serve as a regiment leader in the White Lion Legion. After the Legion's dissolution, he joined Lorist along with Fierce Tiger Lose. Knight 5, Josk, affectionately called Joe, was a 3-star gold-ranked knight known as the Divine Marksman. He was born in a family of knights and was adopted by a noble. He joined Lorist for the sake of vengeance. He pledged to live life alone forever so that he wouldn't forget his deceased fiancée. Knight 6, Chino Friar, a 3-star gold rank who used to be a mercenary, had been forced into a labor camp because he had fought against some nobles. He was rescued by Lorist's convoy alongside his family and traveled to the Northlands to become a gold-ranked knight of the household. Knight 7, Belnick, or Beck the White-Haired, was a 3-star gold-ranked knight born to a servant family of the Norton household. When he was still a silver rank, he had been poisoned and remained in his sickbed for years before Lorist treated him. After being given a high-ranked battle force manual, he eventually trained to the gold rank. Knight 8, Brennan Evanport, known to most as Els, was a 1-star gold rank who used to be a syndicate boss in Moranti. He ended up following his close friend, Lorist, to the Northlands and became a silver-ranked knight of the house. After 10 years of training, he eventually became a gold rank. Knight 9, Wapri Turman, a 1-star gold rank who was born in a family of freelance knights, was the first one to join Lorist's northbound convoy. Deeply trusted by Lorist, he got the position of the commander of the Raging Bear Knight Brigade. Knight 10, Ewan Rightist, nicknamed Jury, was a man from a line of shepherds from the grasslands. One of Lorist's close friends since the days of the academy, he joined Lorist's northbound convoy and eventually ended up being the commander of the light cavalry scouts. Knight 11, Pajik, a 1-star gold rank of common birth, had become the captive of the first young master of the Norton house during the time of the Civil War. Following the first young master's death, he kept his word and was eventually knighted by Lorist when he returned to the Dominion. Knight 12, Senbod, a 2-star gold rank ex-pirate who had been forced to serve House Norton during one of Lorist's expropriation missions and eventually pledged allegiance to Lorist, was the commander of the Oceanic Legion. Knight 13, 2-star gold rank Jades used to be a slave. Originally a wandering knight, he had been captured and enslaved by a Hanayabartan slaver band and forced to fight for his master's entertainment. He was eventually rescued when Lorist exterminated the kingdom and pledged his allegiance to his house. Knight 14, Messon, a 1-star gold rank who used to be a slave, used to be the captain of a village garrison before his enslavement. He eventually pledged allegiance to House Norton since he no longer had a home to return to. Knight 15, Ovidus, nicknamed Big Beard, was a 1-star gold ranked ex-bandit. After surrendering to Lorist and serving him, he eventually made many contributions to Lorist's cause. His trustworthiness and sincerity were the qualities that convinced Lorist to knight him. Knight 16, 1-star gold ranked Dulles. Being of common birth, he had joined up with Lorist when he was still at Dawn Academy because he admired Lorist's swordsmanship. Dulles was utilized extensively and was the one who founded the Carabalista unit so monumental to the northbound convoy's success. He was also one of Lorist's favorite subordinates. Those were the 16 gold-ranked knights under Lorist's command. Their reputation had yet to truly become widespread, and they had no way of knowing that they would eventually come to be known as the Raging Bear King's 16 Wings. With the growing might of House Norton, the Raging Bear sharpened its claws. Eventually, the time when their reputation spread far across the whole of Grindia would come. In the guards' residential quarters, Lorist walked through the corridor and stopped in front of a room with a red-colored door. The door was shut, but not locked. Upon pushing it open, Lorist saw someone lying face-flat on the bed. "Didn't I tell you? I don't feel like eating." "Don't bother me," said the person without raising his head when he heard the door open. On the table beside the bed were some honeyed bread, wheat porridge, meat soup, roasted fish, and 2 baked apples. There was also some warm goat's milk in a glass jar nearby. "Hee hee, the sick menu looks rather good. It's far better than what we had at Dawn Academy. I still remember when we only had black bread and wheat porridge and nothing else. I cry a little bit inside every time I eat it again," said Lorist, standing in front of the table, looking at the food. The person on the bed started before he got up hurriedly and said, "Me, my lord." "Why have you come?" "To check on you, of course. I hear you've been depressed so much you won't eat, but..." The person sitting on the bed was none other than Jim, who had failed his attempt to break through to the gold rank. Lorist had come to visit him. "I'm disappointed, Jim, not for your failure, but your current condition. Failing a breakthrough isn't a big deal. You can always recover with enough time. As the second in command of my guards, don't tell me you don't have the courage to face a little setback?" "Waxima, Pete and some others have also failed before, but they didn't fall into despair like you." "Oh no, they're working hard to recover. The house trusts you all and will help you make your next breakthrough." "Me lord, it's my fault. I shouldn't have taken out my failure on others and cooped myself up in my room," said Jim with his head lowered. Lorist sat down and stretched his hand to Jim's left hand. "It's fine, as long as you recognize your mistake and learn from it. Make sure to finish your food and rest to recover your body. You will become my gold-ranked knight." For now, let me check what's going on with your body. There were 3 methods with which a person could train their battle force. The first was the basic method which one would use after awakening one's battle force. It was the simplest and easiest to master, and people of all battle force attributes could use it. However, it was only good for use up to the iron rank. One would have to use a mid to high ranked battle force technique to break through to the silver and gold ranks. The second method involved the use of the standard battle force technique taught in the military. The military battle force technique was more complicated than the basic battle force technique, given its focus on attack techniques and practicality. Without a proper foundation in battle force training, one might injure oneself from erroneous training techniques. Similar to the basic battle force technique, the military battle force technique could be used by battle force users of any attribute, with most people able to reach the peak of the silver rank with it. Potterfong was one example of a person who reached the peak silver rank through training in the military battle force technique. It was only after he started training in a high-ranked battle force technique that fit his attribute that he broke through to become a gold-ranked knight. The last kind of battle force technique was the kind that was passed down from one generation after another in noble houses. One advantage of these techniques was that they were purer and could improve one's battle force strength and output. Not only that, it could decrease the difficulty required to break through to the next rank. Potterfong himself had to spend a lot of time getting acquainted with the different circulation diagrams of his high-rank technique, as he had developed many habits from using the military battle force technique for too long. One had to keep circulating one's battle force according to the high-rank technique. Should one revert to the old military battle force technique, one would fail when attempting to make a breakthrough like Jim, injuring oneself in the process. That was the reason for the long time of seclusion training required before one broke through to the gold rank. Normally, breaking through from the bronze to silver ranks posed little problem, as the major circulation diagrams only increased in complexity by a little. However, the major circulation diagrams for the gold rank was far too different from that of the silver rank. One had to spend large amounts of time to practice and get used to the new circulation diagrams to break through to the gold rank. For instance, a bronze rank only had to circulate their blood through 20 blood circulation nodes. The number could go up to 28 for iron ranks and a range of 36 to 45 for silver ranks. Gold ranks had to circulate through 80 to 100 odd blood circulation nodes. Only after one was familiar with the new major battle force circulation cycle could one not make the mistake of using an old circulation path. That was what differentiated those who succeeded in breaking through to the gold rank from those who didn't, and was also the main reason people failed during their breakthrough. Jim's situation was similar in that he had accidentally used an old battle force circulation path while he was familiarizing himself with the new paths, causing the force within his bloodstream to clash and injure him. Currently, he was just like a cripple who could not use the slightest bit of battle force. However, all he had to do was rest for half a year to recover. Not only that, he could start training with the high-ranked battle force technique right away without having to retrain his old techniques. It would take him roughly 8 months to a year to break through the bronze and iron ranks to regain his former strength as a silver rank. Having experienced failure, he would still have gained some experience from the attempt, so the effort was definitely not in vain. After checking Jim's condition, Lorist offered some more words of consolation. Only after seeing that he had regained some spirit and finished his food did Lorist leave. When he arrived at his study at Fernrock Castle, he saw Tarkle waiting for him by the door. "Milord, the detailed battle report was just delivered," reported Tarkle. "Give me the report." "Thanks for the hard work, go take some rest," said Lorist. That report was about Melian destruction as a result of the death of Duke Melian, a rank 2 blade master and one of the 3 renowned war gods of the former empire. In the time of the empire, the first one to be hailed as war god was the war god knight, Duke Yanjanov, commander-in-chief of the imperial troops. Too bad he perished during a great battle 30 years earlier during the conflict between the Empire and the Union. Duke Yanjanov was blamed for the mistake that saw the Empire's only sword saint die in an ambush. He was stripped title and land. He faded from the limelight not long after and died 10 years later. His death caused the overly ambitious first and second princes to pull out all the stops and start the civil war. The second one to be hailed as war god was Duke Faizablin, war god of the plains. The old fox had resisted the grassland barbarians' invasions without a single failure for many years, but he hardly ever left his dominion and was far away from the empire's administrative center. The third war god was Duke Melian, mainly because he held the position of commander of the Fierscale Legion, one of the empire's 3 largest armies, for almost a decade. The difference between the Imperial Local Defense Legion that mainly defended the Empire and the White Lion Legion that fought in conflicts with other nations was that Fierscale specialized in dealing with internal threats such as revolts and bandits. The reputation gained by Fierscale over hundreds of battles was far less in comparison to that gained by White Lion, which fought in open and large-scale battles. Even so, Fierscale had come to specialize in mobility and flexibility thanks to Duke Melian's training. It had impressive offensive capabilities. When Duke Melian wedded his beloved 16-year-old daughter to 3rd Prince Andanak and united his house with the imperial family, he retired from his position as commander of the Fiercegale Legion and returned to his dominion to spend the rest of his life. When the civil war began, however, Duke Melian had to stand at the 3rd Prince's side and fight the 2nd Prince's forces frequently. Even though there were some battles lost, in the end, he still managed to ruin Southern and successfully suppress the 2nd Prince. However, because Duke Faisablin was on the 2nd Prince's side, there was nothing much Duke Melian could do about the prince. After the Civil War, Duke Melian formed the Melian Duchy. Originally, he had been on good terms with the 4 central duchies and had trade relations with them for quite some time. However, when the Second Highness rallied his soldiers and embarked upon his quest to reunite the empire, the Duke had greatly supported him. When the Second Highness ended up trapped in Frederica, Duke Melian responded by attacking Shabbage with his troops. He hoped it would enough to help the Second Highness out. But, due to the years of fighting Melian had gone through, the duchy had long expended most of its resources. Duke Melian ended up unable to help the Second Highness much in gaining 4 new enemies for himself in the process. The attack on Frederica by the 4 central duchies exterminated most of the Second Highness' remaining troops. While they didn't manage to find the Second Highness himself, they managed to stabilize the situation and decided to take out Melian and his duchy. Perhaps because they thought the Second Highness was hiding in Mesen Castle, they decided to go all out to kill him lest he causes more trouble in the future. So, the 4 central duchies contacted Duke Faisablin and stated their intentions to invade the duchy without warning. Duke Melian, who was trapped in his own castle, found that his soldiers were far too weak to resist the enemy's assault, so he abandoned the castle in an attempt to break out of the encirclement. He was stopped by Duke Faisablin's cavalry divisions at Mount Leafdema. He was killed on the battlefield by 10 arrows. According to the report, Melian and Rimad provinces were absorbed by Shabbage, whereas Duke Faisablin moved more than 100,000 people from the duchy to Eastwild. It was said that it was part of the agreement between Duke Faisablin and the 4 central duchies. I totally missed the initiative. Lorist sighed, Duke Faisablin hid everything from me and I wasn't able to find out why the 2 dukes were there. I thought they were going for Princess Sylvia just like I was. If I knew their target was Melian, I could have taken Southern and Winston after Duke Faisablin deployed his troops and trapped them in Melian. I would have been able to force House Faisablin to give in to my demands and may even have stood a chance at taking Wild Husbandry. I could have made them reliant on House Norton for their survival and eliminated a target for worry while I was at it, Now that the chance is missed, the effort to bring in more refugees from those 2 provinces will be affected. Before this, Duke Faisablin wanted it for his own dominion, but he wasn't able to do so as his house didn't have that much money. However, now that they've conquered the Greater and Lesser Golden Creeks, their financial crisis is solved and they're also able to afford buying gear from our house to strengthen their forces. They will be able to import labor from Southern and Winston to solve their lack of manpower. The most important part is that without Melian, Duke Faisablin gains a reliable route to the 4 central duchies. He might even be able to send livestock over there in droves and trade with them for the resources he needs instead of with the Salt Merchant Committee. Our monopoly is in shambles. We are no longer able to control House Faisablin's trade. Lorist shook his head as he looked at the map and thought that the house would definitely face heavy opposition from House Faisablin if he tried to conquer Iblia. Now that Duke Faisablin had the support of the 4 central duchies, there would definitely be a huge war in Winston and Southern. The unforeseeable missed initiative had cost more than Lorist had imagined. Have all the knights leading the 3 legions to gather at Firmrock Castle for a strategy meeting. Also, send someone to notify our allies. Have Count Kenmays, Baron Phelim, and Baron Shazin come over to discuss the expansion of our influence. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 329 Dominion Replacement. Dominion Replacement. Sorry for the deviation from the usual Tuesday release. Here's the first release of the week, enjoy. Do you want to take a whole province for yourself? Asked Lorist Count Kenmays, who was busy picking some fine wine off the racks. The Count was the fastest among the 3 and had already arrived. Baron Phelim and Baron Shazin would take another day. You're finally going to act? Asked Count Kenmays with 2 bottles of wine in his hands. Lorist nodded. Which province? I don't want the bad ones, said the Count. See for yourself, said Lorist as he pointed at the purplish-black veil that was on the wall. Count Kenmays put the wine bottles down and pushed the veil aside to reveal a large map on which 2 red arrows were drawn. One was pointed at Wild Husbandry while the other was pointed at Delamock. Are you going to act against the Madras Duchy and House Faisablin? Kenmays asked, can we really hold off against the combined attacks of those 2? Lorist shook his head. We can't attack both sides at once. What we have to prepare for now is to attack Madras first and conquer the Metropolis River's northern streams. In other words, we have to take control of the floating bridges that are sealed off there to connect Delamoc with the Northlands. We can thus increase our 4 houses' spheres of influence. We will then turn our blades to Iblia to see whether we have an opportunity to swallow up Winston and Southern. However, before this can happen, we need your houses to move to fitting dominions. As your armies are built to be greater in defense than offense, you won't be much of a threat against House Faisablin. So, I have to take over the eastern part of the Northlands, which is where your dominion is situated. I can only station Tigersaur there to put pressure on Duke Faisablin that way. He'll have to station at least one of his cavalry legions opposite me to be at peace, but... Count Kenmaze walked to Lorist's front and felt Lorist's forehead with his palm, before raising 3 fingers and asking, "What number is this?" Lorist glared at the Count angrily and said, "What are you up to?" Count Kenmaze said, "It seems you don't have a fever. So I take it you're serious about what this? Do you think attacking the Madras Duchy will be an easy feat? That old turtle Duke Madras has done nothing but build fortresses and citadels and other defensive fortifications across his dominion all these years. Even though the Metropolis River's northern streams are rather peaceful, the opposite shore is full of defensive walls and barricades as well as moats, not to mention that we won't be able to get ashore given how our boats won't make it to the opposite side. I recall that Punk Hennard telling me that he had wanted to procure some fresh fish and had some of his men construct some boats to fish at the river when his men got a little too close to the opposite shore. 2 of the boats were sunk and 7 or 8 men drowned. He was so mad he almost went to war. Also, just look at the border between Iblia and Madras, the intersection point between Winston and Delamoc. Back when Duke Madras defeated the second prince at Kobo, he managed to reclaim the southeastern area of Delamoc. To stop the second prince from once again breaching the south, the Duke spent 3 whole years building 7 citadels around Sanderson Hills. That area is basically an iron wall defended by more than 40,000 troops. When the Salt Merchant Committee deals with them, we have to pass through that area. While you might not know much about it, I've seen how strongly defended that area is for myself. Are you going to waste all your soldiers conquering the citadels over there? Are you done? Lorist asked, rolling his eyes. You don't have to worry about how we attack the area. I have confidence in my ways to take down the duchy. Confidence, eh? Kenmaze said, unconvinced. Locke, I really don't understand. Even if Duke Faisablin refused to let Sylvia marry you, you have to maintain your calm. You shouldn't act like this just because you received a bit of a shock. War is not to be initiated this recklessly. Not knowing whether he should be humored or annoyed, Lorist said, this has nothing to do with Sylvia. Then why are you in such a rush? Kenmaze asked, right now, the Salt Merchant Committee has a monopoly on the daily necessities and salt of Duke Faisablin's dominion. If you're patient enough, we will eventually be able to control their salt supply and limit our trade on the products to force the Duke to lower his head to us. If he doesn't want his dominion to fall into chaos and revolt, he has to abide by our demands. You can take up your role as groomman. This is also war on the business front. At any rate, it's better than taking our weapons out carelessly, right? The Melian Duchy is gone, said Lorist, shrugging. What did you say? The Count asked, not having heard it clearly enough. What is gone? The 4 central duchies worked with House Faisablin to attack Melian. Duke Melian died on the battlefield and the duchy is no more. I have a detailed report in the blue folder on my desk, said Lorist as he pointed at the folder he mentioned. Kenmaze leaped over and flipped the folder open before he jumped and exclaimed, deploy our troops. We have to attack immediately. We have to take Southern as soon as possible. We have to seal the trade route between East Wild and the 4 duchies. We can't let our years of effort go down the drain like this. If we don't, even if we stop supplying salt, the 4 central duchies will provide House Faisablin with large amounts of it. If House Faisablin takes control of the trade route, then the Salt Merchant Committee's monopoly on the 3 provinces under their control will be ruined. Count Kenmaze had made a 180-degree turn from a pacifist to a warmonger in mere moments. Lorist laughed and coughed as he tried to pull Kenmaze to the couch before he brought him a cup of wine. Calm down. Now, you understand why I said we should act, don't you? It's obvious that Duke Faisablin's relationship with the 4 central duchies is growing by the day and he might eventually end up our enemy. If we don't take down Madras, the Northlands will only have 2 metal suspension bridges to rely on and might be cut off from the rest of the continent should Duke Faisablin attempt to do so. That's the reason I've decided to act against Madras. After we conquer it, we will move your dominion there and station Tigersaur in your current dominion to add pressure to the troops at Wild Husbandry. It will force the Duke to station more troops on our border to rebalance the power disparity, diverting resources from the defense of the kingdom and allowing us to take Winston. We will gain the initiative to press our attack or defend our ground. Count Kenmaze took another sip of the wine in his cup before walking to the map. So which province are you going to make my dominion? This one, Lorist said as he pointed at Sigilor, this is the old lair of Duke Madras and I am going to let this place be your replacement dominion. You should know well the advantages this province provides. It's easy to defend and incredibly hard to attack, with the only passageway to the outside world being Zith's citadel. Additionally, Platinum Beach is also there with no other landed nobles around either, so you won't have any trouble to deal with in the future. That's far better than your current dominion in the eastern Northlands. Kenmaze grit his teeth before he said, that's not enough. It'll be hard for me to answer to the rest of the house if all I get is Sigilor province. However, if you can do Delamoc, then there's no problem. That won't do, Lorist said, shaking his head. I need to split Delamoc into multiple smaller fiefs, so I can't hand it to you. Fiefs? Are you going to found a kingdom? No. There are still 17 nobles staying at Firmrock Castle. It's because we conquered their dominions. We owe them new fiefs. I'm not going to let them have their new dominions in the Northlands, so Delamoc's land will be in theft to these nobles. The land there is rich and fit for agriculture, so I'm sure they'll be happy to agree. Additionally, the household knights that gain enough achievements will be made vassal houses one day, and I plan to give them fiefs in Delamoc as well, explained Lorist. I see. My house is also taking care of 5 Northlander nobles deprived of their dominions. Why don't you make similar arrangements for them and give my house Vanades? They would agree to a relocation if that's the case, said Kenmaze, attempting a compromise. There'll be no problem with moving the 5 nobles to Delamoc, Lorist said, shaking his head, but I can't hand you Vanades. It's the largest city in the duchy and the largest trading hub in the entire northwestern area. There's no doubt that it will become the center of our dominions trade once we take it. I can't let your house have sole control over the city. I can let you be the city's custodians. You can have it for the first 5 years, and, if you do well, you can keep the position for another term. Additionally, I'll make it up to your house and construct a port for you at the coast so you can form your own trading fleet. Are you serious? Kenmaze said, wide-eyed, you can actually make a port at the Cursed Coasts? You're not kidding me, are you? Lorist took out a rolled-up diagram from his scroll bin and handed it to Kenmaze. See for yourself. This is the blueprint for a wooden box port that allows offshore activities. My house already has 2 at the Bladej Mountains and they're holding up pretty well. Your house can also use this flexible port to trade and ship things across the sea. However, if you want to build a more permanent port that can weather the strong winds, you still have to reclaim the land for a proper structure to be constructed. Kenmaze held onto the blueprint like he would a delicate heirloom. Alright, I'll agree. When can we relocate? To the Count, born to a line of merchants, controlling a trade route was akin to gaining a way to generate incessant profits. It was far better than their gold mine at the eastern Northlands, which would run dry sooner or later anyway, so he was more than willing to make the trade. There's no rush. We still need a bit of time, but I can promise you the relocation will happen next year, said Lorist. Do you need me to do anything? If you need our forces on the battlefield, feel free to let me know, offered Kenmaze generously. No, I won't be needing it. Our forces will take Sigilor and pass it to you in good condition. All you have to do is to fortify your new dominion, then station your troops at Vanades to keep the Andanak Kingdom's soldiers in Youngchandler in check. You'll have to watch out for attacks from Farkle and Shabbage to your east. Even though the only connection between the two nations is the 500-kilometer path through Egret Lake, you can't be too careful. No worries. While our forces aren't good at attacking, we're more than capable of defending ourselves. What of Baron Phelim and Hennard's arrangements then? Kenmaze inquired. Lorist tapped on the southeastern area of Delamoc. After conquering this, I will give it to Hennard. Since both he and Baron Phelim are nobles with military backgrounds, unlike you, their forces will be relatively better in offense. Sanderson Hills is the 2 provinces' point of intersection. If Hennard is there, he can attack Winston and reinforce Vanades should it come under attack. At the same time, I will construct a few floating bridges over the Metropolis River's northern streams to link the Northlands to Delamoc. You don't have to worry about how I'll come to your aid in the future. As for Baron Phelim, his dream is to reclaim House Pegasus' old dominion in Southern, which they had occupied for over a century previously. We will help him fulfill his dream. Southern's been completely ruined by the wars. If Baron Phelim wishes to restore the glory of House Pegasus, he'll need to invest a lot, he'll need our help as well. If we can occupy Southern, we'll have caged the lion called Duke Faisablin. By then, we won't have to worry about that old fox causing us trouble anymore. As long as we can cut off the Dominions trade, the old fox will have no choice but to play nice. What do you plan on doing with these 2? Asked Kenmaze, tapping on Winston and Windberry. If everything goes well, Southern will go to Baron Phelim. I will use Winston to settle in the nobles that join our faction. When we attack Madras, there's bound to be nobles who surrender. I will relocate their dominions to Winston. I also plan to make it the trading hub of the southeastern area like Venades to develop the land surrounding it, said Lorist. Locke, Ken Mays said, eyes flashing, you should found a kingdom after you conquer Madras and Iblia. The Norton Kingdom. I can't help but think about how splendid that sounds. Naturally, I would be willing to become a Norton noble. Lorist exploded with laughter. We'll see. It's not too late to consider it after Duke Faisablin properly submits. For now, we only have to focus on taking Madras and ensuring the first phase of our plan succeeds. When Hennard and Phelim arrive, we'll have another formal discussion. We'll require their cooperation, after all. Locke, I'm actually quite curious what gave you the confidence that you'll be successful in taking Madras. Don't be mistaken, Madras is no turtle. It's a shriveled-up porcupine. If we get dragged into a drawn-out war, even if we end up winning, we'll lose far more than we gain. It would be even harder for us to deal with House Faisablin in the future if that happens, said Ken Mays. Don't worry, I have my own methods. When Hennard and Phelim come over, I will bring you all to see our secret weapon, said Lorist as he nodded again, confidently. What secret weapon? You'll know when the time comes. Come on, Locke, don't be so petty. Can't you tell me about it first? Nope. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.